Chapter 655. Ting Ting, who's that? At this time, the 3 men and 1 woman who had stopped not far away from Long Ting all walked to Long Ting's side. The young girl asked curiously. The other 3 young people also looked at Long Ting curiously. The 4 of them were disciples of Long Ting's divine temple. On the surface, their auras were stronger than Long Ting's. Like Long Ting, they were members of the divine temple's 10 captains. However, unlike Long Ting, they were from East Flow City and had truly been sent here by the order of duty. As for Long Ting, who was from the Asian Ing planet, she had applied to be assigned to East Flow City. Ha ha ha, Sister Xiao Wei, isn't he very handsome? Long Ting looked at the young woman who had entered the divine temple more than 10 years before her with a smug look on her face. Yes, he's very, very handsome. Super handsome. Although he's only slightly inferior to Ren Tian, his aura is still terrifyingly strong. Most importantly, he's only at the peak of the earthly, celestial stage. Judging by your smug look, could it be that he's your cultivation companion? What do you think? Long Ting raised her slender eyebrows and asked with a smile, "What do you think?" "I understand. You applied to come to East Flow City, not because you're close to me, but because of him, right?" No, Sister Xiao Wei, I applied to come here because of you. Meeting him was purely a coincidence. Long Ting said. Sigh, I thought I had a chance. How sad. With me here, what chance do you have? But I'm also sad. Ha ha ha. There are plenty of fish in the sea. This flower already has a master. Oh, wrong. This flower already has a master. Long Ting glanced at the 2 young men, who seemed to be single but had lovers, and said proudly, Long Ting had gotten to know these 4 people during the group training in the past 6 months. She had found out that the 4 of them had a good relationship. After learning that the 4 of them were from East Flow City, Long Ting also intended to befriend them. Therefore, they had become very familiar with each other during the group training in the second world. Although she did not know everything about them, she at least had a good understanding of them. The 2 young men who deliberately put on a bitter and sad look were called Zhong Yangming and Go Daoqian. The other youth was Mo Weiwei's Dao companion, Duan Rentian, whom Long Ting called Sister Xiao Wei. When this guy heard Mo Weiwei agree that Long Ting was very, very handsome and super handsome, although he knew that Mo Weiwei was telling the truth, he was still unhappy. How could she praise another man so strongly in front of his Dao companion? Fortunately, Mo Weiwei added that it was just a little worse than the original. Even though he knew it was a lie, he still felt slightly gratified and proud. At least I still have my dignity as a man, even though I'm not that handsome. May I ask your name, Minghua? Your surname is Chun, and your name is Hao. Back in the day, cough, cough, about 3 or 4 years ago, our Ying planet's first test result, which shocked the entire vast universe galaxy, was Chun Hao. You have to keep it a secret. He doesn't like to be high profile. Ha ha ha. Long Ting said happily in her heart. Young girls, any young girls, including Long Ting, were no exception. Showing off their other half in front of their friends and satisfying their vanity was a very happy thing. No, it can't be, right? He is Chun Hao. Why are you all so surprised? Long Ting saw the expressions of the 4 people and found it a bit strange. She was indeed showing off in front of them because of her vanity. At the same time, she also wanted to show off her status as a Minghua to avoid unnecessary trouble. But she didn't think that when the 4 of them heard her answer, they would be so shocked. Was this necessary? Although Chun Hao's test results were abnormal, they weren't too dazzling when placed amongst the abnormal disciples of the temple. These 4 people were all people who had seen the great world, so they shouldn't be so surprised. How can this not be surprising? Zhong Yang Ming almost cursed it out loud. That's right. A monstrous genius's first test results are absolutely at the top of our temple's disciples. Just this alone is enough to shake the entire vast universe galaxy and cause the top sects to extend an olive branch to him. But now, since he's a loose cultivator in East Flow City, he definitely hasn't joined any top sects, and definitely isn't a disciple of our temple. But how long has it been? Back then, we paid attention to his information, his age, his realm at that time. In less than 4 years, he didn't join any great faction, and yet he was able to advance to the peak of the Earth celestial stage. This speed of advancement is already shocking enough, not to mention his aura. Although I don't want to admit it, his aura makes me feel an enormous threat. I don't even have a 50% chance of defeating him. I am a dignified peak mid-stage Earth celestial stage disciple, a temple disciple. How can we not be surprised? Go Daoqian said with a face full of admiration and shock. Cough, cough. This, keep a low profile. Don't make it public. If he knew that I revealed his secret in such a high-profile manner, he would definitely blame me. Let's go, and report first. Long Ting pulled Mo Weiwei and walked through the door. How could Long Ting think so much? This girl simply didn't realize what Go Daoqian was talking about. She couldn't be blamed for being careless, but this was a situation that most people would show. The more familiar one was with a person, the more likely they would overlook some details. After the 5 people entered the door, the cultivators outside exclaimed one after another. There was no doubt that the 5 people had just communicated via voice transmission. Although they couldn't hear anything from their expressions, they could guess that it had something to do with the shocking youth who had just come out. Moreover, more importantly, among the 5 people, 4 of them were familiar with most of the cultivators present. They were all influential figures in East Flow City more than 10 or 20 years ago. Their fame back then wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the current #1 genius girl of East Flow City, Pan Dong Lu. And now, they were all disciples who had joined the temple long ago. Wouldn't the youth who could shock the 4 of them be even more shocking? The first to go in should be the commander of our batch, the highest commander of our East Flow City. Otherwise, our goddess Pan Dong Lu wouldn't have been so quick. These 5 people should be one of the 10 captains, right? Definitely. The captains and vice captains are all appointed by the temple, but I don't know the identity of that super handsome and talented youth. Looking at their expressions, that youth is obviously not a disciple of the temple, but he should be a monstrous genius from one of the top sects, just that he hasn't entered the temple yet and deliberately entered the primal secret realm as a loose cultivator. They are all amazing people. Yes, I'm so envious. When can we also become disciples of the temple? Even if we die, it will be worth it. Greetings, Senior Brother Chen Ling. After Long Ting's group of 5 stepped into the Alliance Center, they immediately met Chen Lin and Pan Dong Lu, who had just finished reporting. The 5 of them cupped their fists and greeted them. Long Ting was a newcomer to the temple, and out of basic etiquette, she wasn't familiar with them. She only knew them because they had all come to East Flow City, so her expression was natural. But Mo Weiwei, Duan Rentian, and the other 2 had a trace of respect and worship. Good. You guys came quite late. Tonight, I will gather all the disciples of the temple and all the captains for a gathering. It will be at the East Flow restaurant. When the time comes, all of you should come. Everyone should be familiar with each other. After entering the primal secret realm, it will be easier for us to work together. Okay. Pan Dong Lu stood obediently beside Chen Lin, who even the disciples of the temple respected, and her heart was filled with warmth. She knew the other 4 people except for Long Ting, but at this time, she just nodded to the 4 of them one by one, knowing her position very well. Dong Lu, you should know the 4 of them. This junior sister is Long Ting, a disciple who passed the assessment to enter the temple last year. She is very talented, and although she is at the peak of the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage, her real combat strength is more than enough to get the position of the leader. Junior Sister Long Ting, this is East Flow City, Pandong Lu. After coming out of the primitive secret realm, she will be our junior sister. Chun Lin smiled and looked at Long Ting softly as he introduced her to the two of them. His words, intentionally or unintentionally, were full of praise for Long Ting. Mo Wei Wei and the other three naturally knew that Chun Lin was telling the truth, because Long Ting, who didn't seem to be strong, was really terrible once she burst out. Even the four of them had to temporarily avoid her, although that power obviously didn't belong to Long Ting herself, who dared to deny that this was a trump card. However, when Chun Lin said it at this time, the meaning between the words used was not so simple. Everyone could feel that this was Chun Lin's goodwill to Long Ting. Flowing eastward felt the pressure brought by Long Ting, especially when Chun Lin said, "She will be our junior sister in the future." Flowing eastward understood that Long Ting would be the first person she had to surpass, especially when she heard Chun Lin say, "She will be our junior sister in the future." Of course, this didn't refer to strength, cultivation, or realm, but to her position in Chun Lin's heart. "Hello," Long Ting said softly. "Hello." Pandong Lu also responded with an unchanged expression. However, in the depths of her eyes when she looked at Long Ting, there was a deep meaning to determine who was superior. After greeting them, Long Ting went directly to the registration office. Mo Wei Wei and the other three followed. Chun Lin and Pandong Lu left together. "Long Ting, someone is interested in you." "Yes," according to my little deduction technique. Long Ting's eyes are bright and beautiful with hundreds of flowers blooming. This is the envelopment of peach blossoms. You need to be careful lest you turn into a peach blossom calamity. Yes, yes, yes. In my opinion, at tonight's banquet, Ting Ting's peach blossoms will be overflowing. The best solution is naturally to let the famous men go together. At the same time, let them introduce us to the famous men. Hee hee. Yes, this calamity can't be broken unless it's like this. Long Ting looked at the four people's serious faces, but their faces made her speechless, but she was a little moved. After thinking about it, she reluctantly said, "What you said makes sense, but he's a low-key person. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 656. Long Ting has an ancient spirit treasure, and her talent is far inferior to yours. The reason why I'm trying to rope her in is that I hope she'll be more obedient to my commands after entering the primitive secret realm. Oh, Brother Chun Lin, I'll do my best to help you. My current combat strength is no worse than the average disciple of the Sacred Hall. Okay. Chun Lin nodded with a smile. He sighed inwardly. Such an inexperienced girl was really easy to deal with. Women didn't like good men. It was not difficult for him, who had always been shrouded in the halo of a genius, to conquer a woman. Even in the Sacred Hall, although he was not among the top, he was still one of the best. If he could mingle with many talented girls, it would naturally be better for him when he confirmed his relationship with them in the future. Whether it was Long Ting or Pandong Lu, as long as he cultivated with them, the benefits would definitely be abundant. But there was no doubt that Long Ting was more tempting to him. However, after meeting Long Ting in the primitive secret realm, Yi Fuqian had done some research. Some of the information was not considered a secret on the Ying planet. Long Ting seemed to have a confirmed relationship with someone, and Yi Fuqian had paid attention to that person before. Coincidentally, he had the same name as the eye-catching young man, just now. Chun Lin didn't care. He didn't think the two of them were the same person. Chun Hao was just a genius from a small planet on the Ying planet. Although he had made a name for himself in the vast universe galaxy in the preliminary test, he had been quiet for nearly 3 years because of the information he had received. Moreover, there was basically no chance of survival in the arranged battle in a few years. Even if he hadn't received this information, Long Ting still had her primordialine body. As long as he succeeded in poaching her, it would be a skill. Long Ting rejected the invitations of Mo Weiwei and the others to go to their sects and families. She was like a cheerful bird, excitedly heading to the Drifting Cloud restaurant. Beep, beep, beep. Brother Hao, I'm coming. Room 1102. I've told you. Come here directly. Chun Hao looked at Long Ting's image and said, although the two of them had kept in touch ever since they stepped out of the Yoing planet, and Long Ting had secretly visited Chun Hao once, today was the first time that Chun Hao had met Long Ting. After nearly 3 years, seeing the beautiful Long Ting appear in front of him again, that feeling was completely incomparable to a simple image. At that time, if it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people in the hall, whether it was Chun Hao or Long Ting, it probably wouldn't have been so simple. Phew, after cutting off the connection, Chun Hao exited World 2 and let out a long sigh. He was actually trembling slightly. One could only imagine how excited he was right now. This was definitely not due to the effect of the second pill. Instead, it was due to the excitement in his heart. A man and a woman passionately in love, even if they had not broken through the last layer of the membrane, had truly accepted each other in the depths of their hearts. Not to mention Chun Hao. Even the sage would not be able to suppress the excitement in his heart when they met again after nearly 3 years. Similarly, Chun Hao would not suppress his feelings in his heart. Taoism was natural. Chun Hao, who had decided to return to his true self, did not simply appear in his true form to restore his true self. True self, from the inside to the outside, was the same on the inside and the outside. It contained not only the true identity, but also the release of the soul and the great freedom of the true self. At the very least, under normal circumstances, he would never suppress his emotions. Knock, knock, knock. As expected, there was a knock on the door. Chun Hao rushed to the door and opened it directly. At the same time, without even sensing anything, he opened his arms and hugged her. Sir. It seemed that he was hugging a warm and fragrant jade. However, her sudden exclamation, as well as the touch and smell that came from her, made Chun Hao's face black lines. He suddenly let go of her. How could he do this? He was an expert in the Earth celestial stage. How could he do such a crazy thing? Impulsiveness was really the devil. I'm sorry. Chun Hao said, awkwardly. It's okay. Sir, your friend is here. Downstairs, she had a dispute with someone downstairs. The young and beautiful waitress of the restaurant was blushing. Her heart was trembling, and she stammered. She had a dispute with someone? Who was it? Chun Hao asked, frowning. She's also a beautiful girl. She's also a disciple of the Divine Palace. You go and have a look. I hope Sir won't let them fight. Thank you. Okay. Hiss. Chun Hao directly turned into a stream of light and disappeared from where he was standing. The young female attendant, who had been hugged by the rash Chun Hao, stared in a daze at the place where Chun Hao had disappeared, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. If only I could become his woman, a girl who had reached the peak of the later stage of the human celestial stage at such a young age would definitely be among the super geniuses on the Wuji star. However, in the East Flow City of the vast universe star, she was an ordinary cultivator. Even a fool like Chun Hao could see that he was a super genius. To girls like her, he was definitely a fatal attraction. Unfortunately, she knew that she had only been hit in the waist by Ching Chun, a monstrous genius like Chen Hao did not belong to her world at all. Hiss, 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 hiss. In the restaurant's hall, the wind was blowing. Two powerful auras and pressure collided invisibly in the air, enveloping every inch of space in the hall. The gazes of the two beautiful girls were like two sharp, treasured swords as they stared at each other. One of the figures was naturally Long Ting, who had just arrived. The other figure was wearing a blue dress. Their long hair was fluttering under the surge of their auras. Their clothes were fluttering, and the curves of their two graceful and exquisite bodies were fully displayed. The surrounding cultivators automatically scattered in all directions, forming a circle around them. They stared at the two beautiful girls with burning eyes, the disciples of the divine palace. One of them had a majestic blood chi and a powerful physical strength that shocked everyone. The other had a sword principle, will that bloomed in her beautiful eyes. It was as if she had let everyone see a scene of destruction. Obviously, both of them were only at the peak of the later stage of the Earth celestial stage. However, the aura that they exuded at this moment shocked all the cultivators at the peak of the later stage of the Earth celestial stage. Both of you, a middle-aged master of the heaven celestial stage, who was obviously the manager of the Drifting Cloud restaurant, stood awkwardly between the two girls. Perhaps, both of you are Mr. Chen's people. Calm down. If the two of them were really going to fight, even if he had the ability to stop them, he would not dare to stop them. They were the high and mighty disciples of the divine palace. He, a heaven celestial, was nothing. If he angered any one of them, not to mention him, even the Drifting Cloud restaurant would suffer. Fortunately, the astute him had sent a voice transmission to the young waitress from before to inform Chun how, at the first moment, the two of them started to confront each other. With the experience of a few thousand years, although he did not know the inside story, he could faintly guess that these two stunning genius girls were very likely rivals in love that he had never met before. Moreover, one of them was ordered to come by Chen Hao, and the other came by following and ambushing. But coincidentally, the two of them came to the restaurant at the same time. Coincidentally, they said they were looking for someone at the same time, and neither of them said the other's name. However, they used their true essence to condense the other's appearance. More coincidentally, the condensed, illusory figures were exactly the same. Therefore, although the two of them had paid attention to each other, they did not pay attention to each other. But now, they directly looked at each other, and it became the current confrontation. Who are you? And who are you? I am Long Ting. It really is you. You still haven't answered me. Who are you? Your aura is very strong. I can't suppress you. But you can't suppress me either. Let's both stop at the same time. The two of them communicated through voice transmission. Shameless. I don't remember him knowing any temple disciples. Long Ting saw that the other party avoided answering and frowned slightly. The mark on the other party's chest was clearly the mark of a temple disciple, but the other party had changed his aura and appearance. Originally, when the other party condensed the illusory figure of Chun Hao, her first reaction was to think that the other party was Bailey Ningbing. Because of this, Long Ting exploded with intense anger and battle intent from the start, wishing that she could immediately beat this bastard up. How could a person be shameless to such a level? It was fine that he followed her the last time, but now he followed her again. Did he think that she was easy to bully? But under her aura, the other party's aura suddenly soared. Although he still changed his aura, it made Long Ting understand that the person in front of her was definitely not Bailey Ningbing. But it was hard to stop halfway, because the other party's aura was obviously trying to suppress her. No matter who the other party was, he was here for Chun Hao. How could she be suppressed? And so, the two of them competed with their auras. You can stop, but tell me your name first. Long Ting did not hide anything, and her aura soared again. Even if I tell you you won't know him, you have to tell me even if you don't know him. You really won't stop? Many people are watching. He's here. The two terrifying auras had already tangled together and completely suppressed the other party. Although the two of them had not made a move, there was no doubt that the arrow was already on the bow. Unless the two of them withdrew their aura at the same time, if either of them withdrew their aura alone, they would receive a backlash from the other party's aura. This was like internal force experts. Although they did not move, they had already entered the stage of a battle of internal force. They could either withdraw their aura at the same time or start the battle immediately. When Chun Hao heard the female attendant's report, he instantly thought of that crazy woman Bailey Ningbing, so he came here in anger. But when he saw the figure facing off against Long Ting, he almost fell to the ground. How was this possible? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 657. Although the other party had completely changed her aura and appearance, and even ordinary acquaintances would not be able to recognize her. If Chun Hao could not recognize her, then he should just find a piece of tofu and knock himself to death. Not to mention this brother's abnormal fiery golden eyes. Just the familiar style of the blue dress could blind Chun Hao's titanium alloy eyes. Not to mention, at this moment, the surging aura was releasing a powerful destructive sword essence. Just that, how could she appear here? When did she become so strong? How did she become a disciple of the divine temple? This aura, this advancement. Even Chun Hao, who thought he was quite awesome, had to cover his face in shame, speechless to see his lover again. More importantly, how did the two of them get into a conflict? This did not make sense. The one in the blue dress was none other than Chen Shui. Cough, cough. Chen Hao's face was filled with black lines. He looked left and right, and then under countless gazes, especially when the two girls raised their chins at the same time and snorted at the same time. He directly faced the mountain-like aura and pressure and forcibly inserted himself between the two of them. Let's go up and talk. Misunderstanding. It's definitely a misunderstanding. Both of you, let go. Chun Hao transmitted his voice at the same time. The two of them knew that at this time they could no longer continue, so they could only withdraw their aura and pressure at the same time. But neither of them transmitted their voice to Chun Hao and stood still in the same place. Their charming faces were slightly tilted, staring at Chun Hao, waiting to see what he would do. Without a doubt, once a woman competed, she would definitely not let go of any details. Who would you approach first? Who would you pull first? Who would you appease first? Ha! Hiss! How could the wise and mighty Chun Hao let the two girls find trouble with him over such small details? As a result, the two hands formed from true essence directly elongated, grabbing the two little hands one by one. Then, with a pull, the two of them flew to his side in the air, firmly holding on to his left and right. Soon after, they quickly walked into the restaurant. Chun Shui didn't say anything and let Chun Hao hold her, but Long Ting, on the surface, he didn't flip out, but he grabbed Chun Hao's hand. His powerful physical strength directly increased by several times. He grabbed Chun Hao's hand, and the bones in Chun Hao's hand started to crack. Only the bones in Chun Hao's hand were close to being crushed into powder. How could he not be angry? Just from Chun Hao's words and his reaction. Long Ting knew that the beautiful girl in the blue dress who had changed her aura was definitely Chun Hao's lover, but she did not know. As a disciple of the temple, how could she not be angry that Chun Hao hid it from her? When did they meet? Who was this person? She did not even have the slightest bit of information. But this person was in the divine palace just like her. If it was anyone else, under the circumstances where they thought they knew all of Chunhao's secrets, they would also be upset to suddenly discover that Chunhao had hidden so much from them. However, Long Ting was only throwing a tantrum and did not directly flip out. She wanted to wait for Chunhao's explanation. What kind of awesome person is this? He's not a disciple of the temple, but he made two beautiful female disciples of the temple fight over him. Yes, he's too awesome. Just by looking at the aura of these two female disciples, they are definitely not ordinary disciples of the temple, and they are both beautiful and of the highest quality. Phew. Comparing people with people is really F***king incomparable. When Chunhao brought the two girls into the restaurant and returned to their rooms, the cultivators who had witnessed the entire process in the restaurant's hall began to discuss. They were absolutely undisguised envy, jealousy, and hatred, and they all guessed Chunhao's identity. The manager of the restaurant, a heavenly immortal expert, also heaved a sigh of relief. Humph! As soon as they entered the room, Long Ting shook off Chunhao's red hand, put her hands on her hips, and stared at Chunhao, saying, "Who is she?" Don't be anxious, Chunhao said with a smile. He turned to look at Chen Shui, who had already calmed down and was waiting for a good show, and said, "Little Shui, what's the matter with you?" "What's the matter with what?" "Little Shui, so intimate." Chen Shui. While Long Ting was furious, she suddenly saw Chen Shui return to her original appearance, and this instantly allowed her to know who this so-called Little Shui was. Although Long Ting hadn't seen Chunhao's Tao companions in person, she had seen images of them long ago. How could she not recognize them? And it was precisely because she recognized them that she, who was similarly aware of the situation, instantly opened her eyes wide. And the unconcealment in her heart was directly thrown beyond the 9 heavens. It turned into shock, and she practically screamed out Chen Shui's name. "Ha ha! Hello, Long Ting." Although Chen Shui hadn't seen Long Ting, she knew a lot of information from Tantai Lien, and with Chunhao's conduct, it was within her expectations long ago. But the intense hostility Long Ting directly displayed towards her earlier caused her to be puzzled. And at the same time, she had the thought of competing with Long Ting. But now it was obviously unable to continue. "Ha ha ha. All right, just now, at the beginning, I took you to be Bailey Ningbing. So that's how it is. I was wondering why you were so ruthless. Little Shui, tell me what's going on first. How did you become a Divine Hall disciple? Why are you here again?" Chunhao couldn't help but ask. "Didn't you make an appointment with me?" Long Ting was surprised. Just now, Chen Shui had directly come to look for Chunhao. Even now, Long Ting knew that it was Chen Shui, but she was still a little unhappy that Chunhao had kept it from her. "Since when did I make an appointment? I was still wondering why the two of you were at odds." Chunhao said, "The situation is a little complicated." Chen Shui said, "It's like this." Chen Shui told him the situation, that she was in a daze. As it turned out, not only had she become a Divine Hall disciple, but even Helian Wuzi, Tantai Lien, Xia Yuyu, Lung Ning Huan, and Lung Ning Lu had all become Divine Hall disciples. Moreover, they had all advanced to the peak of the later stage of the Earth celestial stage. Until now, they still couldn't believe the speed of their cultivation, and they didn't even know what kind of place they had been brought to for cultivation. They only knew that after they had advanced to the peak of the earthly celestial stage, they had been informed by the experts of the Alliance that they had become Divine Hall disciples and had obtained the right to enter the primitive mystic realm. However, apart from the sisters Lung Ning Lu and Lung Ning Huan, who were arranged to be in the same city, Chen Shui, Tantai Lien, Xia Yuyu, and Helian Wuzi were all separated. Only Chen Shui was assigned to East Flow City, and she was the deputy leader. When Chen Shui came to East Flow City and walked out of the transportation device, she mysteriously received news that Chen Hao was in East Flow City and was staying in East Flow Restaurant. Chen Shui didn't even know who told her this, and the whole process was like a cloud in the clouds. Deputy leader of East Flow City's 9th Regiment. This. Little Shui, the name isn't yours. I checked the name, and the deputy leader is Chun Xiaobai. Cough, cough. How can you use a fake identity? Long Ting said with wide eyes. At this moment, although she couldn't find out any specific information, as the leader, she could find out the names and realms of all the cultivators in the regiment. The leader of the 9th Regiment was her, Deputy Leader Chen Xiaobai. She was curious about who Temple was for a while. I don't know either. Don't worry about it. We only need to know that this was done by Temple, and it's to help us. Chen Hao said. Brother Hao, how can you have so much face? This is simply. Long Ting stared at Chen Hao and said, This. I don't know either. Maybe they saw that I, your brother, have an infinitely awesome future and potential. Yes, it should be like this. Chen Hao said, rather proudly on the surface. But in the depths of this guy's heart, there was another feeling. Although he didn't want to admit it, under such a clear situation, Chen Hao had to admit that no matter where it was, things like relying on one's father still seemed to exist. He didn't know whether Chen Shui had thought of this, but now he was absolutely sure of his original guess. Otherwise, how could there be such a good thing? Or why didn't Helian Wu Zi and the rest come to East Flow City, but Chen Shui? Because this was obviously a special treatment compared to his own son and his own daughter. At the same time, Chen Hao also guessed that his father's obvious exposure was definitely because of the rarely seen primal secret realm. He definitely didn't want Chen Shui and the rest to miss this opportunity, so he had no choice but to do this. Then what was the meaning of sending Chen Shui here? Was he afraid that his daughter's position would be replaced by Long Ting, who he had been in contact with for a long time? Or was he silently allowing the two of them to do that and start to really communicate now? Cough, cough. Chen Hao looked at the blue dress that possessed a fatal temptation to him. Unintentionally, accidentally, he couldn't help but activate the special ability of his eyes, causing him to be distracted. Only when Chen Shui waved her hand in front of his eyes a few times without concealing anything did this fellow cough awkwardly twice. What's there to see? Chen Shui said with a slightly red face. I haven't seen you dressed like this for many years. It's so beautiful. Ha ha ha. You haven't seen each other for so long. Do whatever you want. Treat me as if I don't exist. Oh, forget it. You guys go to the cultivation room. I'll sleep for a while. Long Ting, what are you talking about? Are we going to stay in the same room as him? Are we going to get a room? How wasteful. Long Ting's beautiful little face had a devilish smile, and she actually said the word wasteful. But in Chen Hao's ears, even though he knew that this girl was lying with her eyes wide open, it was still rather comfortable and extremely pleasant to listen to. After Long Ting finished speaking, she directly walked into the bedroom and closed the door. That's true. Anyway, we're leaving tomorrow. Chen Shui said. She really knew how to be thrifty, but before she finished speaking, Chen Hao hugged her by the waist, and she screamed as they walked towards the cultivation room. That look was completely like an impatient groom, carrying the bride that he had coveted for many years into the bridal chamber, no matter whether it was Chen Hao or Chen Shui. At this moment, they were all extremely agitated, incomparably excited, and filled with warm feelings, as well as more than 10 years of yearning. Yes, more than 10 years. Ever since Chen Hao fell into a coma on the Wuji planet, he and Chen Shui had never met in person. This was the first time. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 658. If not for Long Ting's presence, Chen Hao would have already rubbed Chen Shui into his body. Similarly, if not for Long Ting's presence, Chen Shui would have already pounced into Chen Hao's embrace. More than 10 years of time was indeed just a snap of the fingers for cultivators. However, for a man and a woman who were passionately in love, especially one who had experienced so many times that what was done could not be undone, it was definitely a very long time. Moreover, this kind of feeling would not weaken with time and distance. It would only become more and more stale, more and more fragrant, and more intense. So, silence spoke louder than words. It was not that Chen Hao was too thirsty, nor was it that Chen Shui was not reserved, but it had been brewing for too long, whatever gentle and poetic gentleness. All of that could go to hell. Only tightly entangled hugs, intense kisses, and vigorous caresses could vent a little bit of their longing for each other and the excitement of their reunion. Chen Hao was like a starving wolf that hungrily, greedily, and madly kissed that sweet and intoxicating cherry mouth. His hands had even completely abandoned the basic rhythm and gentleness as he needed Chen Shui's graceful, exquisite, and soft body that seemed to have no bones. Chen Shui, who was trembling violently, used even more strength to squeeze herself onto Chen Hao's body, chi, without even a rustling sound. The thin but seemingly distant Taoist robe was turned into ashes by Chen Hao's energy. At the same time, Chen Hao's blue dress, which had a fatal attraction to Chen Hao, was also turned into fine powder by Chen Hao. This fully showed that what really tempted Chen Hao was not the blue dress, but the graceful and delicate body that was protruding under the blue dress. Rip, ah! When the chest wrap under the blue dress was pulled open by Chen Hao at the same time, Chen Shui suddenly pounced and tightly stuck onto Chen Hao's chest. This made Chen Hao, who originally wanted to feast his eyes, not have the time to directly enter the next stage of feeling her burning hot and smooth body under the pressure of her full and round body, caused the two of them to roll around naked in the huge cultivation room. Apart from the last hurdle, both of them had forgotten about it. Therefore, it seemed that only this kind of tumbling could better release their emotions and desires. Huff, huff. No way, right? I didn't want to eavesdrop or peek. Why are you so loud? Ugh. Long Ting's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. She had a fiery, straightforward, and generous personality, even though it was her first time meeting Chen Hao face-to-face in 3 years. And she also wanted to be intimate with Chen Hao. She knew that she and Chen Hao were on fire, and playing with fire was like playing with fire. She also knew that Chen Hao and Chen Shui needed to comfort each other's feelings more than she did. Therefore, she decisively made space for the two of them. Even though she was very curious about what the two of them were doing and talking about, she simply didn't have the intention to peek. But what she didn't expect was, from time to time, Chen Shui's completely uncontrollable panting and moaning sounds, as well as Chen Hao's deep and heavy breathing, actually entered her ears clearly. It was really a bit too stimulating, especially this kind of sound that caused one to uncontrollably imagine a scene. It was simply a naked temptation, not to mention Long Ting, who was originally on fire. Even if it were Helly Woozy and the other girls, they probably wouldn't be able to bear it. Of course, if it were the other girls, different people's reactions would definitely be different. Tantai Lien, who was already experienced, would definitely be more intense, but definitely not as intense as Long Ting. The reason was very simple. Long Ting had already swallowed the third pill, which was the Three-Yong Nirvana pill. At this moment, receiving this kind of temptation, and one of the main characters was Chen Hao. How could she bear it? Directly, she who was still rational just now didn't think about anything else, and her mind even exploded with a bang. Her ears were filled with the voices of the two of them, and her mind was completely filled with the two of them. Precisely speaking, it was the scene of Chen Hao. The intensity of that reaction, It was even more intense than Chen Shui, who was enduring Chun Hao's wild kisses and barbaric kneading. This was something that Chun Hao and Chen Shui didn't expect, because the two of them were too excited, too urgent, too thirsty after entering the cultivation room. Chun Hao forgot the most important thing, and that was to activate the restriction. Not activating the restriction was fine for ordinary people, but for Earth celestial stage cultivators, it was no different from not having soundproofing facilities. Chen Shui simply didn't think of this point. After all, this was Chun Hao's room. And she didn't think that Chun Hao didn't activate the restriction. If she knew, she would surely die from embarrassment. How? Let's talk about something. Yes, just like this. Don't be afraid as long as you don't move. Yes, when the two of them were about to lose control, they finally didn't dare to continue. Otherwise, neither of them would be able to bear it. At this time, obviously, it wasn't the time for the yin and yang to merge. After enduring for so many years, there was no reason to persist until the end. After all, whether it was Chun Hao or Chen Shui, they hadn't reached their limits yet. Chun Hao himself didn't care. After all, he had Tantai Lien first, but he had to care about Chen Shui. But the two of them finally quieted down a little, and with a bang, the door opened. Ah! Chen Shui screamed and hid behind Chun Hao. She was so scared that her soul almost left her body. Originally, she had only controlled a little, but the burning desire that was still burning fiercely was completely extinguished. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Long Ting, who suddenly broke in. How could she do this? What kind of person is she? She said she would leave us some space. How could she break in at this time? How did she break in? Slap. Oh no, I forgot to activate the restriction. Sister Ting, Chi, how could Long Ting still hear Chun Hao's words? The moment she broke in, Long Ting, whose face was shining with an obviously abnormal red, directly pounced on Chun Hao, who was only wearing a pair of shorts. That crazy and completely irrational look was as if she wanted to eat Chun Hao. Fortunately, at this moment, Chun Hao was also frightened away by Long Ting's sudden intrusion. Chen Shui opened her eyes wide. At this moment, she also knew that there was a problem. But what exactly happened to make Long Ting become like this was not something she could know. She could only stare blankly as Long Ting, whose body was extremely strong, hugged Chun Hao and pressed him under her body. She forcefully hugged him, forcefully kissed him, and even with a sizzling sound, her clothes were torn to shreds. Not a single thread was left, and she became completely naked. Chen Shui was dumbfounded. She didn't even put on clothes with her. She stared blankly at the fierce Long Ting and Chun Hao, who looked conflicted, but seemed to be enjoying it. What exactly was going on? Chi, chi, chi. Right at this moment, Chun Hao finally emitted numerous profound talisman symbols and directly poured them into Long Ting's body. At the same time, he flipped over and rode Long Ting below him. He said, "Sister Ting, do you want to endure it or eat medicine?" Chun Hao's voice wasn't a simple voice, but a voice that directly touched the soul and contained the profound mysteries of the heart. Long Ting's burning and crazy eyes recovered a trace of clarity, and she trembled as she spat out two words. "Eat medicine, hiss." At the same time, a strand of light flew out from between her brows. Chun Hao directly stretched out his hand to catch it, and quickly opened the jade bottle and stuffed the fiery red and sparkling medicinal pill into Long Ting's mouth. "Little Shui, let's quickly dodge." "Sister Ting, you hold on." "Ha ha ha." Chun Hao pulled Chen Shui and finally couldn't help but laugh loudly. At the same time, he quickly rushed out of the cultivation room and directly activated the restriction from the outside. Long Ting, who temporarily possessed a trace of rationality, was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. It was too embarrassing, but shortly after, The medicinal strength of the fourth medicinal pill that she just swallowed suffused her and burned fiercely. But at this time, she was still able to maintain a trace of clarity. Every time a rebirth pill was swallowed, the moment it was swallowed, it would erupt, but at this time, one would still be able to maintain a trace of rationality. And as time passed, every time it flared up in the future, the rationality one retained would become weaker and weaker until they completely lost their rationality. In reality, if Long Ting wasn't stimulated by Chun Hao and Qin Shui earlier, she wouldn't have lost her rationality so quickly and could still endure 1 or 2 times before swallowing the fourth medicinal pill. But at this time, she who'd been slightly awakened by Chun Hao, how could she still endure it? She'd already lost all her dignity. It was the first time Qin Shui had met her, and she'd forced her way in. It was fine if she'd seen her, but she'd completely seen her. She'd even caused herself to be at a disadvantage, completely naked in front of her. The most embarrassing thing in her life was nothing more than this. Qin Hao laughed loudly, hugging Qin Shui, who was only wearing her underwear. He who was shocked and wasn't prepared for it was directly suppressed. Although he was aroused a little by Long Ting, it was far from the time to flare up. Besides, in front of Qin Shui, although he wanted to flare up, it wasn't the time yet. How could he flare up? At this moment, the only feeling he had was, it was too fun, especially when he thought of the awkward scene of the 2 girls meeting later. He was even more amused. It's good that you forgot. You should have forgotten to activate the restriction. Quickly let go of me. Qin Shui struggled out of Chun Hao's embrace, and with a hiss, she quickly put on her clothes and glared at Chun Hao. What's wrong with her? She's too much. Luckily, we're not. It's a long story. Listen to your brother slowly. Hee. No, it can't be. That's the truth. Tell me, do I have a choice? Long Ting treated me like this. It's definitely not because I'm romantic. There's no need to explain. Every time, you'll always find a sufficient reason for yourself. It's just that, for you, Long Ting really sacrificed a lot. Yes. Although Sister Ting isn't anxious about little Shui, she's really, really good. Glib tongue, who'd believe you? Hee. It's up to you to believe it or not. In any case, I haven't said such glib words to any of them. Chun Hao's gaze stared straight at Qin Shui, and the corners of his mouth carried an evil smile as he spoke. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 659. Does that mean that I'm going to be a big shot in the future? Ahem, little Shui, we are a harmonious society, and the slogan is that everyone is equal. We don't need those superficial things. Chun Hao said as he pulled Qin Shui into his arms and snuggled up to her. Qin Shui raised her pretty face and rolled her eyes at Chun Hao, but she was still secretly happy and would not really be entangled in this issue. In fact, she was just casually saying it. Even if Chun Hao agreed to it, she would not accept it. Wouldn't that make her a target of public criticism? Moreover, it was just as Chun Hao had said, it was indeed just a formality and was completely meaningless. Long Ting will be fine, right? She's fine, just a little difficult to bear. She'll be fine in about 4 hours. Then can I, Xiao Wu, and the others use this kind of pill? Why are you asking this? Chun Hao was slightly stunned. The refining effect is so good. Of course we want to use it. The few of us improved too quickly in that space, and we always have a feeling of unease. What you said, that kind of burning body, burning spirit has an amazing effect on the physical body, the soul, and the state of mind. So I don't know the specific situation, but even if you can use it, I'm afraid I can't use it again. It's not like it works together. We use ours, you don't have to use it. This is unfair to you? When have you ever been fair to us? Ahem, Then when Long Ting comes out, you can ask her. Although I studied this medicine, I didn't study it in depth. You have to ask her for the specific details. Moreover, I don't think it's possible. The mystery of this medicine, if you use it alone, will become extremely evil. As long as I don't swallow the pill that contains your essence and blood, in the future when yin and yang are mixed, I'm afraid you will also lose yourself. Chun Hao said as he smelled the faint body fragrance on Chun Shue's body. If Chun Shue's idea could work, it was indeed a good way for them to cultivate, but if it turned into the situation that Guan Yu wanted to do to Long Ting, it would not work. Even if his woman was deeply in love with him, he could not allow it to happen because of the effects of the drug. That would be a complete loss of self. Oh, then I'll go report first. I haven't reported yet. Wait, what happened? The report ends in the evening. It's still early. Dear Xiao Shui, are you? Chun Hao was originally hugging Qin Shui from behind and snuggling up to her. At this moment, he moved closer to Qin Shui's ear and seemed to be a little embarrassed as he stuttered. At the same time, one of his hands grabbed Qin Shui's small hand. What? Qin Shui asked curiously. Since when was this guy embarrassed? The two of them were only one step away. What was there to be embarrassed about? In the end, Chun Hao felt that it was a little too shameless, so he couldn't directly say it out loud. He changed his strategy and said, "Have you seen the information about the dual cultivation absolute art?" I've seen a little bit. Back then, when you fell into a coma, we didn't dare to tell my mother and senior immortal Yunwei the truth. We could only think of a way ourselves. So, back then, we all saw a little bit. Unfortunately, it was useless. Why are you asking this? When Chen Shui thought of the situation back then, a sweet feeling gushed out from her heart, especially when she thought of Tantai Lian, who was peeked at by everyone. She couldn't help but reveal a smile. What are you doing? I'm sick. I have to treat it. Xiao Shui, I have a prelude to the dual cultivation method here. I'll pass it to you. This illness can only be treated by you, the initiator. Take pity on me. Otherwise, my balls will be broken. Chun Hao, this shameless guy, forcefully pressed Qin Shui's small hand to a certain part of his body, causing Qin Shui to be shocked and embarrassed. The fire that had just been calmed down immediately rose up. Her heart was thumping. However, the relationship between the two of them had already reached the last step. Although this action was extremely, Chun Shui didn't forcefully resist. Moreover, from being forced to hold it to the feeling of curiosity and shyness, hot and hard, that feeling made Qin Shui, who understood but had never experienced it before, go soft all over. Hiss. It was also at this moment that a white light condensed from his will abruptly flashed out from between Chun Hao's brows and entered between Qin Shui's brows. This wretched guy actually didn't hesitate to teach Qin Shui how to do it in order to not make his balls hurt too much. This was truly too shameless. However, it was something that couldn't be helped. Chun Hao, who thought himself to be righteous and clean, would find it difficult to directly tell Qin Shui how to do it no matter what. Only this hypocritical method of using the name of an absolute art. I won't do it. I won't do it. You rogue, Xiao Shui, you have to think clearly. Men are different from women. I'm really sick. This illness can be serious or serious, and the consequences can be light or heavy. For the sake of you being able to reach a higher realm in the future, I have to keep myself clean and endure it. However, enduring it is truly too difficult. It's fine if it's just suffering, but look at how swollen it is. If this goes on, then the consequences will be serious, not to mention internal injuries. I'm afraid I won't be able to endure it when seeing a beautiful woman. Could it be that Xiao Shui wants to see more and more sisters of yours. You dare? I beg of you, Looking at Chun Hao's appearance, she didn't know if he was faking it or not, but in short, he was in a lot of pain. Chen Shui's tone finally softened. It's so embarrassing. You close your eyes. You're not allowed to look. Can you really do it? Yes, quickly. Don't even think about the other methods. I will use the first method. All right. Although Chun Hao had extravagant hopes, he knew that this was a path that he firmly believed in. It was enough that Chen Shui agreed to use the first method. At least this was a good start. You're not allowed to look. Great aunt, you should start already. It's already been 5 minutes. Chen Shui's heart was beating rapidly. Seeing Chun Hao's painful appearance, she finally gathered her courage and burrowed into Chun Hao's embrace. Using her back to face Chun Hao, she also closed her eyes. Her little trembling hand reached in. Little Shui, I love you. Chen Shui, who was rushing towards the alliance's center quickly. Her mind was filled with Chun Hao's appearance when he finally bloomed, especially when she thought of the words that Chun Hao whispered in her ear after he stopped trembling. It actually made Chen Shui feel extremely satisfied. Moreover, Chen Shui realized that when she saw Chun Hao's comfortable appearance, she felt very happy. What she was doing was something that was difficult to talk about and embarrassing to death, but she felt that it was all worth it. Was being able to make him comfortable her happiness? Humph! Only then did he say that he loved me. Did he love me? Or did he love me helping him? Chen Shui muttered in her mind all the way. Even though she had changed her true appearance, she, who was wearing a blue dress, was still beautiful and moving under the influence of this sweet mood. Vice leader position, Chen Xiaobai, disciple of the temple. His background is actually from the temple. Phew! After Chen Shui reported and received the token, she immediately left, and the old man in charge of her report looked at Chen Shui's back view with envy and jealousy. It was not because of Chen Shui's cultivation level or strength, but because of the information displayed by her identity token, which surprised the old man. The so-called background of the temple meant that the young lady called Chen Xiaobai was a direct descendant of the upper echelon of the temple, and a pure upper echelon of the temple. In the temple, how many people could be pure upper echelon of the temple? The so-called pure upper echelon of the temple meant that they had not established any forces or families. They had dedicated their entire lives to the temple, to the human race. Such a person would have an extremely high status in the temple. They did not have many children or direct descendants, but every single one of them would enjoy special treatment from the temple. This was something that the direct descendants of the upper echelon of the temple, who had their own forces and families, could not enjoy. Such upper echelon of the temple could be counted with 2 hands. Naturally, there were some in the dark. Otherwise, the young lady would not have the surname Chen that the old man did not know. But no matter what, to be able to show that they were from the temple, they were all existences that made people envious and jealous, and their backgrounds were definitely extremely powerful. I have to inform the city lord, the focus of tonight's banquet will most likely have to be adjusted. The old man in charge of Chen Shui's report pondered for a while, then made a decision. The temple would definitely not announce such a matter in a high-profile manner, but since they had discovered it, they could not ignore it. If they really treated it as a low profile, then they would really be idiots. After all, this Times report in the primal secret domain was also the time to verify the true information. Even if the temple wanted to hide their identity, at this time, it was impossible. That also meant that the upper echelon of the temple definitely knew that Chen Xiaobai's identity would be discovered by East Flow City. If they did not do anything, wouldn't that be disrespectful to Chen Xiaobai's elders? Chun Shui came and went like lightning without any delay. She only used 10 minutes to go back and forth. But what surprised her was, "Miss Chun, hello." Just as she returned to the East Flow restaurant, three old men who had restrained their auras but emitted an invisible pressure that could make the heavens and the earth prostrate themselves, were actually standing at the entrance of the restaurant. When they saw her arrive, they immediately went up to her with a face full of smiles. More importantly, their gazes towards Chun Shui caused her to be very puzzled, uneasy, and ashamed with a single glance. She could see that these old men had an absolutely revered status, and their cultivations were definitely stronger than any heavenly immortal. Yet they were actually cupping their fists towards her, and their eyes were filled with love and respect. And if they were greeting her, they were still respectfully addressing her as Sir. What was this situation? Say, Senior, this is… Chun Shui nervously bowed and asked, "Miss Chun, the Alliance has just received news that Miss Chun has come to our East Flow City. Please forgive us for our lack of manners. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 660. Senior, did you make a mistake? I am only an ordinary disciple of the temple. There is no need to be so polite. Chun Shui didn't think that she was some great figure. Not to mention that these three people were obviously amazing people from the Grand Miss Supremacy realm, but from how the surrounding cultivators were respectfully looking at them, Chun Shui could guess that these three were the highest level figures of East Flow City. How could they be so polite to a mere disciple of the temple who was suspected of being a fake? No, the word polite could no longer be used to describe them. Although Chun Shui didn't know what was going on, she didn't think that she could calmly accept this. There had to be some mistake somewhere. I understand. Miss Chun, the best room in Flowing Cloud Restaurant has already been arranged for you. Your two friends have also been arranged to be next to you. As for the banquet tonight, the three people's expressions didn't change. The old man in the middle directly asked with a sound transmission, "Top room, banquet seat?" Chun Shui asked with a sound transmission, puzzled. "It's like this. Our East Flow City's division, master heading to the primal mystic realm, is also the highest commander appointed by your temple disciples, Chun Lin. Tonight, he will be gathering everyone above the rank of captain and vice captain for a banquet so that they can familiarize themselves with each other. Our East Flow City will be responsible for organizing this banquet. When the time comes, your seat, should we arrange it according to your rank as vice captain? Oh, you can arrange it however you want. I am only an ordinary vice captain. I understand. Then, Miss Chun, the top room should be fine, right? Thank you for your hospitality. My friends and I already have rooms. If there is nothing else, Junior will be going first. Yes, please. Chun Shui was confused. She quickly left, not understanding why these people would treat an ordinary temple disciple like her with such respect. Could it be that they had mistaken her for someone else? Perhaps this was the only possibility. In any case, she hadn't accepted anything from them. Even if they discovered that they had made a mistake in the future, it wouldn't have anything to do with her. This Chun Xiaobai is quite good. She is so respectful to us, and her words and actions show that she thinks highly of us. It is rare for a disciple with such a status to be so humble and courteous. That's true. We've seen many disciples with such a status. Each one of them thinks they are some sort of character, but they have no idea that others give them face because of their father. Especially that boy who came to our East Flow City last time. For better or worse, we are peak characters of vast universe galaxy. Do you really think we're afraid of him? That's right. If it weren't for our East Flow City, who would listen to him? I'm still the Supreme of Hongming. What Chun Shui didn't know was that her fearful rejection of the other party's hospitality, had instead made the three elders praise her greatly. In fact, these three old men were all high-level figures of East Flow City. If they were placed on the 36 main planets like the Ing planet, even if they couldn't obtain the position of controller, they would still be existence's second only to the controller. Such a character, even in the vast universe galaxy, was a mighty supreme elder. Only the direct descendants of the peak high-level figures of the Holy Temple, who were revered and worshipped by the entire human race, would receive such a grand reception. This was completely out of respect for their elders. If it were just them, they wouldn't even be worth a fart. Every time such a person came to East Flow City, it was always a depressing matter. If they didn't receive them with a grand reception, and if the great figure behind them felt disrespectful, that wouldn't be good at all. It might even affect East Flow City. Although they received them with a grand reception, many times these juniors really did treat them like servants. They had to endure it and not lower themselves to the same level as these juniors. For instance, when the East Flow City's city lord received the news from the old man at the reporting office, he had directly sent 3 people over. Before coming, the 3 of them had already prepared themselves, but they hadn't expected this descendant of the Holy Temple's peak high-level figures. Chen Xiaobai was completely different from the majority of disciples who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths. This caused the 3 of them to breathe a sigh of relief and also praise him greatly. What's wrong? Chen Hao, who was in high spirits, opened the door and saw Chen Shui frowning. He was a little embarrassed as he asked. Without waiting for Chen Shui to speak, he said, "Little Shui, if you're not happy, I won't let you do that in the future." "No, how am I not happy? I just ran into something strange." "Strange? What strange thing?" Chen Hao heaved a sigh of relief and asked when he heard Chen Shui say this. After Chen Shui finished explaining the situation of the 3 Grand Mist Supremacy Realm Masters to Chen Hao, she said, "I think they must have mistaken me for someone else, don't you think so? What's with that expression of yours? I'm talking business with you." "Ha! Such a good thing. You can arrange the banquet as you wish. Why do you want a top-tier room? With my status, even if I had money, I still wouldn't be able to enjoy a top-tier room. They mistook me for someone else. How could I have the nerve to ask for one?" "Wrong. They definitely didn't mistake you for someone else. Rather, when you reported in, they saw your identity, and that's why this situation occurred. Otherwise, they would have appeared when you entered East Flow City. My identity information must be fake. It's precisely because it's fake, and because the fake identity is awesome, it's even more awesome. Think about it. The primal mystic realm restricts everyone from using their true identity to enter, so who can use a fake identity? Even the direct descendants of the top clans of East Flow City can't. Arranging for you, little Wu, little Lien, and the others to become disciples of the temple, and then appearing with fake identities is already very awesome. Moreover, if my guess isn't wrong, the fake identity given to you is also very awesome. If that's the case, then your fake identity isn't a fake identity, but an identity given to you by the person who arranged it. That can't be right. That's the truth. This kind of feeling isn't bad. What kind of feeling isn't bad? Relying on your father. Cough, cough. I mean, the benefits of your identity are quite good. Relying on my father. What does that mean? Don't hide it from me. Chen Shui glared at Chen Hao. She had the most contact with Chen Hao. So how could she not understand Chen Hao? Since he had said something she didn't understand, there was naturally something fishy going on. Moreover, ever since she had been placed under house arrest, Chen Shui felt that everything had gone too smoothly. It was too unbelievable, especially the training space provided to them during this time. And now they were directly disciples of the temple. Moreover, they had even revealed an awesome fake identity. All of this was like a dream. No matter how great Chen Hao's talent was, that was only Chen Hao's matter. How could he possibly take care of all of them? Chun Shui wasn't stupid. Although she didn't know what level of treatment she received, she was sure that even the disciples of the top influences of vast universe star didn't receive such treatment. I'm only guessing. It should be, our Father. That thing isn't simple at all. Chun Hao scratched his head. It wasn't that he wanted to hide this from Chun Shui, but that he knew how much Chun Shui resented her father. That was her father, but in her entire life, she had never even seen him once, much less enjoyed the joy and love of a father. And this non-biological son of his was now both a son and a son-in-law from a fair point of view. Even Chun Hao couldn't understand his father's approach. It wasn't that his father was wrong. After all, Chun Shui's mother, Venerable Han Mei, had used a scheme. Otherwise, her twin sister, his own mother, wouldn't have fallen out with her. But Chun Hao still couldn't figure out many things. From what he knew now, his father should be awesome to an indescribable degree. Why would he conceal his identity and come to the small, limitless star, become a small cultivator, and then become a mortal? It was fine if he was a mortal, but he actually had his legs broken by a weakling. Did he really have no ability at that time? Or did he really seal himself to become an ordinary person? But later on, as he improved, why did he become more and more unfathomable, as if he also had abilities? There were many aspects that Chun Hao couldn't figure out at all. Sure enough, after hearing Chun Hao's words, Chun Shui didn't say anything directly, and her expression became ugly. Xiao Shui, don't think so much. One day, everything will be solved. As juniors, there are many things that we don't understand at all. You can't look at this problem from your point of view. Now, there's still me, right? I don't say that my father is definitely right, but I can't say that he's not wrong. Similarly, our master, she definitely has something wrong. So, we can only look at it fairly. There will definitely be a result in the future. I've told you before, when I went to the secular world to visit father and mother, that is when Master extracted her memory and asked me to pass it to father, he knew of your existence and was very happy. Although you haven't seen him, I believe that from that time onwards, you've always been under his gaze. So what? Cough, cough. Nothing. In short, even if it's for our future, you have to be more open-minded, right? Moreover, now is not the final result. When the truth is revealed, we can judge who's right and who's wrong, okay? I'm definitely not biased towards father. Chun Shui stared at Chun Hao for a few seconds before finally nodding her head lightly. An hour later, creak, the door of the cultivation room slowly opened. Long Ting walked out in a natural and unrestrained manner, dressed neatly. When she saw Chun Hao and Chun Shui, who were sitting in the hall staring at her, she chuckled. Her pair of beautiful eyes met Chun Shui's as she nodded her head, directly locking onto Chun Hao. With a hiss, she went to Chun Hao's side. Speak. You're deliberately making a fool of me, aren't you? Cough, cough. Sister Ting, this really wasn't intentional. Nonsense. You clearly knew that he had the effects of the medicine in his body and that it had acted up a few times already, but you didn't activate the restriction of the cultivation room. You caused me, speaking up to this point. Long Ting looked at Chun Shui again and said, Chun Shui, Xiao Shui, if he didn't activate the restriction, I heard everything. He also caused you to make a fool of yourself. It's so embarrassing. Luckily, I heard it. Don't you think he should be taught a lesson? If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 661. No matter if it was Chun Hao or Chun Shui, they were all stunned by Long Ting's unexpected attack. This was definitely an all-around, indiscriminate AoE attack. She obviously wanted to pull Chen Shui into a team to kill Chen Hao, this boss monster, but the AoE attack she released affected Chen Shui as well, especially that clear and vivid it directly made Chen Shui's beautiful face turn into a ripe red apple. If it was just this, it would be fine, but the words she said also successfully provoked Chen Shui. Chen Hao looked at Chen Shui, whose face was completely red, also turning her head to glare at him, and then looked at Long Ting, whose eyes were filled with a little devil's smile. He was really depressed. This girl took the initiative to strip naked and wanted to rape him. Moreover, it was in front of Chen Shui. Originally, she should be very embarrassed and lose face, and then be so embarrassed that she didn't dare to see him and Chen Shui, but she actually checkmated the two of them instead. Needless to say, Chen Hao knew that this girl was looking for balance. First, let Chen Shui know that although she didn't see you completely stripped naked, but your embarrassing moan was heard by this sister. If you dare to laugh at this sister, then this sister can laugh at you. Second, direct the spearhead directly to Chen Hao and tell Chen Shui that no matter if it was her or Chen Shui, the reason why they made a fool of themselves was because of Chen Hao's intention. You deserve it. Chen Shui held back for a long time and finally chose to be in the same trench as Long Ting. As a result, Chen Hao didn't even have the chance to explain before the two girls directly pounced on him. They executed the standard pinch and pinch technique of women, and they started to fight with each other. They fought back and forth with great pleasure. Only when Long Ting's and Chen Shui's tokens vibrated at the same time did they stop. Chun Lin informed the banquet hall on the top floor of the restaurant. Long Ting said, "It's none of your business." Chen Shui replied and looked at Chen Hao. "Two team leaders, you can go. This soldier will wash up and wait on the bed." Pervert! Rogue. That's strange. Captains, no matter if it's a pervert or a hooligan, they both refer to the indecent behavior of people of the opposite sex who aren't Dao companions. Between Dao companions, it's normal, obligatory, and necessary emotional communication. Chen Hao said in all seriousness. In return, the two girls rolled their eyes. However, Chen Shui didn't bicker anymore. She looked at Long Ting and said, "Let's go." Chun Lin had used his division head token to send the message. Nominally, he was gathering all the cultivators above the rank of large team leader and vice team leader, so that they could work together after entering the primal secret realm. This was equivalent to a military order. If they did not go, it would not be appropriate. Furthermore, the commander, Long Ting, had to pass the order to the large team leader and vice team leaders tokens that she was in charge of. Wait. Long Ting responded to Chen Hao. She looked at Chen Hao with a solemn expression and said, "Little soldier Chen Hao, listen up." "Sir Regiment Commander, what are your orders?" Chen Hao asked, puzzled. "I order you to accompany the large team leader and vice team leader. You are not to disobey." Cough, cough. "Sister Ting, stop fooling around. Go quickly and come back quickly." Chen Hao said, "When you come back, you can do whatever you want of me. I'll let you do whatever you want of me." "Let's go, Long Ting," Chen Shui said. "That, Brother Hao, I can't. I have a few friends who want to get to know you. I've already told them to bring you along." Long Ting's expression changed instantly. She looked at Chen Hao pitifully and said, "Sister Ting, I'm just an ordinary member. This banquet is for the large team leaders and above. They should be discussing important matters. It's not appropriate for me to go. You promised your friends that we'll meet after the banquet." Chen Hao regained his composure and said, although he didn't want to hide himself anymore, there was no need for him to purposely show himself in public. "All right." Long Ting hesitated for a while before replying. She already knew that Chen Hao wasn't willing to join in the fun. Now that she heard what Chen Hao said, she didn't force him. There were a total of 222 people who attended the banquet. Among them, 22 were disciples appointed by the Divine Temple and were the main characters of tonight's banquet. As for division leader Chen Lin, he was undoubtedly the center of attention. During the banquet, as Long Ting expected, Chen Lin kept showing his goodwill. Although he didn't go overboard, he was like a louse on a monk's head. Even Chen Shui could tell. The smart Chen Shui naturally understood the real reason why Long Ting called Chen Hao over. Unfortunately, she didn't say it directly. Otherwise, Chen Shui was sure that with Chen Hao's personality, he wouldn't even need to think about it, and would immediately come over. When the two of them saw that it was about time, they took the initiative to greet Mo Weiwei and the other large team leaders. Then, they excused themselves and walked out of the banquet hall. Long Ting, aren't you going to greet division leader? Why bother with him? But he's already here. Chen Shui walked side by side with Long Ting and transmitted her voice. He's here. We should take the initiative to greet him. I don't want him to think that I'm doing this to him. Junior Sister Ting, Junior Sister Xiaobai, are you leaving already? Chen Lin, who was busy socializing, quickly caught up with the two of them and asked, Yes, senior brother Chen Lin. Go ahead and do what you need to do. My Dao partner has been rushing us a few times. I'm sorry. Long Ting seized the opportunity and said with a smile, Your Dao partner? Oh, senior brother Chen Lin, you might not know that my Dao partner is also participating in this primitive mystic area. I'm sorry that she's rushing us again. Goodbye. After saying that, Long Ting pulled Chen Shui and left in a flash. Chen Lin was left frowning slightly. Her Dao partner. There's only one in name. He's a disciple from a small planet in the Ying planet, Chen Hao. Chen Hao. Could it be that I met him when I reported today? Yes, it must be him. Phew. Almost instantly, Chen Lin thought of the young man named Chen Hao that he had seen before. However, at that time, he did not think that it would be Chen Hao from the Ying planet, who had been famous in the vast universe galaxy because of his results in the preliminary examination. However, Long Ting's words had directly raised the possibility of this to 100%. Information about Chen Hao, his current cultivation level and aura. This time, Chen Lin was truly shocked. When he had first seen Chen Hao, he had been surprised by the other party's powerful aura that did not match his cultivation level. However, he had only been surprised to see that he was not a disciple of the Divine Temple. However, now that he had confirmed Chen Hao's identity, it was a completely different matter. This was because he had read up on Chen Hao and naturally knew how shocking this was. This was something that could not be determined purely by sensing. For example, one's age could only be determined roughly, but not specifically. Furthermore, as one's cultivation level increased, this kind of sensing would become more and more vague. At the very least, it would be determined in units of thousands of years. But now, according to what he knew, Chen Hao was not even 100 years old, let alone 1,000 years old. More importantly, more than 3 years ago, Chen Hao had just stepped onto the Ying planet and taken the preliminary examination. However, now he was already an expert in the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage. This kind of advancement speed was already considered shocking, but for the genius disciples of the Divine Temple, especially geniuses like Chen Lin, it was nothing. Most importantly, the aura that Chen Hao possessed when he was in the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage. When all these factors were put together, Chen Lin was truly shocked. Such shocking talent, even if compared to him, was superior. There was no one who could match up to him. Phew, I thought I could handle Long Ting, but now it seems that there's basically no hope. However, If there's a chance, there's no harm in trying. Chunlin thought to himself. He shook his head a little gloomily and once again entered the crowd to enjoy the pleasure of being a supreme leader. However, just as the banquet was ending, a message from the army commander's token. Looks like it's confirmed who the army commander in charge of East Flow City is. Moling Takshu. It's actually Brother Moling? Ha! I'm in luck. Everyone, I'd like to announce that the army commander of the East Flow City has been confirmed. He's my best friend, one of the top 10 experts in the Earth celestial stage of the Divine Temple. This is a good thing for us. As long as everyone is united and obeys orders, we won't be mistreated in terms of distribution. Of course, if the army is involved, it'll definitely be the top treasures in the primitive mystic realm. If Long Ting were still here, she would definitely be depressed. Moling Takshu was none other than Bailey Ning Bing's fellow disciple, the one who had helped Bailey Ning Bing block her disgusting fellow last time. What? Why didn't you say this earlier? When the two women returned to their room, Chun Shui revealed a little bit of information. As expected, Chun Hao jumped up immediately. It's not as exaggerated as you think. I just feel that he's a little interested. It's not a big deal. Also, when I came back, I made it clear that my cultivation partner was urging me. Alas, if it weren't for cultivation, Brother Hao, we wouldn't be in such trouble. That's right. Why don't we just do it tonight? Who cares if he's cultivating or not? What do you think? Sure. Long Ting said, as she moved closer to Chun Hao. Chun Shui looked at Long Ting speechlessly. Wasn't this last looking for trouble? A certain someone was usually not shameless, but when she was shameless, who could beat her? Just like asking her to do that kind of thing. But what made Chun Shui surprised was this, Sister Ting, I'm just joking. Forget it. You've just taken medicine. I can't take it. You'll stay in the cultivation room. In the bedroom, little Shui and I will have a good night's sleep. We'll go light tomorrow morning. Don't have any objections. You're too tempting now. I don't want to flare up. Go. I have objections. I'll go to the cultivation room with Long Ting. You can stay in the bedroom. Chun Shui saw Chun Hao's gaze inadvertently looking at her, and her heart skipped a beat. She was so frightened that she hurriedly said, I'm the head of the family. If you have any objections, keep them to yourself. Chun Hao released his energy directly and pulled Chun Shui back. Okay, it's boring to play with fire. Although little Shui is at the peak of the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage, and her aura is very strong, she's a little weak. Why don't you play for real? Remember to activate the restrictive spell. Don't let me hear you again. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 662. Chi. The next morning, at the Spaceplane Plaza in the center of East Flow City, there were 1,000 spaceplanes lined up neatly. Millions of cultivators at the Earth celestial stage turned into streaks of light and flew toward the spaceplanes they were going to take. Be careful. Let's go. After stepping into the plaza, it was time for Chun Hao, Chun Shui, and Long Ting to part ways. The cultivators at the rank of captain and vice captain would take the same spaceplane. It was the most powerful spaceplane among the 1,000 spaceplanes. The captains would take the same spaceplane with their 10 squads, a total of 1,000 people. This meant that Chun Hao would have to fly for at least a few months in the chaotic space. After entering the primitive mystic area, it would depend on the situation. If there were no problems, Chun Hao would have to travel alone. Hello, Captain. Wow, Our captain is so young and so handsome. Hello, Captain. He is more than handsome. He is at the peak of the Earth celestial stage. This aura is too powerful. Cough, cough. Fellow cultivators, you are mistaken. I am an ordinary soldier, like everyone else. When Chun Hao stepped into the spaceplane, there were already hundreds of people in it. What made Chun Hao embarrassed was that he did not hide his aura and caused a commotion. Most people even mistook him for a captain. That's impossible. Brother, you are so powerful. Oh, I understand. You must have given up your position on your own accord. Yes, I am sorry. Chun Hao said helplessly. He had decided to appear as his real self. At this time, he realized that it was time to restrain himself. There was no need to attract too much attention in this place. Little brother, how should I address you? My name is Mei Chaofeng. Can I go with you? Don't worry, I just need to follow you. I promise I will not be a burden to you. No matter what you need, as long as I can do it, I will do it for you. Little brother, we will be in the chaotic space for almost half a year. Can I go with you? Although I do not have an originaline body, I am proficient in the dual cultivation method. I believe it will be beneficial to your cultivation, or you can name a price. As long as I can afford it, I will give it to you. This is just a deal, and it won't affect you at all. Please help me. I've been stuck at the peak of the Earth celestial stage for too long, and only a genius like you can help me. My cultivation partner died many years ago, and I'm not a fickle woman. Sorry. What made Chun Hao almost break out in a cold sweat was that two sweet voices entered his ears from two different directions. They actually wanted to be friends. Damn, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. Am I such a casual person? However, it had to be said that although Chun Hao did not look at them, he could sense with his spiritual consciousness that the two female cultivators were indeed quite beautiful. She believed that if it was another man who didn't care about trifles, he probably wouldn't refuse. Unfortunately, they were not tempting to Chun Hao at all. Even if they were 10 times more beautiful, he would not agree. What was the difference between him and a prostitute? However, Chun Hao did not underestimate them. Just like the cultivation method of the Happy Valley on the Asianing planet, it was 100 or even 1,000 times more evil. Still, it was able to exist openly and become one of the top sects on the Asianing planet. These female cultivators were also doing it for the sake of increasing their strength and cultivation. They came to him so easily and directly because he was so talented. He was definitely the best choice for dual cultivation. For female cultivators who relied on this method to improve their strength, it was no different from eating Tang Seng's meat. In fact, what Chun Hao didn't know was that it wasn't just these ordinary cultivators. Even the top genius cultivators had such a phenomenon. In order to improve their strength, they secretly sought out more talented members of the opposite sex. Even their cultivation partners allowed it. It was not uncommon. Little brother, don't you want to look at me? Maybe you will be tempted. Sorry, you'd better find someone else. I don't do this. Chun Hao forcibly cut off the other party's mind again. At the same time, he activated a powerful mind guard to shield himself and quickly walked to his seat. This is too crowded. Chun Hao glanced around and thought to himself after he sat down. Under normal circumstances, the space between the seats of the Alliance's aircraft was several hundred feet apart. However, this aircraft, which looked very big from the outside, was only 10 feet apart from the inside. Obviously, the space was occupied by other uses. Brother, how should I address you? My name is Li Tian. I'm a disciple of the Sword Rain sect from East Flow City. I'm the team leader. You should be in our team. Ha! You're not from East Flow City, are you? Chun Hao from the Asianing planet. Team leader Li, This aircraft looks quite big from the outside. Why is the space between our seats so small? Chun Hao asked the middle-aged cultivator, who was trying to curry favor with him. Ha! It's normal that young people like you don't know. You'll understand when everyone arrives and starts the aircraft. For such a big event, the Alliance doesn't pay anything and is obligated to transport it. However, the cost is very high. Therefore, the Alliance came up with a solution a long time ago. In other words, apart from the captain-level aircraft that has free independent space, we don't have it. If we want to cultivate in peace, we have to spend immortal yuan crystals to enter the VIP room. There are individual rooms inside, just like a restaurant. Of course, the cost of a room of the same level is 100 times higher than in a restaurant. Ordinary people can't afford it. I see. Hello, Brother Chun. I'm Zhao Yuanxiao, a disciple of the Blue Maple sect from East Flow City. Nice to meet you. Brother Chun Hao felt helpless in the face of the cultivators who came to greet him enthusiastically. However, he didn't have the arrogance of a powerhouse and greeted them with cupped fists. These people only came to greet him and didn't disturb him. Their purpose was simple. They wanted to get familiar with him, so that if they met, they would give him some face. This was enough. After a while, Chun Hao also realized that as long as a cultivator had a strong aura, they were very popular. Many people tried to curry favor with them, especially some team leaders and deputy team leaders. Brother Chun, it seems that you're still not used to this situation. We're just trying our luck, and don't ask for your help. However, if we meet someone who isn't hostile, it'll be good. If we can help, it'll be better. I know that Brother Chun won't go with our team, but I still hope that if we meet with danger, you can help us if it's convenient. We won't mistreat Brother Chun. No problem. If there's danger in the area, just let me know. If I can help, I'll help. Chun Hao said. Thank you so much. While Chun Hao was busy dealing with them, Long Ting and Chen Shui were much more relaxed in the aircraft above the rank of team leader. They were separated by a few hundred feet, and the banquet last night had allowed them to get to know the cultivators present. These people, whether they were disciples of the Divine Temple or cultivators of the top sects, were all geniuses with their own arrogance. Unless they were like Chun Hao, who was much more powerful than the people around them, no one would put down their pride and deliberately curry favor with them. However, Chen Shui was a little busier than Long Ting. The reason was that Long Ting was familiar with Zhong Yangming and Go Daoqian, the two single disciples of the Divine Temple. Although they had met last night, Chen Shui and Long Ting had left early after a free exchange and an introduction, so they didn't have a chance. But now, the two of them were very interested in Chen Shui, who was hiding her true identity, and took the initiative to find a topic to talk about. Long Ting knew that nothing would happen, so she deliberately ignored it and looked at Chen Shui with a smile. Unfortunately, Long Ting was pleased with herself for a while before she was shocked by Chen Shui's words. She was also surprised that Chen Shui actually, the two of you are not bad. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in you. The one I like is Long Ting. Thank you. It can't be. You, Zhong Yangming, Go Daoqian, Mo Weiwei Duan Rentian, and Long Ting were all dumbfounded. It was not because of Chen Shui's declaration of liking Long Ting, but because of the sudden change in Chen Shui's aura, as if it was completely the aura of her true body, the aura of a man. At the same time, the blue dress on her body suddenly changed into a blue robe. Her beautiful face instantly became more robust, and she became a real handsome guy. She was not inferior to Chun Hao, who was so handsome that he shocked the Central Committee of the Central Committee. The only thing was that she was more handsome than masculine. Ting Ting, forget about Chun Hao. Let's be together in the future. okay? Chen Shui glared at the astonished Long Ting, and with a hiss, she went to Long Ting's side, hugged her by the waist, and said, "Ah, you little girl, how am I a little girl? You, hurry up and go back. Don't stay here with me." Long Ting pushed Chen Shui away. Cough, cough. Chen Xiaobai, are you a man or a woman? Isn't this absolute art a little too godly? I can be male or female, but my heart is male, so don't bother me. We can only be friends. Chen Shui looked at Long Ting proudly, but she did not return to her seat. Instead, she sat down beside Long Ting and said, "Let's go together." Swoosh! Long Ting, who was in a daze, suddenly flipped out in broad daylight. A cloud of smoke directly appeared around the two of them. Then, before Chen Shui could react, she grabbed Chen Shui's chest with one hand and reached between her legs with the other. "Ah, ha ha! I told you, teach me, teach me. I must learn this ultimate skill. You have to be able to learn it first, but you have to help me with something first. What is it? Tell me. As long as I can do it, I'll naturally help you. I want. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 663. F***CK. What are the two of them doing? Could it be Zhong Yangming? And the others were a little dumbfounded. At the same time, the cultivators who were paying attention to the situation here were also a little dumbfounded. There was such an absolute art in the world. It could be both male and female. This Chen Xiaobai was not simple. This was the consensus that everyone had reached. At least, no one present could see through any flaws in Chen Xiaobai's disguise as a man. Moreover, although Chen Xiaobai's original appearance was disguised with her aura and appearance, the aura of the primordialine body was not something that could be imitated by any man, unless it was a legendary figure who had surpassed the Hongmeng realm and could directly condense a true life form with supreme magical powers. Only then could it be done. However, it was obvious that Chen Xiaobai could not be an expert above the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. In other words, she was indeed a woman. Then, the aura that she had turned into a man just now could only mean that she had done it with some kind of absolute art. This absolute art could not increase one's combat strength, but its awesome function was absolutely awesome. On the same day, in the other four cities on Vast Universe Star, Helian Wuzi, Tantai Lian, Xia Yuyu, and the Lung sisters, who were inseparable, also boarded the aircraft one after another. The five of them were also disciples of the Divine Temple and did not appear in their true forms. Moreover, the five of them were also relatively busy. Even Tantai Lian, who had lost her primordialine body, was no exception. As a single woman, especially a genius girl who could become a disciple of the Divine Temple, even if her appearance was ordinary, she would still be popular. It did not matter if she lost her primordialine body. There were many cultivators who had the mentality of not having to take responsibility for each other's improvement. However, just like Chenlin and Long Ting, no one dared to force them. They just tried to get close to them. Under normal circumstances, there would not be any problems. After all, they were all disciples of the Divine Temple and still had the basic manners. At the same time, any disciple of the Divine Temple would be protected by the human race was very scary. Half an hour later, everyone was present. The captain and vice captain of the 1,000-man team arrived almost at the same time. Their auras were indeed much higher than the average person's. After entering the cabin, they gave a lecture and even did a roll call so that everyone could get to know each other. When Chun Hao was mentioned, the two of them couldn't help but take a few more glances at him, but they didn't show any eagerness. The reason was very simple. At this moment, Although Chun Hao was still a rare genius who possessed the aura of the peak of the later stage of the Earth celestial stage at the peak of the initial stage, he wasn't too conspicuous. This was also because Chun Hao could not stand the enthusiasm of the crowd and had deliberately restrained himself. At the very least, even if the cultivators who came later noticed him, they would feel that his combat strength might not be as good as theirs and would not be as enthusiastic as they were. At the beginning, the other cultivators who knew Chun Hao's true aura would naturally not gossip and tell everyone that Chun Hao had concealed his aura. People were selfish. If they all went to curry favor with Chun Hao, wouldn't the effect of their enthusiasm weaken? Of course, he wouldn't report it to the captain and vice captain. How could they say that Chun Hao had an aura that was even stronger than the captain's? If the two of them were very low-key and easy to get along with, they might tell them to increase the strength of the team. However, the two of them were full of officialdom, so those who had such thoughts dismissed the idea. If they said that, what if the two of them were petty and thought that they were being looked down upon? That would be a thankless task, so no one would do it. Everyone, the aircraft is officially activated. The estimated time to reach the primitive mystic realm is about 5 months. During this period, those in the cabin will not be able to enter the second world. If you need to cultivate, you can go to the VIP area. The area will be charged according to the rules of the Alliance. There are various services in the VIP area. Cultivators who need them can go in and take a look. Whoosh! As soon as the Heaven Celestial Stage expert in charge of the aircraft finished speaking, there was an uproar in the cabin. Most of them were like Chun Hao, young people who had never experienced such a big event. Some middle-aged and elderly people were more calm. They closed their eyes and rested in their seats or comprehended their unique skills. Isn't this too much? It's fine if there's no independent space, but we can't even enter the second world. How are we supposed to live? That's right. The second world signal should be provided. Everyone, I'm very sorry. In order to save costs, the Alliance can only do this. These are the services and fees of the VIP area. If you need them, you can go to the VIP area. The old man seemed to know that there would be complaints. After he calmly said this, he disappeared. At the same time, a giant display screen appeared at the front of the cabin, listing out the various services. This time, the cursing and swearing became even more intense. Expensive. It was 100 times the price of any high-class place in East Flow City. Even the captain and vice captain were depressed, but for the sake of face, they still stood up and walked towards the VIP area. Some young disciples also stood up after being depressed for a moment, but those that dared to walk into the VIP area numbered less than 300 out of 1,000 people. Moreover, the vast majority of them were young people. The reason was simple. At the same cultivation realm, their combat strength was about the same. Naturally, the older one was, the poorer one would be. The younger one's status, whether it was in a sect or family, would be much more important. Naturally, they would have more wealth. There were over a dozen young disciples that were clearly peerless geniuses, like Chun Hao. They stood up with arrogant expressions. Chun Hao followed the flow of people and walked in. Although he didn't care about this small amount of money, he still felt as if he were being slaughtered like a fat sheep. What he hated the most was that there wasn't even a signal to open the second world. That didn't consume much energy. Without a doubt, this was to entice everyone to spend money. Hello, may I ask what service you need? It's you? Haha, how come you're here? I'm sorry, Mr. Chun, because I'm sorry. The waitress's face flushed red, and she stuttered as she spoke. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Chun Hao. She had a helpless look on her face. She wanted to explain, but in the end, she didn't. There were 50 young waitresses, at the service counter that was about 300 feet long. All of them were at the peak of the later stage of the human celestial stage. Chun Hao followed the nearly 300 cultivators and walked in front of a female attendant who was in charge of handling the service. She had just finished with the person in front of her and was politely sending him off with her gaze. So Chun Hao didn't pay any attention to her. However, he didn't expect that when the female attendant saw Chun Hao, she actually cried out in surprise and covered her mouth. At this time, Chun Hao was a little surprised to recognize this young waitress. Wasn't she the little girl that he had mistaken for Long Ting in the East Stream restaurant? Oh, congratulations. You must have been promoted, right? I'm sorry about last time. What's your name? Chun Hao said with a smile and didn't ask further. It's okay. My name is Fan Xiaoqing. Mr. Chun, what service do you need? I can help you, Fan Xiaoqing. In this East Stream city, there are only Fan Xiaoqing. It's very rare. A top-level room. If there are any more, please help me with it. Top level room. It's very expensive. Mr. Chun, can you change it to a normal one? The cost of a normal one is 10 times lower, but the function is not much different. What surprised Chun Hao was that Fan Xiaoqing transmitted her voice to him. She seemed to be worried that he would spend too much money. This wasn't something that she should do as a waitress. It's okay. I'll take the top-level one. Chun Hao said casually. Oh. Fan Xiaoqing bit her lips and looked at Chun Hao with a strange look. She lowered her head even more. She seemed to be very nervous and reluctant to take Chun Hao's wealth card and help him with it. Chun Hao was a little confused, but he didn't want to ask further. He said a few more words because he had hugged her by mistake and felt a little embarrassed. What Chun Hao didn't know was that when he left the counter and walked towards the top-level room, the waitress, whose face was still red, took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She looked like she was praying sincerely. After a few seconds, she started to process the rest. Sir, this way, please. When Chun Hao held the room token and walked through the door of the VIP area, a middle-aged man in the Heaven Immortal stage with a smile on his face cupped his fists and bowed to Chun Hao, making an inviting gesture. This surprised Chun Hao. Could it be that because of the high cost, even the waitress became a divine immortal? He had seen attendance at the human celestial stage and the earth celestial stage. But a heaven celestial, that was too exaggerated. If a heaven celestial were on the Wuji star, he would definitely be a powerful figure. But in this aircraft, he was just an attendant who received guests. Chun Hao looked at the middle-aged divine, immortal, who was leading the way, and shook his head slightly. Then he followed him into the maze-like passageway with many twists and turns. Sir, this is your room, which is also our top-level room. On the tea table in the living room, there is a high-class service that can only be consumed in top-level rooms. If you need it, just press the service button and let me know. High-class service? Ha! You will understand when you see it. If you need it, just let me know. I won't bother you anymore. Well, okay. Chun Hao replied and walked into the room. He spent 100 times the price, but the space wasn't very big. However, the decorations were very luxurious, and the room contained a dense amount of heaven and earth aura. To be able to do this in an aircraft, it was indeed very costly. Moreover, there were various complicated and high-level runes, which gave off a weak but profound aura of the law of heaven, which was even rarer. Phew, it's finally quiet. I have been flying in the chaotic space for half a year, which is just enough time for me to practice in the second world. Chun Hao said with a long sigh. As he spoke, he walked slowly to the tea table and sat comfortably in the armchair. Then he waved his hand, and picked up the so-called high-class service document. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 664. F***CK. Chenhao was curious and wanted to see what the so-called high-class service was. He opened the first page, and his eyes widened. He was so shocked that he almost threw the manual to the ground and cursed. This is the flying machine of the Alliance Center. It provides this kind of service? This is too exaggerated. Chenhao could not believe what he saw. This F***King high-class service was a blatant, erotic service. Even though Chenhao only saw the first page and did not read the contents and instructions, he was sure that this was the legendary service. Because the first page was a picture condensed by the white jade crystal. It was a young girl with a graceful figure and a pretty face. That alone was not enough to explain the problem. The most important thing was that the young girl in the picture was only wearing a thin veil. Her curvaceous body was faintly discernible. Her high breasts and the two obvious pink and tender bumps were visible. Then there was the lush, black, triangular jungle area. Although it was covered by the translucent veil, it was like looking at flowers in the fog. It was not clear, but it was definitely revealing. Moreover, the person who made the picture book obviously knew the psychology of men well. The revealing was just right. This was no doubt more tempting than being completely naked with no secrets to speak of. It was the essence of hugging the pipa and covering half of the face. Even Chenhao, although he was shocked, his eyes were attracted by the picture. Naturally, he had the arousal that normal men would have. Even though the girl in the picture was not on the same level as Chen Shui and the other girls, luckily, I am a righteous and pure person. If not, I would not be able to resist the temptation. Fan Xiaomei, this name. Chenhao saw the name under the picture and was slightly stunned. He thought of the girl that he hugged just now. That girl is called Fan Xiaoqing. This is called Fan Xiaomei. Could it be? Thinking of this, Chenhao quickly flipped to the second page. Sure enough, it was another picture of a beautiful woman. However, after Chenhao saw that the name was Pan Xiaolan, he flipped to the third page. Then the fourth page, names that started with the word Fan Xiao kept appearing. Finally, when he reached the ninth page, Chenhao stopped flipping through the pages. His gaze stopped on the girl's face in the picture. Fan Xiaoqing. As expected, Chenhao shook his head and said, "No wonder she didn't want me to stay in the best room. She was embarrassed to let me see." Thinking of how Fan Xiaoqing lowered her head with a red face, not even daring to look at him, and then thinking of how Fan Xiaoqing raised her head and gave him a weird look after he confirmed that he wanted the best room, Chenhao didn't understand and didn't think too much about it, but now he understood how Fan Xiaoqing felt. To put it bluntly, although he and Fan Xiaoqing met by chance, it was obvious that his hug made Fan Xiaoqing treat him as an acquaintance. And now, what she was going to do was undoubtedly something that she didn't want any acquaintance to know. Fan Xiaoqing still has the body of Yuanin. This should be her first time doing it, right? Chenhao shook his head again. It had to be said that even if they met by chance, they didn't have any feelings for each other. But seeing such a decent girl fall into his trap, Chenhao still felt a little regretful. Although this kind of thing existed on Earth, and in this world in his previous life, and it wasn't rare, but no matter in his previous life or this life, Chenhao wouldn't enter such a place. In his previous life, many times when he wanted to vent, he would choose the target himself and use huge benefits to exchange for it willingly. There were a total of 20 pages of pictures of beauties. Chenhao wasn't in the mood to read the rest, so he directly flipped to the section with the explanation. After reading the explanation, Chenhao frowned slightly. At the same time, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The truth was a little different from what he imagined. These 20 girls didn't betray themselves willingly, but they were slaves against their will. I see. If I didn't see it, then it's fine. But since I saw it, then I'll help her. After reading the explanation, Chun Hao closed the information and muttered to himself, "A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water." As for that girl, although there was no debt of gratitude between Chun Hao and her, but he rashly hugged her, so it was considered a good karma. If he didn't help, it wouldn't be in line with Chun Hao's character. Beep, beep, beep. Thinking of this, Chun Hao didn't hesitate anymore, and directly sent a stream of energy into the service call button. After a while, the heavenly immortal expert from earlier appeared in front of Chun Hao. "Mister, have you seen it? Which one do you like, no matter if the others choose it or not? You can have priority," the middle-aged man said with a smile. Originally, he didn't have high hopes for Chun Hao. This was because when Chun Hao and the other cultivators entered the aircraft, he was already looking for a target. Even when he saw Chun Hao, he was extremely surprised. This was definitely a top genius that could be called a monster in the vast universe galaxy. Even if such a young disciple was purely venting, he wouldn't just casually look for an ordinary girl. As long as they were willing, there were many more excellent girls for them. Why would they lower their status? Therefore, when he received Chun Hao's paging, while he was surprised, he also directly mentioned the treatment that others wouldn't be able to enjoy. "I like number 9 fan, Xiaoqing. I want to know, other than the service described in the explanation, is there any other way to redeem her?" Redeem her? The middle-aged man was instantly surprised. "Mister, I'm sorry. These 20 girls are all genius disciples that our fan family has been cultivating since young. Although they are slaves, they are not ordinary slaves. The cultivation treatment that they enjoy in the family is better than most of the direct descendants. They are also one of the future power reserves of the family. Redeeming her is out of the question. You can name any price you want." "Mister, I'm really sorry. This isn't a matter of price. It's beyond my authority." The middle-aged man was very surprised. Fan Xiaoqing's information had already been detailed in the explanation. Whether it was her beauty or talent, she wasn't the most outstanding among the 20 girls. She could only be considered above average. However, this monstrous genius youth actually chose her. Not only did he choose her, he even wanted to redeem her. That "name any price" made him extremely tempted. However, he knew that these 20 girls, no matter what price, the family head would definitely not sell them. Is there no room for negotiation? You can report to your superiors and ask. You can name any price you want. I can guarantee that the price that I can afford will definitely allow you to cultivate dozens or even hundreds of fan Xiaoqing. This, I can ask, but I can't guarantee success. This matter can only be decided by the family head of the fan family. If you want to contact him, it will take time. How long will it take? I'm not sure. It depends on whether the family head is in seclusion. Mister, can you let Fan Xiaoqing come over first? With your super talent, the service fee is only 1 million immortal essence crystals. If it takes too long, it will be hard to avoid being taken away by others. All right, let her come over. Give me an answer as soon as possible. All right. What Chun Hao didn't know was that the heavenly immortal realm master was just giving an excuse to save face for Chun Hao. Before he came, he had already received orders that no matter how high the price was, Fan Xiaoqing and the rest would not sell them. The main reason for providing services was to be able to dual cultivate with the top geniuses and obtain the special benefits that only geniuses could get. Of course, it wasn't as simple as just letting Fan Xiaoqing and the rest get the benefits. Just like how the Valley of Happiness was able to become one of the top sects on the Ying planet, their promiscuous cultivation method was disdained by many pure and honest cultivators, but it was undoubtedly an extremely perverted way of cultivation. Once they practiced dual cultivation, they could more or less obtain some of the other's special supernatural powers and special understanding of the heavenly Tao. Even the extremely difficult to improve comprehension could be stimulated. Although this promiscuous method was a little indirect, it still had a considerable effect. To put it bluntly, Fan Shaoqing and the rest were just the mortal elixirs that the Fan family prepared for their genius disciples. The so-called mortal elixirs were slaves that were cultivated from a young age. There were both males and females. The more talented they were, the better the treatment they would receive. After stepping into the peak of the advanced stage of the immortal realm, it was time for them to start using the mortal elixir. The mortal elixirs who maintained their yuanin and yuanin bodies could usually be sold for a good price after their first yin and yang fusion. Just this income alone could basically make up for the cost of cultivating them. However, the first time was not something that anyone could buy. If one wanted to buy it, one had to be a genius cultivator. The more talented one was, the lower the cost. It could even be free. This was because the families that had the ability to cultivate mortal elixirs were basically powerful families that had reached the point where immortal essence crystals were just a bunch of numbers. What they really needed was the comprehension of the heavenly Tao, comprehension, and special supernatural powers that the mortal elixirs obtained from their genius disciples. Because of this, the more talented the buyer was, the lower the price. However, most of the mortal elixirs were women. The ratio of mortal elixirs to men was less than 1/10. This was an inevitable phenomenon in the world of male supremacy. After all, if a woman cultivated with the mortal elixir, it would be very difficult for men to accept her. For example, if the Fan family let the Fandong Lu use a male mortal elixir to cultivate, which genius disciple would want to be her cultivation partner? The yuanin body was very important in the eyes of any man if they were to be his cultivation partner. As for Fan Shaoqing and the rest of the 20 girls, regardless of appearance or talent, they could only be considered average. To be exact, they were confined to the peak of the advanced stage of the immortal realm. At this time, it was time to use them. If they could meet a super genius who could benefit them greatly and help them break through to the earth immortal realm, then they could continue to cultivate according to their own methods. When they could no longer rely on themselves to break through, they would start to cultivate with other genius disciples again. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 665. But they couldn't be sold like now. And they even had to pay for it because they no longer had the body of primordial yin. Only after countless times of dual cultivation, when they really obtained some of the skills and insights that the genius disciples in the family needed, would they be able to display their usefulness and become the dual cultivation partner of the genius disciples. After making the best use of everything, those who were lucky and strong would become the lowest class in the family. Those who were poor would become the death warriors, and those who were miserable would become the cultivation partner of the lower class in the family. It could be said that the fate of the human Dan was even more miserable than that of a normal slave. Of course, there were also special circumstances. If the human Dan's talent became stronger and stronger and reached the level of heavenly immortal, then they would be able to escape the sea of suffering and become the upper class in the family. Unfortunately, this situation was very rare. "Hello, what service do you need?" "The lounge." A young cultivator said. The lounge was the cheapest service in the VIP area. In fact, it was just a slightly spacious seat. The only difference was that it was connected to the signal of the second world, and this was also the choice of 70% of the 300 cultivators who came in. "Oh, please," I say, "Miss, you haven't returned me my wealth card." I'm sorry." Fan Shaoqing quickly apologized and returned the wealth card to the cultivator. Ever since Chun Hao had moved into the best room, she had been distracted. The handsome young man who hugged her by accident, who didn't have the arrogance of a super genius, and who even apologized to her, had left an indelible impression on her. It wasn't that she wished for anything, and she didn't dare to wish for anything. Just by looking at the two girls who were 100 times more outstanding than her, she knew that she couldn't leave any mark in his heart. But that didn't mean that she couldn't fantasize and couldn't turn that accidental encounter into a beautiful memory. And when they met again, he greeted her with a smile and even asked for her name, which made her feel an indescribable joy. However, Chun Hao chose the top-class room. What did it mean for such a genius young man to enter the top-class room? It meant that there would be information about her placed in front of Chun Hao. Even though Chun Hao didn't care about her at all, she didn't want the youth who had left her with an indelible impression and fantasy to find out that her lowly identity was dirty. That was why she plucked up the courage to suggest that Chun Hao stay in a normal room. Unfortunately, because of this, she secretly prayed that Chun Hao, who was full of righteousness, would not look at the information and find out that she was dirty. Not for anything else. He just hoped that even if he didn't leave an impression, he couldn't leave a dirty impression. This kind of subtle thinking could be said to be the only pure land in the hearts of people like her, the spiritual sustenance. Ordinary people simply could not understand their desire to look up to heaven from hell. They knew that there was no hope, but they would always give themselves a wisp of beautiful fantasy, because this was their courage to live on and their spiritual sustenance. Just a moment ago, she received another message that pointed at her. What made her absent-minded was that it was actually him. At this moment, she was uneasy and thought of many things in an instant. There was the disappointment of being found out, but there was also the excitement of being pointed by Chun Hao. At the same time, there was also the disappointment of knowing that Chun Hao would point people. That made the perfect figure in her heart be tainted with flaws. However, there was also a kind of expectation. Perhaps he only pointed at her when he saw her. If she wasn't in it, he wouldn't know how to point at all. At the same time, she was also looking forward to his talent. He was only at the peak of the initial stage of the Earth's celestial stage, but he had a powerful aura that surpassed most of the geniuses at the peak of the later stage of the Earth's celestial stage. If she sold herself to him, then she believed that she could rely on the fusion of her soul and flesh to gain a great harvest. She could definitely step into the Earth celestial stage easily. With what she gained, she could even cultivate and break through to the heaven celestial stage. If she could really do it, maybe she could, although it was still difficult, but the final outcome would definitely be a shocking change. This might be the turning point of her life, although her life was still under the control of the Fan family. Fan Shaoqing, you can stop processing now. Come with me. Just as Fan Shaoqing was still immersed in shock and complicated thoughts, the middle-aged man in the heaven's celestial stage appeared at the entrance of the VIP area and directly transmitted his voice to her. At this moment, there weren't many cultivators who were still processing the service. She should have stopped after it was completely over. However, the middle-aged man in the heaven's celestial stage asked her to stop in advance. It was enough to show how much he valued Chun Hao. For such a genius, not to mention the 1 million immortal core crystals that he quoted, as long as the other party frowned, he would immediately lower the price. He would even dare to make it free. Because of Chun Hao's talent, If he knew that there was such a genius here who had such a hobby, then the Fan family wouldn't have arranged for a human pill like Fan Xiaoqing's. Instead, it would have been a supreme human pill. Manager. Fan Xiaoqing anxiously came to the middle-aged man's side, bowed, and said, "Follow me." "Yes." Fan Xiaoqing wasn't immediately brought to Chen Hao's room. Instead, she was brought to a secret room by the old man. Fan Xiaoqing, this young man's talent, even in the entire vast universe galaxy, belongs to the top category. I only have one request for you. That is to unconditionally satisfy all of his requests. Do not reject. Make full use of this half a year and dual cultivate with him as much as possible. You understand? Ununderstood. Fan Xiaoqing said with a red face. If she knew that this day would come, and that she couldn't change it or resist, she would have accepted her fate. No matter who it was, she couldn't reject. She could only listen to the arrangements. This was the mission that she had been taught since she was young, the mission of a human pill. And now, to be able to meet him twice and to have a little bit of interaction with him, a youth that she could only dream of was her first man. To her, this was definitely the perfect beginning. She didn't need the manager to tell her what to do. Also, if he asks about redeeming myself. Redeeming myself? Yes, I don't know what this young man sees in you. He actually wants to redeem your freedom. Unfortunately, the human dawn that the Fan family has nurtured have never been redeemed. With the Fan family's wealth, it is impossible for them to redeem the human dawn that they have spent so much effort on. This is impossible. You only need to say so. All right, go. Yes, dong, 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 hiss. When the door was knocked, Chen Hao opened the door. Fan Xiaoqing lowered her head, her hands tightly clasped together, bowed, and said, "Mr. Chen, hello, come and sit." Chen Hao pointed at the chair in front of him and said, "Xiaoqing doesn't dare." Fan Xiaoqing replied softly. She didn't dare to sit in front of Chen Hao. Trembling, she knelt beside Chen Hao, lowered her head, pursed her lips, and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Perhaps it was because of her nervousness. Her chest was obviously moving up and down. Seeing Fan Xiaoqing like this, Chen Hao frowned slightly and said, "Fan Xiaoqing, don't misunderstand. You and I have met twice. It's fate." "I saw this." Chen Hao pointed at the advanced service manual and said, "I want to help you. You are a slave of the Fan family. You should be able to redeem yourself, right?" "Mr. Chen." Fan Xiaoqing looked at Chen Hao, shook her head, and said, "We are not normal slaves. Redeeming ourselves is impossible. No matter how advanced a slave is, there is a price, right? Can't I give you 100 times the price?" Chen Hao said, This is not about the price. We were raised by the Fan family since we were young. Rindan, Mr. Chen, I appreciate your kindness. If Fan Xiaoqing paused and looked at Chen Hao, mustered up her courage, and said, "If Mr. Chen really wants to save me, please take me." Chen Hao frowned and said, "What does Rindan mean?" Fan Xiaoqing knew that she had to face it. So, even though she was trembling, she explained to Chen Hao about Rindan and the reason why the Fan family would not let them redeem themselves. What made Chen Hao even more conflicted was that the only way he could help Fan Xiaoqing was to dual cultivate with her and let her get the most out of it. That was the only way for Fan Xiaoqing to have a glimmer of hope. Seeing that Chen Hao was frowning and not saying anything, Fan Xiaoqing finally understood that Chen Hao did not want to dual cultivate with her. He just wanted to redeem herself. After understanding this, Fan Xiaoqing felt that this was normal. Why would a genius like him do something like this? Even though she was a little disappointed, Chen Hao's image in her heart was once again perfect. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Chen. My fate is like this. You don't have to worry about it. I don't want Mr. Chun to be criticized because of me. Thank you. Fan Xiaoqing stood up and bowed to Chun Hao again. Then she quietly walked to the door. Wait, go to the cultivation room first, Chun Hao suddenly said. Mr. Chun, it's okay. There's no need to criticize me. I'll try again. If it really doesn't work, I'll dual cultivate with you. Chun Hao said with clear eyes. As he spoke, he waved his hand and sent Fan Xiaoqing, who still wanted to decline, into the cultivation room. Then he activated the restriction from the outside. At the same time, he sent out another stream of energy to press the service button. As a man, it would be fine if he did not want to help her. But since he wanted to help her, he would help her and see it through. Dual cultivating with a girl that he had only met twice and who was not outstanding to him, even though it was a little awkward, it was much better than his previous life where it was purely an exchange of benefits. Plus, he was helping her, and there would be no repercussions. What was so good about it? Moreover, he was confident that he could redeem her. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 666. Mr. Chun, what can I do for you? I haven't been able to contact the head of the family yet. A moment later, the middle-aged man appeared before Chun Hao once again. I'm sorry, I didn't think this through. The Fan family is the #1 family in East Flow City. I want to redeem Fan Xiaoqing. But no matter how high the price is, I'm afraid you won't be interested in it. How about this? Just tell the head of the Fan family that 500,000 cubes of supreme-grade Spirit Spring is the most I can offer. If it's still not enough, then I'll just forget about it. To be honest, this Fan Xiaoqing is a very ordinary person even among the 20 people. Whether it's her looks or talent, she's nothing to me. The only reason I want her is because she looks exactly like my dead first love. The middle-aged man in the Heaven Immortal realm was shocked by Chun Hao's words. He was so shocked that he was speechless. 500,000 cubes of supreme-grade Spirit Spring. What kind of concept was that? If it was immortal vitality crystals, the Fan family could completely ignore it. However, supreme-grade Spirit Spring was in high demand in the entire cultivation world, especially for a big family like the Fan family. They all had expert craftsmen. Supreme-grade Spirit Spring could be said to be the key to determining the number of supreme-grade spirit treasures, and even divine instruments in a big family. Even if they could get 10,000 cubes at once, it would be a huge gain for the family, let alone 500,000 cubes. However, Chun Hao wanted to use 500,000 cubes of supreme-grade Spirit Spring to exchange for Fan Xiaoqing's ordinary elixir. When they heard this condition, the heavenly immortal could not help but wonder if there was something special about Fan Xiaoqing that they had missed out on. However, that was impossible. Fan Xiaoqing had been raised by the Fan family since she was young. There were no secrets to speak of. Therefore, when Chun Hao said that she looked exactly like his dead first love, he immediately thought of Chun Hao as a lunatic who was obsessed with love. Only a lunatic like this would pay such a frightening price for a woman who did not benefit him at all. To be exact, it was only to relieve him of his loneliness. I'll wait for your news. Oh, okay. But, Mr. Chun, can you let me appraise the quality of your supreme-grade Spirit Spring? That way, when I report to the head of the family, it'll be easier for me to explain. Sure. Hiss. Chun Hao directly brought out a top-grade Spirit Spring, wrapped in Zhenyuan, and appeared in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man frowned and pondered for a few minutes. Finally, he looked at Chun Hao and said, Mr. Chun, please wait. I'll try to contact the family head. If it doesn't work, I'll contact the higher-ups. It should be quick. Looks like there shouldn't be a problem, Chun Hao thought to himself. He should have known that such a large family would not be moved by his so-called price. In reality, even though immortal essence crystals were a common currency amongst the top clans, powers, and upper echelons of the cultivation world, not many people cared about it. That was merely a pile of numbers. It was not that they had so much wealth that they could not spend it all, but that celestial essence crystals were simply unable to buy the things that they wanted. However, his supreme grade spirit spring was different. In the past 3 years, he had sold it several times. Each time, it was in small quantities, but the price had risen terrifyingly each time. This also made Chun Hao even more aware of how scarce supreme grade spirit spring was in the cultivation world. This was also the reason why Chun Hao was extravagant and did not care how much he spent. He only wanted to enjoy the top-grade spirit spring. As his cultivation level increased, the amount of supreme-grade spirit spring would eventually become a vast ocean. In fact, if one wanted to obtain supreme-grade spirit spring, they basically had to exchange for Dharma treasures and spiritual items of the heaven and earth of equivalent value. If they directly sold it for celestial essence crystals, unless it was a lucky poor person who accidentally obtained supreme-grade spirit spring, no one would sell it for celestial essence crystals. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, the middle-aged, heavenly, immortal quickly came over. As Chun Hao expected, the other party agreed immediately. When Chun Hao handed over the storage ring with 500,000 cubic meters of supreme-grade spirit spring to the other party, the middle-aged, heavenly immortal, who was obviously still in the second world, directly sent a message. At the same time, Fan Shaoqing, who was hiding in the cultivation room and still feeling uneasy, suddenly screamed and widened her eyes in shock. Immediately, she cried tears of joy, because the slave rune imprinted in the depths of her soul suddenly collapsed and disappeared. She, who had obtained the human core, had finally become a normal person who had obtained freedom. When a person was young and insensible, they could be carefree. However, as they grew up and came into contact with more and more people and things, they would understand themselves more and more. They would also understand that their fate was arranged by others, and they could not resist it. No one could be carefree. He could only work hard for his slim chance of survival. Until now, what was her slim chance of survival? It was to offer her body of vital yin to a genius young man, and then rely on her own strength to break through to the earth, immortal, heaven immortal. In fact, until now, her slim chance of survival no longer existed. However, what she did not expect was that she actually obtained freedom so easily just because of a young man that she had met twice. She knew that he must have paid a huge price to make the impossible redemption possible. Other than being grateful and touched, what else could she do? She had nothing to repay him with. She was even willing to be his slave. But she knew that no matter what she did, she would not be able to repay such a huge favor. Chun, master, bang. When Chun Hao opened the door of the cultivation room and entered, Fan Shaoqing, who was crying tears of joy, knelt on the ground with a bang. Get up quickly. It's not a big deal. You don't have to be so courteous. And you can't call me master. Looks like the soul slave seal has been broken. From now on, you are free. Chun Hao smiled and sent out a stream of energy to help Fan Shaoqing up. No, master. After being helped up, Fan Shaoqing knelt down again with a bang. I, Chun Hao, from now on, am willing to be your slave for all eternity. I will serve you, Master Chun Hao. Heaven is my witness. If I violate this contract, my soul will be destroyed, and I will never be able to reincarnate. Hiss. Every word was clear, but Fan Shaoqing spoke at an astonishing speed. She even brought out her soul, and with her soul as a guide and the world as a witness, she signed a soul contract that left Chun Hao dumbfounded. Even Chun Hao could not stop her. Originally, When he helped her up and saw her kneel down again, he thought that this might be the only way for her to express her gratitude to him. Therefore, he did not stop her. Otherwise, he would not accept it and would make her feel uncomfortable. However, he did not expect, at this moment, even in the cultivation room of the aircraft, the world shook. Endless mysterious aura directly penetrated the aircraft and enveloped Fan Shaoqing without any resistance. At the same time, a strand of soul aura fused into Chun Hao's forehead without allowing him to resist. Master, please don't break the contract. Otherwise, this servant can only repay you with my life. This servant knows that in Master's eyes, this servant is insignificant and can't be considered anything. However, this servant can only repay Master's kindness by doing this. Hiss, hiss, Fan Shaoqing pressed her hand on her head. The surging energy was swallowing and swallowing. If Chun Hao refused, it would immediately destroy her soul palace. You. The shocked Chun Hao looked at Fan Shaoqing, who was kneeling on the ground and looking at him with determined eyes. He was speechless and had a headache. What was this? Master, I beg you, please take me in. Your talent is not bad. You can join a decent sect. Why do you have to do this? Master, I am now called Chun Shaoqing. I just want to follow you. This is forcing me to. Chun Hao scratched his head. He did not know what to say. Sorry. If you want me to die, I will die now. Since things had reached this stage, this was Fan Shaoqing's only choice. First, she had to repay Chun Hao's kindness. Although she had once again become Chun Hao's slave, theoretically speaking, she had also lost her freedom. However, voluntarily and being forced were two completely different things. How could someone who had spent so much to save her treat her the same way as the Fan family? Similarly, she, who had suddenly regained her freedom, was terrified. She felt that the world was so big, but there was nowhere for her to go. She did not know what to do in the future. Therefore, her thoughts were simple. She would serve Chun Hao like a cow or a horse, no matter how Chun Hao treated her. She was willing to do it. Master! Just as Chun Hao was feeling conflicted and depressed, the old god, who had become a taciturn gourd, suddenly spoke. This girl's potential is not only on the surface. You have picked up a treasure. What do you mean? The so-called mortal Dan are all nurtured from a young age. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have any dissatisfaction towards their own fate. Instead, they would think that this is what they should do. This is their destiny, a destiny filled with glory and unparalleled glory. You mean she has been brainwashed? Yes. Although I have not seen other human Dan, but I can conclude that no one is like her. People who have been brainwashed from young can maintain their consciousness. However, no one can maintain their true consciousness like her. Because of this, they would have a conflict with their fate. Even if they wanted to fight back, they would not be able to do so. In her soul, she has always maintained a pure land, fighting against the fate of becoming a human Dan. This also caused her, who should have been a supreme grade human Dan, to become a normal human Dan. Chun Hao was deep in thought. Old God's words were very clear. In other words, because this girl had always maintained her true consciousness, she had lost the pure state of mind to work hard for her goal. This was like the two sides of her soul fighting in her mind. This caused her talent, understanding, and determination to be severely suppressed. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 667. If that was not the case, she would not be stuck at the peak of the later stage of the human celestial stage. The only explanation was that Fan Shaoqing's soul and state of mind were extremely tough and strong. Otherwise, she would have been brainwashed successfully and lost her true consciousness. Now, she has regained her freedom and is willing to follow Master. The things that bound her heart have been removed, and her state of mind has undergone a metamorphosis. There is no doubt that she will be able to unleash a cultivation talent that is much stronger than before. I think, Master, you should. Old God paused slightly, as if he was hesitating whether to say it or not. According to its principle, it would not interfere with any of Chun Hao's decisions. But now, Old God realized that Chun Hao's greatest strengths and weaknesses were all focused on love and women. They were the things that motivated him the most, but at the same time, they were the things that bound him the most. The reason was simple. From Chun Hao's point of view, from the moment his soul merged with his soul in his previous life, he no longer had the body of Yuan Yang spiritually. And when he was forced to do it with Tantai Lien, he lost the body of Yuan Yang spiritually and physically. In other words, no matter how hard Chun Hao tried to hold it in, the combination of yin and yang of the women would not have much effect on him. Unless it was someone like Long Ting who had used the Nirvana pill and relied on the medicinal properties of the Nirvana pill to bring about a stronger fire of desire, then the effect would be greater. Don't be agitated. Let me think about it. Now, calm your mind and wait for me. Chun Hao communicated with Old God in his mind. At the same time, he looked at Fan Shaoqing and said, after that, he walked out of the cultivation room. What should I do? Chun Hao asked in his mind. It was not the first time that Chun Hao had seen Old God stuttering. Every time it happened, it meant that Old God had reached the end of his patience. Only then would he speak to remind him, take her. Since I'm already involved in this, do you think I should just watch her die? It's just that it's a headache. Old God, to tell you the truth, I've found that women have a great influence on me. Many times, things don't go as I wish, and they're all on the same side. Damn, it's really a headache, Chun Hao said in his mind. Master, you're overthinking things. To be exact, you can't let go when it comes to women. You're obviously moved, but you're afraid. You always have too many misgivings. If you could do as you please, then these problems would be trivial to you. Everyone knows the logic, but to really do that, I can't do it. You are naturally dissolute and have great luck with women. F***CK. I was born pure, okay? Since when have I ever been flirty? That's because you have too many misgivings, and it just so happens that you have a strong willpower. That's why you're in such a deformed state. Old God no longer had any misgivings and said mercilessly, deformed state. Old God, can you watch your mouth? Furthermore, if you continue, it will only get worse. Until now, let me give you a rough estimate of how many women you'll have in the future. The first woman who made you fantasize was Xiao Mei of the Xiao family, right? After the soul purification, she still exists clearly in your heart, right? Back then, you had already accepted her in your heart, but because you didn't say it out loud, and later on, when you saw Xiao Mei and Xiao Feng confirm their relationship, you suppressed these feelings. Am I right? Yes. I feel that I didn't do anything wrong. You gave up and didn't investigate the reason, but Xiao Mei still persisted, and even rushed out of the secular world. When you saw her again, you wanted to understand, but you suppressed it, right? Yes. This is one of the things that's bothering you. If I'm not wrong, you must have encountered something related to Xiao Mei in the illusion test in the second world. The reason why you did that was because you had Xia Yuyu, Helian Wuzi, and Tantai Lien. You had misgivings, right? Yes, Xia Yuyu was the first one who moved you easily. Helian Wuzi, you couldn't let go, and you struggled for a long time before you accepted her. Tantai Lien, you had no choice but to accept her, but the premise was that you had a heart. Then, Qin Shui, you were moved by her elegance, and coupled with the special relationship between you and your god siblings, it could be said that they were a conduit and gave you the biggest reason, and the only one that you didn't struggle with. Then, the Lung sisters, you struggled with many things, and you even created the identity of your god-grandfather. But later on, you couldn't let go, and you used the reason that they saved your life. As for Long Ting, what you need to convince yourself is that you feel like an old friend at first sight, her looks, and the help she gives you when you need it. Most importantly, she takes the initiative. These aren't big problems. Cough, cough. Chun Hao was speechless at Old God's words. He had to admit that Old God, who had grown up with him, definitely knew him well. Every sentence could be said to be to the point, and he couldn't refute it even if he wanted to. Including your sister Xiao Yen, it wasn't a big problem because you could find reasons to convince yourself, and the other girls, cough, cough. My sister and I, forget it, you can continue. To put it bluntly, there's a cause and there's an effect. Among any of them, let's not talk about whether you were merciful in the first place, because that's meaningless, but you were merciful either intentionally or unintentionally. This is what I meant when I said that you were naturally dissolute. Coupled with your charm and great luck with women, you have a fatal attraction to the opposite sex. This led to the current situation. Why don't you stop being merciful? If you do, you have to be prepared for trouble. Of course, the so-called trouble is under the premise that you can't do as you please. Take this girl, for example. You just hugged her by accident, and maybe you didn't have any thoughts about it. But you, who are naturally dissolute after meeting her again, you wanted to help her. That's why it's like this now. It does seem like things don't go as planned, as you said, but if you didn't have a naturally kind heart towards women, how could this situation have happened? Moreover, you also said that if you really can't redeem yourself, it doesn't matter even if you help her. You feel that way because deep down, you know that after you help her, she won't have anything to do with you, won't trouble, and won't have to face the other girls. But I can be sure that once you help her, you won't let another man taint her. In the future, you will definitely help her. Cough, cough. Let's talk about that Bailey Ningbing. She does have a reason not to kill, and she doesn't deserve to die. But if it was a man, would you let her live? Would I? There's no reason to kill her. Even if it was a man, you just didn't want to kill her at all. Otherwise, even if there's no reason, you can still find a reason. You know it's impossible, but you can still do it. You've done such things many times. When it comes to men, you can kill decisively. When it comes to women, unless it's someone who really threatens your bottom line, you're kind-hearted. You'll always unconsciously exonerate them. And enough. Don't say any more. Let me be alone. All right. Old God replied, and took the initiative to enter the depths of Chun Hao's mind. What he said today would undoubtedly have a huge impact on Chun Hao. Old God had wanted to say these words for a long time, but he held it in until now. This was because he underestimated Chun Hao's determination and stubbornness in love. Chun Hao took a deep breath and calmed his fluctuating emotions. Chun Hao had already sensed that Old God had hit the nail on the head. To be exact, when he entered the second world for the test, he already knew. The illusory realm he encountered during that test had almost shaken his heart. It also made him understand that one day he would have to face it. He had always been searching for a solution, but he had never been able to do so. But now, Old God didn't hold back in the slightest. He knew that Old God was right, and he should have done so. But it just so happened that, at this moment, Chun Hao's mind once again flashed with various scenes of the past. Every woman, every detail, appeared in his mind like a movie. He comprehended, pondered, searched, immersed himself in it. Gradually, the various scenes he encountered in the illusion automatically appeared in Chun Hao's mind. The combination of reality and illusion caused Chun Hao to be unable to extricate himself once more. Chi, 1,000 enormous flying machines in the chaotic space, were arranged in 3 lines, forming a majestic flying machine army. At the very front, in the East Flow City's #1 flying machine, which was 3 times larger than an ordinary flying machine, Long Ting and Chen Shui were in a separate sealed space. Ha ha ha! Little Shui, this is the One Yang Nirvana pill. You're really interesting. It's great to have you as a companion. Ha ha ha! Eat, eat, quickly eat. Long Ting, who was covered in sweat, directly sent the fiery red pill she had just successfully refined into Chen Shui's mouth without even bothering to bottle it. Although Chen Shui had already decided to eat it, seeing Long Ting's mischievous appearance, she couldn't bear it. He snatched the spirit herb and sent a wisp of his consciousness into it to sense the profound mysteries within. Within the sparkling and translucent pill, there was a wisp of blood energy that made Chen Shui's heart palpitate. Eat, don't look, I'll help you condense a seal, lest you make a mistake. If I become Brother Hao, I'll be miserable. How could that be? Naturally, my body contains Chun Hao's blood essence. If your willpower is too weak and can't withstand a single blow, humph, no matter how weak my willpower is, I'll still be stronger than you. Hiss. Chen Shui directly swallowed the pill in one gulp. Ha ha ha. Long Ting laughed complacently. At the same time, what made Chen Shui frown was that the aura on this girl's body had suddenly changed. No, to be precise, the aura of Chun Hao's blood essence that was hidden within the pill in her body was suddenly emitted. How could this girl be so shameless? How could Chen Shui not understand what Long Ting wanted to do? Without a doubt, it was a blatant temptation. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 668. Once Chen Shui flared up, she would have to endure the pain of burning her body and burning her spirit by herself. This was a test for her, not to mention that Long Ting had even stimulated Chun Hao's blood essence to tempt her. Ha ha ha! Little Shui, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't look at me like that. If there's a first, then there's a 15th. When it flares up, see what I'll do to you. Chen Shui glared at Long Ting and said without any temper. After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and prepared to welcome the upcoming challenge. The Nirvana pill wasn't used exclusively by Long Ting. Even though it was also used on Chun Hao, according to Long Ting's words, the effect wasn't big. Because her time with Chen Shui was staggered, she was late by the time of 4 pills. She believed that Chen Shui could persist until she completed the Nirvana pill in advance. At that time, she only needed to give Chun Hao continuous Nirvana pills that contained Chen Shui's blood essence. When Chen Shui couldn't persist anymore, yin and yang would fuse. The tempering of Chun Hao wasn't the slightest bit less. Only the tempering of Chun Hao was far from being as intense as Long Ting's first time. This wasn't just a matter of time, but after the first time, the effect of this tempering on Chun Hao would be very weak. Precisely speaking, Chun Hao only became the antidote, and the one who was truly tempered was only Chen Shui. But one thing was for sure, and that was through this medicine, Chen Shui would be even more unswerving towards Chun Hao. Not long after, Chen Shui flared up. What caused Long Ting to be slightly surprised was that Chen Shui actually displayed a willpower that exceeded her expectations. She forcefully endured the first basic flare-up after the pill entered her body without even looking at her. After all, she had pushed Chun Hao's blood essence to the limit and approached Chen Shui's side, almost hugging her, but she didn't see the slightest thing that she wanted to see. Amazing, amazing. Little Shui, your willpower is really firm. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. What a powerful medicinal effect. Chun Shui, who was drenched in sweat, opened her eyes, but didn't pay attention to Long Ting and muttered. Her mind was even more immersed in the shocking improvement brought by the first baptism of the One-Yang Nirvana pill. Of course, this is a secret technique contained within an ancient artifact. How could it not be powerful? Long Ting said, "Hee hee, I'm still waiting for you to molest me. Let me see how you look when you're naked. Dream on. If you want to find balance, you have no hope." Chun Shui found more, and more that Long Ting, this fussy woman, was speechless. It was obvious that she was still brooding over the fact that she had seen her naked appearance. However, the more it was like this, the more harmonious her relationship with Long Ting became. Now, it's your turn to teach me that absolute art. All right, I'll tell you the method. You can study it slowly. Chun Shui said with a faint smile. After she finished speaking, she directly condensed a strand of divine sense and merged it into Long Ting's forehead. After a while, Long Ting screamed and directly pounced towards Chun Shui. Amidst Chun Shui's complacent laughter, the two of them started fighting. Facing Long Ting, who had an abnormal physical body, Chun Shui was obviously not Long Ting's match in terms of pure pinching. However, when Chun Shui's aura suddenly changed into that of a man, Long Ting was actually unable to bear it psychologically and retreated to the side in defeat. "I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm going into the second world to take a look. Little Shui, give me your communication number. It's useless even if I give it to you. Right now, I'm in the second world, and I'm completely isolated from the outside world." Chun Shui said, "Then just change your identity and enter." "Chun, how did that? Why isn't he here? Could it be that he changed to a new one?" As Long Ting spoke, she had already entered the second world. However, after contacting all of the accounts that Chun Hao had contacted her, there was no response. This situation lasted for an entire month. There was still no response. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the room that Chun Hao was in for an entire month, Chun Hao maintained the same posture as a month ago. He did not move at all. His eyes were open, but his pupils were no longer in focus. The aura around his body also emitted a strange, pure spiritual fluctuation. This spiritual fluctuation was formless and intangible, but it stirred up a cool breeze in the entire room. However, his posture moved slightly, but the current him was like a completely different person compared to the him from a month ago. Whether it was his aura or his appearance, all of them had undergone an unbelievable change. His aura did not become stronger, but had changed. Although it was not a fundamental change. But if it was not someone like Chun Shui or Long Ting who was really familiar with him, they would definitely not be able to recognize him through his aura. His spiritual energy was also worlds apart from his peak state a month ago. If he was a blooming flower a month ago, then now he was a withered leaf. He only needed a gust of wind to drift down and turn into dust. His appearance, the change was even greater. His originally jet black hair had now turned white. Even his pair of sharp eyebrows and the beard that had grown automatically over the past month were now snow white. If not for his skin and life aura still maintaining a youthful appearance, he would most likely be mistaken for an old man by anyone. Of course, his life aura was still young, but at this moment, it was much weaker than a month ago, and it was still weakening. Now she could only be considered as an old-looking youth, a youth that was getting weaker and weaker. I'm sorry. At this moment, the door of the cultivation room had long been opened. The young girl who had already changed her name to Chun Shaoqing silently knelt in front of Chun Hao, her mouth constantly muttering the three words, "I'm sorry." Originally, Chun Hao had asked her to wait in the cultivation room, to wait for him to think about it, to wait for him to make a decision, but In her apprehension, after continuously waiting for a few days without any movement, she finally could not bear the torment in her heart and wanted to come out to take a look. But the scene that she saw when she came out made her aghast. Almost at a glance, she could confirm that Chun Hao had entered the demonic barrier. The so-called demonic barrier was a situation that any cultivator would encounter on the path of cultivation. However, everyone's demonic barrier was different. It could be said that there were thousands of demonic barriers, just like when Tantai Lien had fallen into the illusion of reality when she came out from planet Xian. That was also a type of demonic barrier. However, as long as it was a demonic barrier, it could only be jumped out by oneself. Any external force was useless. It could be interrupted, but no one knew what the consequences of the interruption would be. Therefore, as long as the other party's breath of life still existed, they could only wait patiently. Chun Shaoqing was very clear that the lowly and insignificant her was definitely not the root cause of Chun Hao falling into the demonic barrier. However, she could feel that Chun Hao falling into the demonic barrier more or less should be related to her. At least, she should be the fuse that made Chun Hao think of something which caused him to fall into the demonic barrier. Otherwise, it could not be so coincidental. Moreover, Chun Hao said that he needed to think about it and asked her to wait. Originally, she thought that it would not be long before Chun Hao would be able to jump out of the demonic barrier and return to normal, but this wait was close to a month's time. She looked on helplessly as Chun Hao's jet black hair and eyebrows turned white little by little, and she looked on helplessly as Chun Hao's breath of life became weaker and weaker. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have forced you. I shouldn't have been insatiable. I shouldn't have pushed my luck. You saved me and gave me freedom. That's enough. That's enough." Qin Xiaoqing's eyes were already red and swollen. Even though she was at the human celestial stage, her body had already become numb after kneeling in front of Chun Hao for close to a month without activating her true core strength. If she could do it all over again, she would never force Chun Hao to follow by his side. Perhaps to Chun Hao, she was just a burden, wasn't she? Why did she force it? Why was she greedy? Unfortunately, at this moment, she could only wait and pray that Chun Hao would jump out of the demonic barrier before his breath of life was completely exhausted. If he still couldn't do it at the last moment, then she could only take the risk of interrupting Chun Hao's demonic barrier. Only God knew what the result would be when the demonic barrier jumped out by itself. It was a transformation and improvement of the state of mind. If it was interrupted, some people would only be slightly affected or even not affected at all. It was just that they didn't succeed in crossing the demonic barrier. However, they still escaped from the demonic barrier and would have to face it again in the future. However, some people would become demented directly. When they woke up, they would still be sober in the demonic barrier and couldn't extricate themselves. That was a fool. If that was the case, it would be extremely difficult to recover. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Chun Hao's breath of life was getting weaker and weaker. His essence, qi, and spirit were as weak as an ordinary person. Chun Xiaoqing's mood became heavier and heavier. She became more and more regretful and anxious. After kneeling on the ground for a long time and staring nervously, her eyes had turned blood red. However, at this moment, swish, a strand of light suddenly escaped from between Chun Hao's eyebrows. Ah! The moment she saw the strand of light, Qin Xiaoqing let out a cry of surprise. There was movement, which meant Chun Hao's consciousness had been awakened. In other words, Chun Hao was going to successfully cross the demonic barrier. However, a second cry of surprise followed immediately. This was a cry of pure surprise. D*MN. If something bad happens to my master, I will destroy you directly. Etoda, who was at the peak of the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage, said fiercely as he stared at Chen Xiaoqing fiercely. At this moment, he was many times more powerful than when he had just obtained Guanu's body. Although Guanu's soul hadn't been destroyed, Etoda's soul had been completely integrated with his body. As long as Guanu's soul was destroyed, the integration would be completed immediately. Who are you? Chen Xiaoqing couldn't believe her eyes. If she hadn't seen him appear from between Chen Hao's eyebrows with her own eyes, she would have regarded Etoda as an enemy. How could Chen Hao, who was at the Earth celestial stage, have a living person in his mind? This was a real living person, not a primordial spirit. Why do you care who I am? Swish, swish. Brother forget it. It's useless to be angry with her. Hey, little girl, get up quickly and go to the cultivation room to recover to your peak state. Yeah, let's go. Chen Xiaoqing was so surprised that she couldn't speak. It was surprising enough that a living person had appeared. Now, 2 ancient divine beasts had appeared in front of her. No, to be exact, 2 ancient divine beasts had appeared in front of her. 4th update. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 669. A vermilion bird and a black tortoise. Although the 2 mythological beasts had shrunk their bodies by 1,000 times, the strong aura of ancient mythological beasts was still there. The black tortoise's golden body was one of Chen Hao's gains from the mysterious ice realm. As a mortal core cultivator from the number 1 family in the vast universe star, Chen Xiaoqing's knowledge was definitely more profound than the cultivators of the limitless star. How could she not recognize them? At this time, Chen Xiaoqing's only thought was that her new master was far more monstrous, more powerful, and more mysterious than she had imagined. It was normal for the 2 mythological beasts to be able to live in Chen Hao's mind, but a living person was not a mythological beast. Even if they had recognized their master, they should not be able to live in Chen Hao's mind. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and recover. Idota said fiercely. I'm sorry. What's the use of saying sorry? I'll let you recover. Recover to your peak state, and be ready to sacrifice yourself for master. Idota's character was obviously more fiery, and he did not care about anything. The vermilion bird and the black tortoise were relatively shrewd. After the 2 of them had reconstructed their golden bodies, the special inherited memories of the ancient mythological beasts had begun to awaken. Although they were not the real ancient mythological beasts of the ancient mythological beasts, and could only be regarded as the descendants of the ancient mythological beasts, the awakening of their inherited memories made them smarter than ordinary people. Because of this, the 2 of them did not speak ill of Fan Xiaoqing. As the saying goes, things are different now. What if Fan Xiaoqing's status rose? Yes, although Chen Xiaoqing was still in shock and did not understand the situation, he knew that this fierce cultivator meant that he had to recover to his peak condition before he could help his master. Even though he said, sacrifice, Chen Xiaoqing did not hesitate at all. Hiss, Chen Xiaoqing channeled his quintessential essence through his legs, which were completely numb from kneeling, and floated directly into the cultivation room. Immediately, Etoda, vermilion bird, black tortoise, 1 man and 2 beasts looked at each other, and at the same time they released a gentle energy, as if the entire space was cut into a piece without disturbing Chen Hao at all. They took Chen Hao, who remained unchanged, and floated into the cultivation room. Chi. In an instant, streams of flowing light began to revolve around the cultivation room under the cooperation of 1 person and 2 heads. Immortal core crystals, origin stones, and precious ores that had been purified slowly condensed and constructed complex and mysterious runes. Chen Shaoqing didn't know what runes they were condensing, but he knew that it was definitely for Chun Hao. Therefore, she only paid attention to it for a moment before she focused her mind and entered a state of full recovery. It took a full hour for Edo Ta, vermilion bird, and black tortoise to turn into a stream of light at the same time and enter Chun Hao's glabellar again. Asterisk crash, asterisk at the same time. Under old god's control, rolling spiritual spring water flowed out from between Chun Hao's eyebrows, instantly drowning Chun Hao and Chen Shaoqing. Chen Shaoqing. Just as Chen Shaoqing was disturbed by the spiritual spring and her mind was in shock, old god's old and heart-stirring voice suddenly sounded in Chen Shaoqing's mind. Master has fallen into the demonic barrier of the love of the 7 emotions and the 6 desires. This is Master's greatest inner demon. Although the main cause is not you, it was touched by you. Now, I want you to sacrifice yourself for Master. Are you willing? Willing. I am willing. As long as I can save Master. This servant is willing even if I can never be reincarnated. That's great. When the formation is activated, Master's inner demon illusion will appear before your eyes. If you see yourself, that will be the time for you to sacrifice yourself for Master. As for what to do when you see the illusion, you will naturally understand. Yes. Although Chen Shaoqing didn't know who the old voice in her mind was, she responded without hesitation. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Division commanders and commanders of Donglu City, those who have not yet logged into the second world, please log in immediately and receive the message. In the independent space, Chun Shui and Long Ting suddenly sensed the notification and fluctuations from the independent space's barrier and immediately heard the notification from the aircraft manager. Receive the message? It should be information about the other 9 galaxies or the primitive secret realm. Log in and take a look. Chun Shui had already tempered herself to the peak of the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage. As she couldn't contact anyone at the moment, it was useless for her to log in to the second world. Therefore, she had not logged in. As for Long Ting, she only logged in once every 1 or 2 days to see if she could detect Chun Hao's aura. In these 2 months, Long Ting was a little puzzled that Chun Hao still hadn't appeared. However, she didn't care too much about it. In these few years, Chun Hao had not contacted her for a few months or even half a year. Now, it had only been slightly more than 2 months. Hiss! Chun Shui and Long Ting did not hesitate and logged into the second world. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Continuous notifications were heard. There were more than 100,000 of them, and each of them indicated that the sender was from the vast Universe Galaxy Alliance. The title of each message indicated the race, combat strength ranking, and name. There are so many messages. This is obviously the introduction of the top 10,000 elites from the other 9 tribes. What are the other 10,000 messages? Long Ting and Chun Shui, who were in 2 different places in the second world, as well as the cultivators who had just received the news, quickly opened the first message, then the second, the third. Every time a message was opened, the image of the foreign race expert that the message introduced would appear in the mind of the cultivator. Moreover, just like the real person, the image exuded a powerful aura. At the same time, a set of numbers would be marked above the image. What does this set of numbers mean? Just as everyone was puzzled, an explanation automatically appeared next to the numbers. It turned out that this was the combat strength of the cultivators from the 10 galaxies who had entered the primitive secret realm. The highest combat strength was 10 million. Phew, what a powerful aura. It's just an image, and it's already so powerful. A combat strength of 9,600,000. If I were to meet him, I would have to avoid him. He must be much more powerful than Moling Takshu. Long Ting looked at the winged tribe's #1 elite, Wu Hen, in shock. She then flipped to the 2nd, 3rd, and 10th ranking of the winged tribe. After that, Long Ting stopped looking at the winged tribe and switched to the bug tribe, followed by the dark demon tribe, specter tribe, elf tribe, succubus tribe, Protoss tribe, heavenly fiend tribe, and the most complicated tribe in the 10 galaxies, the Tyrants. The Tyrants were the most complicated because they gathered members from the 9 major clans and countless other minor clans. It could be said that the Tyrants had cultivators from all the different clans. They welcomed everyone, regardless of which clan you were from. If you couldn't stay in your original clan and wanted to leave, the Tyrants were the best choice. Basically, it was an alliance of traders from all the major clans. Of course, the Tyrants had existed for hundreds of millions of years. Most of the cultivators were born and raised in the Tyrants. The Tyrants were so powerful that they had no feelings for the tribes that they belonged to. In their historical records, their ancestors were oppressed and persecuted by their original tribes. That was how they became members of the Tyrants. Because of this, the conflicts between the Tyrants and the other tribes were undoubtedly the most intense. Similarly, because the Tyrants contained the pure bloodlines of various tribes, they had spies all over the other tribes. It was impossible to guard against them. Therefore, they were also the most well-informed. There were pros and cons. For the same reason, the well-informed Tyrants were also the easiest for the other tribes to infiltrate. It was impossible to guard against them. The direct result of this situation was that there were no secrets among the 10 galaxies. Especially for a large-scale operation like the primitive secret realm, the Tyrants had become the transit station for information. The Tyrants had planted a large number of spies in the other tribes. They obtained first-hand information and sent it back to the Tyrants. The Tyrants then passed it on to the cultivators who participated in the operation. The spies among the cultivators from the other tribes were also sent back. This process repeated several times and was constantly perfected. What secrets were there to speak of? The Protoss, the Bug Tribe, and the Tyrants are so powerful. There are dozens of them, with combat power above 900. In terms of top elites, the other tribes can't be compared to them at all. The top 10 in the Divine Temple should have combat power of 9 million. As for the rest, it's impossible. Beep, 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 just as Long Ting, Qin Shui, and all the cultivators who were above the commander rank were checking the situation of the 9 tribes, they received a message from Red Target Awakening. You can check your combat power through this message and compare your combat power to know your position. Ah, this is not bad. All the human cultivators chose to check their combat power after receiving this message. 3,465,702? Only this much? Xiao Shui, have you checked? How much is it? After checking her combat power in the second world, Long Ting felt immense pressure. In the spaceship, her real body in the independent space looked at Qin Shui and asked, 3,140,000. Qin Shui said with a serious expression, I've seen that the other 9 races who can enter the top 10,000 have at least a combat power of 3,500,000. I guess they're the same as you, at the level of a commander. That's true. Let's take a look first and sense our aura. We should know our general situation. The combat power should be determined according to the aura in the second world. Mine is definitely not necessarily higher than yours by a little. Hee. You're older than me. Qin Shui glared at the smug Long Ting and said, Older? Xiao Shui, don't exaggerate. I'm only 5 years older than you. Even if I'm older than you by a few decades, we're still the same age. How dare you say that I'm older? I'm so angry. Chun Hao still hasn't contacted me. I wonder what his combat power is. I estimate at least 4 million. 4 million? This test is just for reference. It's not very accurate. I didn't say that his real combat power is only 4 million. Look at how excited you are. Long Ting looked at Chen Shui's expression and said, "First update. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 670. That's more like it, Chen Shui said. Then she frowned slightly and said, "Little Ting, it's been more than 2 months, and he hasn't contacted you. I feel something is wrong." "What's wrong?" "He used to not contact me for months, but it's different now. Even if his real body enters the second world, he doesn't have to worry about anything. Even if he's fighting in the second world, he should let us know." "That's true. But don't worry. Nothing can happen in the aircraft. When we reach the entrance of the primitive secret realm, we will definitely see him." "Okay." The two of them talked for a while, then they started to open the messages one by one and imprint the information in their minds. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you know what's going on. If they met in the primitive secret realm, they could make a decision quickly. Remember, you have to enter his illusion with your real body. Blend the real with the illusion and break the illusion. You have to be gentle, you have to be meticulous, and guide the movements in the illusion. 2 days ago, when Chen Shui, Long Ting, and the others received the news, there was a knock on the door of Chen Hao's top class room in the aircraft. Unfortunately, there was no response. At this moment, the cultivation room was completely closed. Under the guidance of Old God, Etoda, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise had set up a mysterious array together. It was overflowing with spring light, and it was very charming. Chen Shaoqing tossed and turned under the ferocious and powerful attack. She gasped for breath and moaned uncontrollably. She was in pain, but happy at the same time. But she held on to a trace of clarity in her mind, and the last words of the old voice echoed in her mind. The so-called sacrifice she thought was dying for Chen Hao, but she didn't expect it was just sacrificing her body. The mysterious array seemed to be connected with Chen Hao's mind and soul. All kinds of emotions and desires that surged in Chen Hao's mind made Chen Shaoqing shocked. Although she wasn't the person involved, she almost lost her mind. The illusion that was full of joys and sorrows, the impermanence of gathering and dispersing, the venting of desires, and so on, could be expressed incisively and vividly with just a look and a movement. It was full of confusion. In fact, if it wasn't for the protection left by the old god, Chen Shaoqing would have fallen into it at the beginning, let alone waiting for an opportunity. The reason was very simple. Even though she wasn't the person involved, she'd already given her soul to Chen Hao. Moreover, she'd given it to him willingly. She was willing to be a slave for all eternity and give up everything for Chen Hao. Therefore, the situation of Chen Hao in the image would make her feel moved. Finally, when Chen Hao's breath of life was getting weaker and weaker, almost to the point of dying, Chen Shaoqing grasped the rhythm of Chen Hao's illusion and took the initiative to attack. Although the female lead in the image was not her, but a girl who was much more beautiful and powerful than her, she didn't care at all. As long as she could help Chen Hao, everything was worth it. Originally, it was just an illusion. Chen Hao's body remained unchanged like a statue, and he didn't move at all. But as Chen Shaoqing took the initiative to attack with a blushing face and coordinated with the movements in the illusion, gradually the real and the illusion merged into one. Chen Hao's real body naturally moved the same way as he did in the illusion. Chen Shaoqing, on the other hand, was trying to capture the woman in the illusion and maintain the exact same posture as her. So there was the scene of the room full of spring just now. After the real and the illusion merged into one, Chen Hao, whose breath of life and spirit were weak to the extreme, automatically began to recover. The energy of heaven and earth in the top-grade spiritual spring that filled the entire space began to be absorbed by Chen Hao's body at an amazing speed. This meant that although Chen Hao did not get out of the demon's barrier, his soul and mind had established a connection with his body. To be exact, his mind was drifting out of the demon's barrier little by little. Finally, when Chen Shaoqing could no longer control herself and let out a high-pitched moan, Chen Hao's movements became crazier and more ferocious. At this moment, the illusion and reality were separated. In the face of the surging and continuous attack, Chen Shaoqing's mind was blank. After an unknown period of time, she finally fainted, but Chen Hao still did not stop, nor was he able to enter the state of spiritual and physical integration. He was still immersed in the demon's barrier, maintaining the same posture and the same movements as him in the illusion. And Chen Shaoqing, who fainted, became a little sheep at his mercy. She was dying and coming back to life. For hours later, the scene changed, and they entered the next illusionary realm. It was also at this time that Chen Shaoqing was released by the unconscious Chen Hao. She fell heavily to the ground and collapsed on the ground. But at the same time, the divine thoughts left in Chen Shaoqing's mind shook slightly, and Chen Shaoqing, who was sore and weak, woke up. Chen Shaoqing abruptly opened his eyes, and when he saw that he was standing proudly like a lively dragon and not moving again, he felt slightly relieved. At this moment, Chen Hao's hair, eyebrows, and beard had once again become a shiny black color. He was full of energy and vitality, and his life aura was majestic. Moreover, he was even stronger than when he was in his peak state before he fell into the demonic barrier. Obviously, Chen Hao's abnormal automatic recovery ability and the nourishment of Chen Shaoqing's vital yin had allowed him to reach a higher level of enlightenment, and Chen Shaoqing, who had lost her vital yin, was extremely weak and lost her luster because she did not enter the state of spiritual and physical integration. Chen Shaoqing, you did a good job, but you have to hold on, calm your mind, and start to recover. As long as there is an illusion of yin and yang blending, you have to be like this time. Don't worry about what I see. I'm not a human being at all. I'm just Master's device spirit. So you don't have to worry. Yes, suddenly hearing the old voice of the old god again, Chen Shaoqing subconsciously covered her breasts and private parts, feeling uneasy and ashamed. Fortunately, the old god explained, which made her feel a little relieved. Time passed day by day. Chen Shaoqing could not remember how many times she had been knocked out by Chen Hao, nor could she describe her feelings, but she knew that she had to continue until Chen Hao got through the demon's barrier. Whether it was her, the old god, the treasure-hunting sword spirit, Itoda, or the others, the only thing they were worried about was that Chen Hao still could not get out of the demon's barrier when the aircraft arrived at the primitive secret area. If that was the case, Chen Hao would lose the opportunity to enter the primitive secret area, unless they woke up Chen Hao. But even the old god did not dare to wake up Chen Hao directly. The only hope was that Chen Shaoqing could persist until Chen Hao's desire was really satisfied in the demon's barrier and enter the state of spiritual and physical integration. Only then could Chen Shaoqing wake him up. But based on the current situation, it seemed that the overly sensitive Chen Shaoqing would be conquered by the ferocious Chen Hao very quickly and be tortured to death. Of course, the most important thing was that the old god did not want to wake Chen Hao up. Instead, he hoped that Chen Hao could get through the demon's barrier in one go. Even if he entered the primitive secret area later or did not enter at all, it was worth it as an ancient spiritual treasure. He knew that after entering the primitive secret area, with Chen Hao's strength, luck, and the treasure-hunting sword spirit that could unleash a stronger ability, as well as the cultivators of the 9 great clans and the internal cultivators of the human clan. It was an excellent opportunity for Chun Hao to gain experience in all aspects. But in the eyes of the old god, Chun Hao's emotional barrier was more important than anything else. It was just that Chen Shaoqing had to suffer. Illusions continued to appear. Helian Wuzi, Xia Yuyu, Tantai Lian, Chen Shui, the beautiful sisters of the Lung clan, Long Ting, and even Xiao, all of them appeared one after another. Every time, Chen Shaoqing would be filled with anticipation and fear at the same time. Only when the beautiful sisters appeared at the same time would she only watch. There was no other way. The beautiful sisters were both appearing at the same time. Chen Shaoqing still had no way to split herself into two and substitute Chen Hao into one of reality and illusion, so she could only watch. But from beginning to end, Chen Shaoqing herself did not appear. The illusions were like a realistic representation of the future. They looked like individual illusions, but as time passed, all the illusions seemed to be connected together. Chen Hao's sister, Chen Yan, also appeared. But in the illusions, there was no romantic scene. Chen Yan's ending was that she left sadly. Even though there was no sound and only an image, Chen Shaoqing could tell that Chen Yan's expression, actions, and mouth shape in the illusions had dealt a huge blow to Chen Hao in the illusions. Every woman, to be exact, brought harm to Chen Hao in the end, or even killed. The origin of the illusions was because of Chen Hao's misgivings and inner demons. Every time, Chen Hao would feel a heart-wrenching pain as he allowed his opponent to leave or allow his opponent to kill him. Wrong. It was all because of her, wasn't it? 5 months later. What made Chen Shaoqing almost scream was that she actually appeared in the illusions. It was the first time she had appeared. Everyone, we will reach the entrance of the primitive mystic realm in 10 days. The primitive mystic realm will open in about a month. Everyone, please adjust yourselves to peak condition. Everyone, a few months ago, the spacecrafts had become a huge army. In the entire mission, the 50 legions had gathered together. There were a total of 500,000 spacecrafts densely packed together. At this time, the voice of the controller of the aircrafts could be heard from every aircraft. The chaotic space they were in now was extremely dark. There were no star fragments or light. There was only a raging space storm. The defense systems of the aircrafts were fully activated to resist. Similarly, in the depths of the chaotic space far away, there were also huge aircrafts in other directions. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 671, East Flow City Flying Ship 1. It's been 5 months. How infuriating. He hasn't contacted me in such a long time. If I didn't know that nothing could have happened to him in the flying ship. Long Ting was like an ant on a hot pan. She had completely lost it 2 months ago. How could it be like this? Long Ting could understand not contacting him for 2 to 3 months or even half a year. But now he was about to enter the primal mystic realm. After obtaining the information, let alone Long Ting, even the strongest person of the human race this time felt like a mountain was pair. But Chen Hao hadn't contacted her for an entire 5 months. This was too outrageous. I think he should have something. Although Chen Shui wasn't as impatient as Long Ting, the worry in her eyes was even stronger than Long Ting's. Something? What could it be? I don't know, but if it wasn't something, he wouldn't have not contacted us for such a long time. Whether it's you, me, or Xiao Wu and the others at this time, it's impossible that he didn't tell us something. He just finished his training. If he were to enter the second world, he would definitely be training in the arena or training grounds. There's no reason for him not to contact you. The only possibility is that he didn't enter the second world. Could it be that he couldn't bear to spend? That's impossible. Long Ting frowned. They had their own independent space and could enter the second world at any time. But they had also heard that in the entire East Flow City, only the cultivators above the rank of captain could receive such treatment. The other flying ships all had to be paid for. But with Long Ting's understanding of Chun Hao, there was no reason for him to be unwilling to spend. Immortal origin crystals were just a pile of rubbish to him. As long as he wanted to, he could instantly wipe out the top families. Let's comprehend. I can't think of any other reason. It's already been 5 months. We're about to reach the entrance of the primal mystic realm. Forget it. When we arrive, we can still find him without entering the second world. Long Ting is ranked 154, Bailey Ning Bing is ranked 161, and Long Yi is ranked 389. The Long family is really powerful, and they're at the peak of the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage. Just based on their battle strength, Long Yi will definitely become a disciple of the temple. Bailey Ning Bing is also powerful. The small, limitless planet has completely changed its fortunes. Yes. Chun Hao from the Wuji. Star hasn't checked his combat power yet. But since he passed the test and got the qualification to enter, he must be very strong. That's for sure. In just 3 to 4 years, he was able to advance to the Earth celestial stage and didn't join any forces. He must be quite awesome. However, compared to Bailey Ning Bing, he's definitely lacking. The results of the preliminary test will indeed differ from the real situation. Things like luck and opportunity can't be determined through the test. Bailey Ning Bing entered the Perpetual Life sect first, and then became a disciple of the Divine Temple. Her luck is unparalleled. She's just a little worse than Long Ting's. Otherwise, she wouldn't be weaker than Long Ting. What's the point of discussing him? No matter how strong he was now, he would still die in a few years. There's no doubt about it. In World 2, in Yang City, in the center of the Alliance, enormous pagoda steels 3,000 meters wide and 300,000 meters tall appeared in all of the public squares. The steels were covered with glittering golden names. Only the names at the bottom of the pagoda steels were gray. All the names on the steels were golden. Behind the names were the eye-catching combat strength value, cultivation level, force they belonged to, and place of origin. Almost all of the names were from planets that were in the same area as the Yang star. Only a few were not from the Yang star, but they had set off from the Yang star to participate in the primitive mystic realm. 99% of the forces they belonged to were also under the Yang star's rule. Even Chun Hao's name was at the bottom of the pagoda steels. The reason was that he hadn't checked his combat strength value in World 2, so he wasn't ranked at the moment. It could be said that the names on the pagoda steels belonged to all the cultivators from the Yang star who had participated in the primitive mystic realm, as well as all the outsiders who had participated in the primitive mystic realm from the Yang Star Legion. For example, Chun Hao and Long Ting's names would appear in World 2, Yang City. Similarly, their names would appear in East Flow City, where he was, and Golden Harbor City, where East Flow City was a part of. He would be listed on the pagoda steels in all 3 places. Cultivators like Chun Hao, Long Ting, Long Yi, and Bailey Ning Bing, who hadn't set off from the Yang star, would be listed on the pagoda steels as long as they had been born within the Yang star's territory. Only about 1% of the Yang Star Legion's army of 10 million people, which was about 100,000 people, the most eye-catching people, were precisely this 1% or so. This was because the forces they belonged to were basically the top forces in the vast universe galaxy. The most eye-catching people were undoubtedly the experts sent by the Sacred Temple, who were above the rank of commander. The Sacred Temple had sent 222 disciples who were above the rank of commander. Long Ting and Bailey Ningbing were the only two Sacred Temple disciples who didn't belong to the Yang Star Legion. Long Yi was a disciple of the Death Door sect and also didn't belong to the Yang Star Legion. However, the names of these three people were frequently mentioned in the crowd. Of course, when the three of them were mentioned, Chun Hao would be mentioned. However, Chun Hao's affairs were no longer a secret on the Wuji Star. Until now, no one believed that Chun Hao would be able to survive the appointed battle in 10 years. At the same time, every city in the Second World was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless cultivators, regardless of whether they were human immortals, earth immortals, or celestial immortals, had gathered in huge squares at the center of the alliance. However, this was only a small commotion. Once the primitive mystic realm was officially opened, it would definitely be unprecedentedly lively. When the time came, a huge pagoda steel thousands of miles tall and tens of thousands of miles long would appear. It would be the overall ranking of the 500 million cultivators in the human army. The ranking wouldn't be a ranking of combat strength, but a ranking of the contribution points each cultivator had earned to the human race. It would also display the main deeds they had done in the primitive mystic realm, such as the foreign races they had obtained and killed. In addition, important news would be transmitted to every cultivator in the Second World from time to time. This was a grand event that would shake the entire world of cultivators, regardless of their realms. It was a grand event to win Chi luck. Moreover, it wasn't just the human race. The other 9 groups also used their own methods of information transmission to announce all the news in the primitive mystic realm, including every person and every event. In a square in Yang City, 2 middle-aged men stood proudly among the crowd. Although one of them had concealed his aura, the surrounding cultivators, including the masters of the Heaven Immortal stage, felt that he was unfathomable. The other middle-aged man's aura was slightly weaker, but he was also a master of the Heaven Immortal stage. Junior Brother's name is still Gray. Senior Brother, is Junior Brother not going to check his combat strength? Or is he still worried about something? I don't know the reason either. However, when we last communicated, I felt that he wouldn't be worried about anything. Based on the image in the Second World, I can confirm that his combat strength is definitely around 4 million. The peak of the initial stage of the Earth Immortal stage. Around 4 million. Doesn't that mean he's more powerful than most of the cultivators who are at the same level as the group leaders? That's the truth. Second Junior Brother, our Junior Brother. I have a feeling that in less than 10 years, this time, the primitive mystic realm of the Earth Immortal stage, his name will be known throughout the entire world of cultivators. The world of cultivators in the 10 galaxies. If that's the case, won't the Valley of Happiness be alerted? At that time, they will definitely hire an invincible Heaven Immortal. Ha ha! Second Junior Brother, if our youngest Junior Brother can cause a sensation in the world of cultivators in the 10 galaxies, do you think the Divine Palace will sit by and watch him die in the hands of an invincible Heaven Immortal? We'll see when the time comes. Let's go. We'll come again when the primitive mystic realm opens. Okay. These 2 people were the first and second disciples of the patriarch of the Wuji sect, Chen Hao's eldest senior brother, Gu Chen, and his second senior brother, whom he had never met or contacted before. Similarly, before Gu Chen and his second senior brother came, Guan Nanchao and Lu Qingyang, the 2 big shots of the Wuji sect, also came to see the pagoda steel. Guan Nanchao was delighted to see Bailey Ningbing, who was high up in the air, and he felt extremely honored. Seeing that Chun Hao still didn't show his combat strength, they were also confused. However, they also knew that once Chun Hao checked his combat strength, it would be more dazzling than Bailey Ningbing's. This was the reality that Guan Nanchao had to admit. As for the people from the Happy Valley, they were still in the dark. They only knew that Chun Hao, who had disappeared for a few years, had made shocking progress and passed the test to obtain the qualification to enter the primitive mystic realm. Seeing that Chun Hao's name still didn't show his combat strength, they only felt disdain in their hearts. They thought that Chun Hao was still worried about them. However, their only worry now was that Chun Hao had obtained some great opportunity in the primitive mystic realm. When that time came, it would attract the attention of the divine temple, and they would intervene. That would be bad. However, this was only a slight worry. After all, although Chun Hao's progress was shocking, and he was able to pass the test at the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage, he was definitely a figure in the vast universe galaxy's Genius Guild. However, among these cultivators who were basically at the peak of the advanced stage of the Earth celestial stage, his strength couldn't be that high. At the very least, he was far inferior to Long Ting and Bailey Ningbing, who had entered the divine temple. Unfortunately, if they knew that Bailey Ningbing had been trampled by Chun Hao after entering the divine temple, they wouldn't think so. Chance. Chun Shaoqing, this is our chance. A chance to help him break through his demonic barrier. Remember, start with the illusion. No matter what, persist until your body and soul merge with the illusion. Once your body and soul merge, follow the illusion and cooperate with him. However, in the end, you have to go against the illusion and treat him with your own heart, not the way you treated him in the illusion. Do you understand what I mean? When he saw Chun Shaoqing appear in Chun Hao's demonic barrier for the first time, Old God was excited and instantly seized the best opportunity to help Chun Hao break through his demonic barrier. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 672. Cause and Effect. Tie the bell and untie the bell. Chun Shaoqing, who was originally insignificant, could not even be considered as the fuse. After all, Chun Hao was only a little conflicted about how to deal with her. The real fuse was completely the old god's words. Similarly, the one who controlled all of this was also the old god. But at the beginning, Chun Shaoqing, who made Chun Hao feel awkward, who made the old god fly into a rage, and was willing to give up everything, at the last moment broke out of her cocoon and blossomed into a bright light, triggering Chun Hao's sort of spiritual wisdom. Rumble! Rumble! In the final moment of the fusion of spirit and flesh, Chun Shaoqing followed the old god's instructions and reversed the illusion. When Chun Shaoqing broke through the shackles of the soul in Chun Hao's body and reversed the illusion, it stirred up an insignificant ripple. However, the ripple quickly spread and seeped into the depths of Chun Hao's soul, who was immersed in the demonic repellent. Then Chun Hao, who was immersed in the demonic repellent, caught a hint of abnormality. The light of intelligence began to bloom, and the insignificant ripple began to surge and grow. In the end, it evolved into a monstrous wave. Finally, a loud rumble began to erupt in Chun Hao's mind. Disillusionment. Reality, this is reality. Inner demon. Has it been broken? Chun Hao's consciousness completely returned to his body. He could clearly feel the petite body that was tightly hugging him, clamping him, and crazily kissing him. She wanted to use this passionate, unreserved, and intense action to tell him that she wasn't the person in the illusion. She wasn't now, and she wouldn't be in the future. Chun Hao did not open his eyes. He was still quietly feeling thinking, had it been broken or not? Although Chun Hao could clearly feel that his state of mind and soul had once again undergone a qualitative transformation, but he could not be sure, because the person in his arms was Chun Shaoqing. She was a stranger he had met by chance, and she was willing to give up everything for him because he had saved her. Even though he had broken the illusion, her status and identity seemed too weak. To be exact, she couldn't be compared to Qin Shui, and the others, just like how a dike of 1,000 miles could be destroyed by an ant's nest, the destruction brought by Chen Shaoqing was only the beginning of the birth of an ant's nest. It was far from the level of dike destruction. Phew. Anyway, it's starting. Chun Hao abruptly opened his eyes and hugged Chen Shaoqing back. Master, you're awake. Chun Xiaoqing's face, which was already flushed from the intense exercise, turned completely red at this moment. Her entire body stiffened, and she didn't dare to move at all, nor did she have the strength to move at all. It's all right. Thank you for your hard work. Chun Hao only glanced at the surrounding scene, and then associated it with the realistic experience in the illusion. He basically understood how much time had passed, what he had experienced, and what Chen Shaoqing had done. Otherwise, his life force, essence, and spirit would not be at their peak state. It's not hard at all. To be able to serve Master is Xiaoqing's fortune. Chen Shaoqing had just finished speaking when she closed her eyes. With a soft smile on her face, she fell into a deep sleep, tired. She was too tired, whether it was her mind or her body. She had reached her limit. Slowly coming out of Chen Xiaoqing's body, Chun Hao's forehead shone with a dazzling light that directly enveloped him. Immediately, Chen Xiaoqing disappeared in front of him. Take good care of her. Don't worry, Master, Old God replied. Hiss. With a flash of light, Chun Hao appeared in Yang City of the Second World. Beep, beep, beep. A continuous stream of information notifications came. Even though Chun Hao had long been prepared for the news, he did not expect it to be so many. More than 100,000 messages. With a glance, Chun Hao understood what was going on. Without opening any of them or looking at them in detail, Chun Hao directly called Long Ting. After not contacting Long Ting for 5 months, Chun Hao knew how anxious this girl was. As for Qin Shui, he could not contact her in the Second World, so he did not need to worry. However, Qin Hao did not know that Long Ting had already gotten together with Qin Shui long ago. Little Shui, he's here. In the Second World, Long Ting, who suddenly received a communication request from Chun Hao, screamed excitedly in her true body in the independent space of the aircraft and said to Qin Shui excitedly, You still remember to come up? After connecting the call, Long Ting directly asked angrily, What's going on? Don't you know we'll be anxious? Sister Ting, I had an accident and fell into a demonic barrier. Luckily, I woke up in time. Demonic barrier. Long Ting was shocked. She immediately looked at Chen Shui. He fell into a demonic barrier. Yes. I just came out and contacted you as soon as I went online. All right, don't worry. Oh, have you seen the message? You're going alone this time. You must be careful. I haven't had time to see it. Then take a look first. We'll reach the entrance of the primitive mystic realm in less than 10 days. The estimated opening time is 1 month later. Take a look at your own combat power and compare it with. Check my combat power. Yes, this time, according to the information we've received, we've used the same combat power calculation method for all the Earth celestial stage experts who are participating in the primitive mystic realm. The highest combat power is 10 million. You'll understand when you see the message you've received. All right, that's all for now. Wait, let me tell you something. Little Shui is with me. Also, I helped her refine pills. Pills? Nirvana pills? That's right. Ha ha ha. I've discussed it with little Shue. When the time comes, you'll contribute more blood essence to refine pills for Helian Wuzi, Xia Yuyu, Lung Minghuan, and Lung Ningle. Although it won't do you any good, it'll do them a lot of good. When the time comes, you'll just have to continuously consume Nirvana pills, and the problem will be solved. Cough, cough. That's a good feeling. It's just that I'm suffering. I'll take my leave first. I'll serve you well. He he he. Goodbye. Long Ting looked at Chun Hao's image teasingly before cutting off the connection. Chun Hao smiled and began to scan the information in his mind. Instantly, he saw the eye-catching combat power information in red. After opening it, Chun Hao took a deep breath. In an instant, he raised his energy to the maximum in the second world and tapped on the test. Beep, beep, beep. Your combat power is 7,849,05. Swoosh. The moment Chun Hao saw his combat power value, a brilliant light suddenly flashed from the bottom of the pagoda steels erected in the countless plazas of the Alliance of Yang City, East Flow City, and Golden Harbor City in the Second World. The countless cultivators who were looking at the pagoda steels immediately caught the source of the light, Chun Hao's name. A gray name. Hiss, soon after, the name on the entire pagoda steel began to ripple like water. Chun Hao's golden name slowly rose up and continued to rise. Yang City. Chun Hao. Wuji Planet's Chun Hao's combat power is out. Chun Hao's test. F***CK. It's still rising. No way. He surpassed Long. More than 100 miles of ice. He surpassed Long Ting. When Chun Hao's name still didn't show his specific combat strength, it had already caused a huge uproar as it continued to rise. On the Ying planet, it could be said that Chun Hao's name was known by almost everyone. Although he had been silent for a few years, Long Ting and Bailey Ningbing, who were related to him, were always mentioned along with their names. In fact, many people were looking forward to seeing Chun Hao's future. Although most of them thought that Chun Hao would die, they were still curious to see how far he would go. No. Is this real? When Chun Hao's name slowed down, it surpassed all the disciples of the sanctum and showed no signs of stopping. When it started to surpass a master with a combat power of 6,640,000, everyone was stunned. They could not believe what they were seeing, and it did not stop. Number 3, combat power of 7,849,05. Is this possible? Although the human celestial realm cultivators did not know, they were impressed. The Earth celestial realm cultivators who did not have the strength to enter the primitive secret realm wanted to kill themselves. They were all Earth celestials, but Chun Hao was at the peak of the early stage Earth celestial realm. The heavenly celestial realm cultivators were a little dumbfounded. It was not that the heavenly celestial realm cultivators were not as good as Chun Hao's combat power, but they knew better than anyone what it meant for someone at the peak of the early stage Earth celestial realm to reach third place, second only to the 2 sanctum disciples of Yang planet, who were at the peak of the late stage Earth celestial realm. Beep, beep, beep. Valley Master, Chun Hao's combat power has increased. Heavenly Master Qin Yang, Chun Hao's combat power is out. He's so powerful. Heavenly Master Nanchao, Heavenly Master Guchen, Family Master. At this moment, messages were being sent to Happy Valley, Wuji Planet, Demonic Ant Planet, the Sheeman family, the Alliance Enforcer Group, and so on. At the same time, there was a huge commotion in East Flow City and Golden Harbor City. For the time being, East Flow City only ranked the combat power of masters. The sanctum disciple, Chun Lin, was at the top of the list without any suspense. However, a name that suddenly appeared soared into the sky and reached the top of the list. This was a small soldier with no identity or background. He did not belong to any major faction. He was born on a small planet under the jurisdiction of Yang Planet, but it was a small planet that everyone was familiar with. Chen Hao. Up until this moment, no one had paid any attention to Chen Hao, whose name was gray at the bottom of the tower's steel. But at this moment, it brought about a storm in East Flow City. Many people recalled the name that had shaken the vast universe galaxy a few years ago, Infinite Star of the Yang Star region, Chen Hao. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 673. In the Golden Harbor City, Chen Hao, a mere soldier, was ranked 8th. Only the commander, deputy commander, and 4 division commanders were ranked higher than Chen Hao. When eldest senior brother Gu Chen received Chen Hao's combat power, his expression was one of embarrassment, shame, and shame. Damn it. He had estimated that Chen Hao's combat power would be around 4 million, and this was already taking into account the maximum weakening effect of the video. But at this moment, it was completely overturned. Chen Hao's combat power was close to 785 points, which was almost twice his estimate. Cough, cough. Second junior brother. That youngest junior brother's combat power is out. It's a little different from my estimation. Gu Chen said awkwardly. Oh, is the difference a little too big? It's a little big. It's almost twice the difference. That's still more than 20,000 points. It's quite rare for someone at the peak of the beginner stage of Earth Celestial to have a combat power of more than 20,000 points. After all, youngest junior brother did not join any of the top factions. It seems like he was affected by it. Cough, cough, second junior brother. Our youngest junior brother's combat power is 7,849,05. What? This is too powerful. Brother Nanchao, you're really wise and powerful. Phew, I can't believe it either. How is this possible? How is this possible? He's only at the peak of the beginner stage of Earth Celestial, and he has such a terrifying combat power. He's even more powerful than the geniuses at the peak of the latter stage of Earth Celestial from the Sanctum. Phew, it seems like the battle in 10 years is going to be troublesome. Valley Master, this kid is too scary. No matter what, we have to kill him. Otherwise, when he grows up, I'm afraid that the Happy Valley, you immediately summon the demonic ant planet and all the planets that have conflicts with this kid. Inform them of the seriousness of this matter. Those who should contribute should contribute. By the way, inform the Alliance's Law Enforcement Hall to join in as well. Come up with a plan as soon as possible and go to the vast universe sanctum to bribe them at all costs. As long as the sanctum doesn't interfere, it's fine. Also, contact some of the top heavenly celestial elites in the vast universe galaxy. Those who are interested should sign a contract with this kid before he becomes too famous. Yes, Valley Master. The Valley Master of the Valley of Happiness was well aware of what such a heaven-defying combat power meant, especially when he thought about how Chen Hao had been in hiding for the past few years. Once his name truly shook the vast universe galaxy, the temple would make an exception and forcefully intervene in this matter, and the 10-year agreement would most likely be voided. Therefore, they had to bribe the higher-ups of the sacred temple, who were in charge of the Yang planet. At the same time, they had to sign a contract with the famous celestial immortal realm masters in the vast universe galaxy in advance. If they delayed any longer, those celestial immortal realm masters might have scruples and be unwilling to take action. 7,849,005. In Yang City in the Second World, Chun Hao had no idea what kind of sensation his combat power had caused. Instead, he looked at the numbers and shook his head frankly. Nirvana elixir, 9-layered mystical fire, 9-layered mystical ice. My body is much stronger than Long Ting's at her peak. The state of I am heaven and earth are me is my normal state. Plus, my biggest inner demon has broken through the first step. My soul, will, comprehension of the heavenly way, and the realm of swordsmanship have all reached the level of a half-step heavenly celestial. And I'm a super genius half-step heavenly celestial. My combat skills are also on my path. My foundation is solid, and there's no weakness. How can I only get 7,850,000 points in such a state? I'm afraid that only a genius at the peak of the late Earth celestial stage can achieve this. Chun Hao thought gloomily in his heart. In his opinion, the full score of 10 million points could only be achieved by the top elites of all the races and Earth celestial stage elites who had participated in the primitive secret realm. Ordinary elites should have more than 9 million points. Even more ordinary ones should have more than 8 million points. Middle-grade elites should have more than 7 million points. At least he had been a captain when he took the test, or maybe even more. After all, he was not a disciple of the divine temples. No matter how good his test results were, he could not be a captain. But now his combat power was so low. However, when the gloomy Chun Hao clicked on the introductions of the elites of the 9 galaxies, he was dumbfounded. After a comparison. He knew how abnormal his combat power was. Obviously, the evaluation of combat power was not the way he thought it was at all. Awesome, too awesome. Chun Hao from the Wuji planet, after a few years of silence, is ranked 3rd in terms of combat power, 2nd only to the commander and deputy commander of our Yang planet. This is incredible. Yes, he's definitely the number 1 genius on our Yang planet. Moreover, he's unprecedented. Judging from his current stage, that's true, but it's hard to say whether he can survive or not. At this moment, Chun Hao, who was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the street in Yang City and wearing a black bamboo hat, heard the conversations of the passers-by. Many people were talking about him. How did they find out so quickly? Curious, Chun Hao stepped onto the main road and asked a strange cultivator. Only then did he learn that there was a ranking on the pagoda stele in the center of the alliance. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone, the signal of the second world is about to disappear. Please exit normally within 10 minutes. Just as Chun Hao was about to go to the square in the center of the alliance, a message came to his mind. Beep, beep, beep. Long Ting, who also received the message, immediately called Chun Hao and asked directly, "What's your combat power? How much do you have?" Chun Hao smiled faintly. He, who already knew how awesome he was, naturally revealed a smug expression. "I have 3. 46 million. Xiaoxue has 3. 14 million. How much do you have? Tell me quickly. It's too late." "Huh? Twice as much as yours. Twice as much. Add another 800,000. Well, that's about it. Ha ha ha." Chun Hao looked at Long Ting's widened eyes and could not help but laugh proudly. "Brother Hao, you're so fierce. Haha, this is not fierce. When we do that, you'll know how fierce I am. Pervert, get off now." Long Ting said coquettishly. She was not shy. Instead, she looked at Chun Hao provocatively and seductively and cut off the call. After that, it turned into Chen Shui's dumbstruck expression, and the pride she felt because of Chun Hao. The commotion caused by Chun Hao's battle prowess was not limited to this, and it was not as simple as that. This was because Chun Hao's ranking and information directly attracted the attention of the upper echelons of the human race. This was more direct and violent than Chun Hao's heaven-defying preliminary test results a few years ago. At the same time, the information obtained by the other 9 galaxies also changed at the fastest speed. Brother Chun-Lin, don't. I received the news. News about Chun Hao? In the independent space of the aircraft, Chun-Lin took his hand away from the plump breasts of the panty's side current and asked. He was not in a hurry. If he wanted to deal with the panty's side current, he would have done it in these 5 months. There was no need to wait until now. First, he had to pay attention to his image. If he did it now, it would seem that he was too impatient. Moreover, Long Ting was in his aircraft. Second, the panty's side current still had a lot of room for improvement. If he settled the relationship and ate it in the future, the taste would naturally be better and the harvest would be greater. Therefore, right now he was just addicted to his mouth, hands, and eyes. Well, Chun Hao's combat power, how did it exceed 4 million? Brother Moling asked me to take care of him. Chun-Lin saw the expression of the panty's side current and intuitively felt that Chun Hao's combat power should be a bit high, but he did not care at all. He smiled and said proudly, "More than 5 million? Yes, Brother Chun-Lin. Very high. Even I don't believe it." Maybe there is a problem with the combat power evaluation. Panty's side current turned her gaze to the side and whispered. She knew very well that in front of a man, talking about how strong another man was not what a smart woman should do. However, she was in the panty's side current city in the second world. Chun-Lin also told her to pay attention to Chun Hao's combat power. Now that she was out, she naturally had to say it. Could it be 6 million? Chun-Lin frowned slightly. Chun Hao was just at the early stage of the Earth celestial stage. If it reached 6 million, although there was still a big gap between them, his potential was not something he could compare with. It's 7 million. 7,849,05. What? Chun-Lin stood up and lost his usual calmness. He stared at the panty's side current and said, "Are you sure the messenger didn't make a mistake?" "I'm sure." "I can't believe it." So I asked several times. His combat power ranking surpassed you. Brother Chun-Lin, he became the first in the panty's side current city. How is this possible? He's just at the peak of the early stage of the Earth celestial stage. How can he be so strong? Brother Chun-Lin, it must be a problem with the combat power evaluation method. We've all seen him. His aura is far inferior to yours, Brother Chun-Lin. It's impossible for him to be stronger than you. Besides, his combat power is only higher than yours by 100,000 points. Even if it's true, in a real battle, he's definitely not a match for you. Brother Chun-Lin, Panny's side current comforted him, although she herself was a little doubtful that her words might not be reliable, because when she saw Chun Hao, she thought of a person, Lang Shui, who had fought with her in the second world and who had made her impulsive to confess. At that time, she had impulsively confessed because after the real battle, she had felt that Lang Shui's perfect combat skills were beyond her imagination. There was no winner or loser, but the other party did not want to win, because that was his fighting style. Everyone would let you play to your heart's content, and then defeat you with what you were best at. She was sure that if Lang Shui had wanted to defeat her at that time, he would have done it in a few moves. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 674. That was the reason why Pandong Lu impulsively confessed. However, Lang Shui's rejection and the old voice could only make her retreat later. Because of this trip to the primitive secret area of the Earth's celestial stage and the introduction of her family elders, she met a man who was worthy of her commitment in all aspects, Chun Lin. Moreover, Chun Lin's gentleness and interest in her made her even more delighted. So when she met Chun Hao again and sensed a trace of aura that could only be sensed from Leng Shui, although she guessed that Leng Shui might be Chun Hao, she did not regret her decision at all. At least, no matter what, Chun Hao was better. Of course, appearance was an exception. But for men, appearance was the least important. As long as one was not ugly, one could be infinitely charming. It depended on how capable one was. But now, Pan Donglu looked at Chun Lin, who had almost finished the last step. His shocked and aghast look made her feel a strange feeling in her heart. Was it regret? She was not sure, but at least from now on, the former Leng Shui, or Chun Hao, would forever be in existence in her memory, an existence who had a chance but missed, who, exiting the second world, Chun Hao waved his hand and cleared the formation of a Toda, Suzaku, and Black Tortoise in the practice room under the guidance of Old God. Every sip and every peck is it predestined. This sentence appeared in Chun Hao's mind. He slowly stepped out of the practice room, faintly comprehending something. Practitioners went against the natural order and paid attention to following one's heart and nature. Only then could they bravely advance. It seemed that only in this way could the practitioners get rid of their inner demons. In fact, with the improvement of a practitioner's realm, the role of the state of mind became more and more important, even surpassing the talent conditions such as soul and comprehension. To be exact, this was a process of cultivating the mind. Moreover, this time, Chun Hao also clearly understood the importance of following one's heart and nature. It had to be said that any of the 7 emotions and 6 desires of human beings, once suppressed, would become the root of the inner demons. If one could release himself at will, naturally, he would be far away from the inner demons. However, a new problem appeared in front of Chun Hao. What was the essence of inner demons or inner demons? Cultivation was something that defied the heavens, but what was the essence of it? Everything is predetermined, and predetermined is fate. To defy the heavens was to fight for one's life against the heavens. In the unseen world of fate, people, or things, if one acted according to one's desires, how could it be a heaven-defying act? Shaking his head, Chun Hao temporarily cast aside the doubts in his mind. This wasn't something he could comprehend at the moment, but he knew that he was one step closer to the door of fate. Dong, dong, dong. Right when Chun Hao picked a random bottle of wine from the cupboard that was full of precious wine to enjoy life, the knocks made of runes came from the door. Hiss! Chun Hao's heart skipped a beat, and the curled-up Chen Shaoqing, who was still sound asleep, appeared in his arms. He quickly placed her on the huge, comfortable bed in the bedroom, covered her with a blanket, and closed the bedroom door. Then Chun Hao opened the door. "Elder, what's the matter?" Chun Hao cupped his fist and asked when he saw the person. He didn't look displeased at all. "Phew, Mr. Chun, congratulations. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Right now, our spacecraft is in a mess. Everyone is talking about you, Mr. Chun. It's just a reference number. It's not accurate," Chun Hao said. He was neither haughty nor arrogant, and his performance was just right. He, Mr. Chun, it seems like you've improved in the past 5 months. I think Fan Xiaoqing's effect is not bad. Seeing that the person still didn't tell him why he was looking for him, Chun Hao didn't ask anymore and answered patiently, "It's all right. I wonder if Mr. Chun is interested in the rest of them. I've been told by the head of the family that he would like to befriend a prodigy like Mr. Chun. If Mr. Chun is interested, among the other 19, 11 of them have primordialine body. Any one of them can serve you for free. If Mr. Chen is willing, all of them can serve you. Elder, you're too kind. Xiaoqing is enough." "Oh, right. Elder, when I enter the primitive secret area, please take care of Xiaoqing. No problem. Before you come back, I'll leave this room to Xiaoqing. I promise there won't be any problems. Thank you so much. You're welcome, Mr. Chen. You really don't need it? Xiaoqing was raised by the Fan family. Even if you call all of them here, they won't have any problems with you. It's already a great blessing that you're willing to redeem her. Why don't I call all of them here? And you can decide after you take a look. Their primordial body will only be beneficial to Mr. Chen. Chen Hao shook his head and said, Elder, my desire has been extinguished. It's not good to have more. I appreciate your kindness. That. All right. Then I won't disturb you anymore. The middle-aged man knew that he could not force Chen Hao, so he took his leave. At the same time, Chen Hao's words made him understand that Chen Hao only wanted Xiaoqing to get rid of his desire. He did not covet her primordial body. That was reasonable. After all, with Chen Hao's talent, his potential was far from reaching its limit. Why would he want to improve himself through dual cultivation? Occasionally, he would vent his desire to prevent his inner demons from forming. That was enough. He would not choose dual cultivation as his main cultivation. Of course, different cultivators had different desires and would form different inner demons. Among male cultivators, the 7 emotions and the 6 desires occupied the highest proportion of male cultivators. Chen Hao was one of them. I'm not a savior, and I'm not a casual person. After the middle-aged man left, Chen Hao thought to himself, in the face of the middle-aged man's temptation, a casual person would not be able to resist. However, Chen Hao did not feel anything this time, because even if those people were more outstanding and beautiful than Chen Xiaoqing, Chen Hao did not feel anything. He did not know them at all. How could he feel anything? Moreover, although they had the same fate as Chen Xiaoqing, he was not a savior. He saved Chen Xiaoqing because of fate. It could be considered a coincidence or Chen Xiaoqing's luck. Of course, it could also be considered Chen Hao's luck. Just like what Old God said, Chen Hao had picked up a treasure by saving Chen Xiaoqing. This was because even brainwashing could not hide her true self. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Chen Xiaoqing had contributed greatly to Chen Hao's success in breaking through the first step of his inner demons. Similarly, Chen Hao and Chen Xiaoqing's soul and flesh had merged and obtained her primordial yin. The harvest was not small. The reason why Chen Hao got Chen Xiaoqing out of the mind space after hearing the knock on the door was that he could not take Chen Xiaoqing away in this way for the time being. This was also a decision he had made after careful consideration. After all, if he took Chen Xiaoqing away silently, the only excuse would be that he had swallowed Chen Xiaoqing and killed her. However, Chen Xiaoqing was a mortal core cultivated by the Fan family. How could she not have a longevity token? Although they had come into contact with the soul slave contract, they still knew whether Chen Xiaoqing was alive or dead. If Chen Hao took Chen Xiaoqing away, the middle-aged heavenly immortal master would definitely be able to guess that Chen Hao had the ability to keep living people. This was an ability that only the masters of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm had. Once it was exposed, what would happen? It could be said that, until now, Chen Hao had not told anyone about this secret. Even Guo Nu's situation, Long Ting and Long Yi could only guess at most. They could not be sure. Therefore, they could only keep it for the time being. For a whole day and night, Chen Xiaoqing, who was curled up in the quilt, was secretly infused with energy by Chen Hao. She finally woke up slowly. She felt endless comfort all over her body, whether it was her soul, her state of mind, or her physical body. Chen Xiaoqing felt that she had far surpassed her previous peak state. What surprised her even more was that this full state clearly told her that the barrier that had imprisoned her for nearly 10 years and could not touch had a huge loosening at this moment. She had a feeling that now, as long as she activated her essence, chi, and spirit, she could trigger the divine punishment and pass it without any suspense, stepping into the earth celestial stage. All of this was like a dream. In the warm and soft quilt, she felt that her body was naked, thinking that she fell asleep because she was too tired. Although Chen Xiaoqing enjoyed this feeling very much, she still opened her eyes and released her spirit. Suddenly, she sensed Chun Hao in the living room. A blush appeared on her pretty face, and she even bloomed with the brilliance of reaching the true balance of yin and yang after being nourished. She quickly put on her clothes, and her full breasts rose and fell violently. She took a deep breath and walked out of the bedroom. "Master!" Chen Xiaoqing obediently came to Chen Hao's side, bowed to him, and whispered in a low voice, "You're awake. You don't have to do these red tape in the future." "Yes, master." Chen Xiaoqing obediently picked up the wine bottle on the tea table. After filling Chen Hao's empty wine glass, she went directly behind Chen Hao and massaged Chen Hao like a little maidservant of a big family. "You often do this?" Feeling Chen Xiaoqing's skillful and comfortable technique, Chen Hao frowned slightly and asked, "Master, Xiaoqing has been trained since childhood. However, I have never served any man." "Master, Xiaoqing was the first person I served." Chen Xiaoqing, who was intelligent, said hurriedly, "Oh, then what else can you do? As long as master wants, Xiaoqing should be able to, then give me a full service. It's rare for me to have free time, so I'll enjoy life properly." Chen Hao said comfortably as he felt Chen Xiaoqing's nimble little hands. The knot in his heart for Chen Xiaoqing had been untied. Why would this girl have any scruples? This was his first female subordinate, a maidservant. The other girls were all high and mighty. How could they be as obedient as Chen Xiaoqing? Also, they couldn't be as obedient as Chen Xiaoqing. If he wanted the other girls to let go of their reservations and reach Chen Xiaoqing's level, he still had a long way to go. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 675. Qi, Qi Qi, Qi Qi Qi. The densely packed aircraft of the human clan quickly traveled through the pitch-black chaotic space. Suddenly, one after another, the aircraft opened their barriers, allowing the cultivators inside the aircraft to see the scene outside for the first time. The space aircraft, with their own independent space, also removed the ceiling restrictions on their own independent space. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone, we have arrived at the entrance of the primitive mystic realm. The human clan will occupy the 50 entrances. Once again, we must be united within the human clan. Try to avoid killing and fighting. If you can settle it when you return, then do so. This time, the cultivators of the other 9 clans are extremely powerful. They are our real opponents. Everyone, please be in your best condition and be prepared. In at most 20 days, the entrance will open. Now you can feel the origin energy outside the primitive mystic realm. This is a good opportunity to cultivate. In the cabin, in the VIP area, in every room, and in the cultivation room, a voice rang out. Have we arrived? Chun Hao, who was refreshed, slowly opened his eyes. Master. Chen Xiaoqing also came out from her cultivation state. Her face was rosy, and she was full of energy. A dense fluctuation was naturally emitted from her body. It was obvious that her essence, qi, and spirit had become more vigorous in the past 9 days. If she hadn't been in the aircraft, she would have triggered the divine punishment and stepped into the Earth celestial stage. This was because she had only enjoyed it once in the past 9 days. If she could have sex with Chun, the effect would be even more exaggerated. It was a pity that her master was not the kind of person who indulged in sex. He also told her that he was thinking for her. "You can stay in the room. I will go out and take a look. If I don't come back, I will come back after the trial in the primitive mystic realm, and Master, you be careful." Chun Hao stretched out his hand and patted Chen Xiaoqing's head. He turned around and walked out of the cultivation room. Chen Xiaoqing stared at Chun Hao's back as he left. The moment the door closed, she rubbed the part of her head that Chun Hao had touched. A sweet smile that had never appeared on her face. It was a smile of happiness that came from the bottom of her heart. Becoming a servant from a human core cultivator was something that she did not even dare to think about. Furthermore, her master treated her so well. More importantly, her master was so powerful. "Hello, Brother Chun." "Greetings, Brother Chun." "Brother Chun, you are truly amazing." "What a strong aura." "Damn it, when we came in, he must have hidden his aura. I, as the captain, am nothing in front of him." When Chun Hao entered the VIP cabin, there were only about 200 cultivators who could afford it. They all greeted Chun Hao warmly. Chun Hao, who had booked a top-notch room, could use the VIP cabin for free. It was impossible to see the outside from inside the room. Only those in the VIP cabins or the normal cabins could see and sense the primal mystic realm aura that was purposely released by the restrictions of the aircraft. Although Chun Hao wasn't an arrogant person, he couldn't stand being treated with too much enthusiasm, especially when more than 200 people were looking at him at the same time as if they wanted to make friends with him. Chun Hao didn't want to be annoyed by such meaningless enthusiasm. Hence, he only nodded his head slightly. His pace was neither fast nor slow, but he didn't slow down at all. He didn't reject people, but he didn't allow people to get close to him easily either. Seeing Chun Hao like this, the cultivators who wanted to get close to him all sat down tactfully. After sitting down cross-legged on an empty seat, Chun Hao looked outside the aircraft. His powerful soul consciousness also caught a trace of aura that entered the aircraft and blended it into the endless chaotic space. This aura, in just an instant, Chun Hao was shocked. The pitch-black chaotic space roiled and surged like dark clouds, and it was filled with a heavy and ancient aura. Various quintessence energies that seemed like the remnants of ancient times were contained within it, but what truly surprised Chun Hao was the aura of destruction contained within it. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, Chun Hao seemed to see millions upon millions of stars being destroyed. The endless universe began to crumble as the stars were destroyed. Destruction, true destruction. Destruction that no one in heaven and earth could stop. Although the destructive aura was very weak, it still set off huge waves in Chun Hao's mind. The destruction sword principle of the secular sword principle was one of the earliest and strongest sword principle elements that Chun Hao had mastered. However, at this moment, in front of this weak destructive aura, Chun Hao felt that the aura of his destruction sword principle was the difference between charcoal and diamond. They were both elements, but they were worlds apart. This is real destruction, the destruction that causes the collapse of the universe. Chun Hao knew how the primitive secret area was formed. It was the essence left behind after the collapse of a universe. This was the only trace of their existence left behind by countless powerful figures in the universe. The higher the level of the primitive secret area, the more powerful the universe was before it collapsed. The primitive secret area of the Earth's celestial realm was the inheritance that the ancient powerful figures of the universe left behind for the cultivators of the Earth celestial realm the so-called opening of the primitive secret area, was when the destructive aura that caused the collapse of the universe dissipated after a long period of time and could no longer affect the cultivators. That was when it opened. In fact, at this moment, only 1 in a billion cultivators could capture the destructive aura. Only those who had comprehended the mystery of destruction would be more sensitive to it. It's a pity that I came too late. If I had come earlier, the destructive aura would have been stronger, and I would have gained more. However, this is also a rare opportunity. Chun Hao's mind directly fused into the boundless chaotic space. He captured every single strand of destructive aura that he could capture and immersed himself in comprehending. Unlike Chun Hao, the vast majority of cultivators were also inexplicably excited after immersing themselves in the comprehension. This was because the aircraft had only released a trace of the chaotic space's aura. Even if their soul perception could follow this trace of aura into the chaotic space, it was still extremely limited. Even so, many cultivators could feel the ancient origin energy. Although it was very weak, the origin energy's realm was very high. Even the energy level of a middle-grade origin stone could not be compared to it. This was only the outside of the primitive secret area, and it was already so powerful. What would happen after they entered? Just thinking about it made them excited. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The human army was tens of millions of miles long. Gradually, the distance between the human army and the human army became longer and longer. Starting from the army at the rear, the human army stopped first. After about 1 hour, another one stopped. Then, the human army at the front stopped as well. This also meant that the human tribe army was all in place. They occupied almost 1/10 of the surrounding area of the primitive secret area. This was the area that the higher-ups of the 10 galaxies had agreed on beforehand. Of course, the actual size of the space inside the primitive secret area could not be measured by the size of the chaotic space. This was because it was a collapsing universe. There was an independent space order and even time order. As for the specifics, they would only know after entering the primitive secret area. Time passed. When Chun Hao felt that the destructive aura was getting weaker and the origin energy was getting stronger, he knew that the primitive secret area that the entire cultivation world was looking forward to was about to open. Phew! Chun Hao let out a long sigh. The destructive aura in his eyes flashed and disappeared. Although the 20 days of comprehension did not allow Chun Hao's destructive will to achieve a breakthrough, it clearly pointed out the direction that Chun Hao had to work hard on from now on. I can't wait. Lu Qinya, will make the genius cultivators of the 10 galaxies tremble in fear. Ha ha ha. The Protoss, Lu Qinya, was ranked number 1 among the Protoss in the human tribe statistics. He had a combat power of 9,900,000. His eyes were filled with excitement, desire, and passion. The Protoss were born with a divine body. They were the most powerful race in the 10 galaxies. Countless human cultivators in the vast universe galaxy dreamed of having an immortal body. Any newborn Protoss would have this body. The strength of their bodies was something that the 9 great races could never hope to compare with. Their weakness was that the God race had a congenital flaw in their perception. They were basically unable to control any supernatural powers or laws. They only had skills to temper their true essence. In battle, they relied entirely on their physical strength and true essence, as well as the most basic and simplest combat skills. If it were not for this flaw, the Protoss would be invincible. They would have conquered the entire universe a long time ago. I want to see who can compete with me in the primitive secret area. The number 1 expert of the Zerg, Morris, had a boundless vitality. He had a human body, but he had 9 demonic heads. the middle head was that of an extremely beautiful human woman, but the other 8 heads that spread out like sunflowers were snake heads. It looked very strange. But Morris's name shocked the cultivators who entered the primitive secret area more than Lu Chinya of the Protoss. Her combat power was one of the only 3 that had a full score. 10 million. Those who block me will die. My fortune, luck, and strength will definitely be the greatest. The top powerhouses of the top 10 galaxies all let out their strongest voices when they sensed that the primitive mystic realm was about to open. At the same time, the eyes of countless powerful cultivators were burning with excitement. Those who knew that they were weak did not have the heart to compete, but they were also excited. The primitive secret area was filled with treasures. As long as their luck was not too bad, they would be able to gain something. Even if they could only hide in a corner to cultivate, it would be worth it. How could they not be excited? Chi. Has it opened? It has already opened. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone, the primitive secret area is officially open. The flying devices are open. Prepare to enter. I hope that all of you will have a good harvest. Amazing harvest. When the pitch-black, chaotic space suddenly blossomed with an extremely bright light, illuminating the entire chaotic space, the cultivators in the aircraft shouted excitedly. Along with the sound coming from the aircraft, the cultivators activated their extremely powerful protective aura Chi one after another. 4th update. The pair is so big, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 676. Everyone don't panic. Go out in groups. Hiss. Boom. The team leader was still standing at the door to maintain order. As the door of the aircraft opened, the cultivators who had been impatient for a long time turned into streams of light and flew out one by one according to their serial number. Every cultivator who rushed out immediately released a powerful protective aura around their bodies and rushed towards the bright light. The heavenly immortal masters and attendants of the aircraft also arrived at the entrance. As they watched the cultivators quickly leave and rush towards the bright light, these heavenly immortal masters knew that these disciples might be like this light, blooming with a dazzling radiance. But some of them were like moths flying into a flame, never to return to vast universe galaxy again. Master! Chun Xiaoqing's petite figure quickly rushed over and saw Chun Hao, who was walking towards the door from the VIP area. Wait for me to come back. Okay. Chun Xiaoqing nodded vigorously, looking at the smiling Chun Hao full of confidence. Her eyes flashed with an inexplicable impulse, but she forcibly suppressed it. She could only stare at Chun Hao rushing out of the aircraft, but Chun Hao did not directly rush towards the bright light. Instead, he quickly rushed towards a distant aircraft marked East Flow City, number 1 in the chaotic space. Master is meeting up with the mistress. Seeing this scene, Chun Xiaoqing thought to herself. Thinking of Chun Hao and Long Ting, she felt more and more that she was extremely lucky to be able to become Chun Hao's servant. With her talent and appearance, being able to be chosen by Chun Hao was like a pie falling from the sky, because she deeply knew how outstanding her mistresses were, including Helian Wuzi and the others. Even though she didn't know their names because she had seen everything in Chun Hao's demonic repellent realm without a sound, Brother Hao, whoosh, whoosh. 2 beautiful figures met up with Chun Hao at an astonishing speed. Long Ting was still passionate and did not know how to be reserved. She called out Brother Hao loudly and with sincere feelings. This wasn't something that a little girl like Chun Hao could accomplish. She'd only simplified the way she addressed Chun Hao to the word Hao but the feelings it contained weren't inferior to Long Ting in the slightest. It was just that everyone had different ways of expressing themselves. Of course, this wasn't a matter of age. The most important thing was that Chen Shui was really Chen Hao's elder sister. Hee. Chen Hao revealed a smile, ignoring the gazes of the cultivators in the distance. In truth, there were not many people who were paying attention to him. Basically, everyone who came out had already rushed into the light. Only those who cared about Chen Hao, Long Ting, and Chen Shui would notice it. For example, Division Master Chen Lin, the Pan-East Current, who had basically established a relationship with Chen Lin, and Long Ting's good friends such as Mo Weiwei, Duan Rentian, Zhong Yangming, and Go Daoqian. At the same time, he held the two women's small hands in each hand. With a chi sound, the three of them rushed into the bright light at the same time. Primitive mystic realm. Grandpa, I'm here. Ha ha ha. What made Chen Shui and Long Ting frown was that the moment they entered the light, Chen Hao actually shouted loudly and even called himself Grandpa. Was he that excited? Open for me. Hiss. In the light, a bright sword light suddenly shone from between Chen Hao's eyebrows. The space barrier was directly torn apart. The bright light disappeared, and the three of them entered the legendary primitive mystic realm at the same time. Ah, what dense and pure origin energy! Long Ting cried out in surprise. Chen Shui also revealed an expression of surprise and joy, as expected of the legendary primitive mystic realm. Chen Hao's eyes were also burning. He took a deep breath and immediately said, "Something's not right. What's wrong?" The two women looked at Chen Hao at the same time. There's actually no cultivator within a radius of 100,000 miles. Brother Hao, are you sure? Long Ting asked in surprise. Indeed, there's no one within 150,000 miles. At this moment, Chen Shui also frowned and said, "You, Xiao Shui, you're sensing range. Are you kidding?" Hearing Chen Shui's words, Long Ting turned to look at Chen Shui and was even more surprised. Not only Long Ting, but even Chen Hao looked at Chen Shui strangely. Of course, Chen Shui said proudly. Originally, her sensing ability had always been her advantage. However, after meeting a freak like Chen Hao, she did not feel proud at all. Especially later, the gap between her and Chen Hao grew larger. However, in these few years after being under house arrest by the Divine Temple, her sensing ability had a miraculous explosion. Just like Chen Hao's fiery golden eyes, it had a shocking increase. Moreover, at this moment, looking at Chen Hao's eyes, Chen Shui finally felt the same feeling she had when she first met Chen Hao. She was very happy and said, "This is a special ability that I obtained by accident." You actually obtained a special ability too, as expected of my wife, Chen Hao. Amazing, amazing. Moi. Chen Hao held Chen Shui's beautiful face, and as fast as lightning, in front of Long Ting, he smacked his lips and kissed her cherry lips. Chen Shui, who was suddenly attacked, screamed and pushed Chen Hao away. With a red face, she glared at Chen Hao angrily. "Ha! What about me?" Chen Shui was embarrassed, but when Long Ting saw this scene, she directly pouted her little mouth and made a gesture of waiting for a kiss, causing Chen Shui to collapse and black lines to appear on her forehead. Moi. Chen Hao did not say anything and immediately added, although this guy was once again defeated by Long Ting, he had to admit that he liked it. Such thick skin. Chen Shui glared at Long Ting and spat out 4 words. He. Long Ting laughed and did not say anything. "What special ability did you obtain?" Chen Shui looked at Chen Hao and asked, "What? Did I obtain any special ability?" A special ability is something that can only be obtained by chance. I did not obtain it. If you did not obtain it, why did you say also just now? A slip of the tongue. It was definitely a slip of the tongue. All right, all right. There are no cultivators within a radius of 150,000 miles. This means that the primitive mystic realm is extremely terrifying. After all, when we entered the chaotic space, the distance between us and other cultivators was only about 3,000 meters. Furthermore, 150,000 miles might not be the limit. Chun Hao changed the topic. He could not help but admire Chen Shui's observation skills. He had only said the word, also, and she had noticed it. However, this special ability was something that Chun Hao could not say even if he was beaten to death. If the two girls knew that he could see their naked bodies at any time, wouldn't that be terrible? That's right. If there is no one within a radius of 5 million miles, then we don't have to be team leaders anymore. Let me try sending a message. As a team leader, she was different from Chun Hao. Although the token had fused with her soul, she could still sense it and use the team leader's summoning token to send a message. However, the range was only 1 million miles. I don't think it's going to work. That Chen Lin must have sent a message when he entered. The range of the primitive mystic realm is 50 million miles. Until now, we have not received any message from him. This can only mean that the spatial laws of the primitive mystic realm are beyond our knowledge. Indeed, I can't sense any waves. Long Ting said in shock. Very good. This way, you don't have to be a team leader anymore. The two of you will each take one side, and I will be in the middle. I have a miniature aircraft. I guarantee that there won't be any problems within 50,000 miles. If you encounter any problems, fly in and shape, and I will rush over. Is that okay? Chun Hao was extremely shocked. Similarly, he was happy to see such a situation. Although he was with the two girls, he went on an adventure alone. It was not right after all. Furthermore, Chun Hao did not want the two girls to lead a group of people under the leadership of Chen Lin, who obviously had ulterior motives towards Long Ting. The appearance of such an unimaginable situation immediately resolved Chun Hao's concerns. All right, the two girls said excitedly. However, brother, Hao, isn't the range of your miniature aircraft even further? It's also faster, and we can cover a larger area. Kiki, not at the moment. Xiaoji's mission is to find my two masters, and Xiaowu? Chun Hao said with a smile. Ah, such a large area. They are not even in the same army as us. Don't worry, we know which army they are in. Although they are definitely very far away, with the speed of the aircraft, it won't take much time. It won't be difficult to find them. Initially, I only wanted to take the two masters. Now that your team leader positions are useless, why don't we all go together? I'm not worried. All right, you can go now. There were many people who were as excited as Chun Hao and the other two. This was because they had entered the primitive mystic realm from around the same place. However, after entering, they could not sense anyone's aura. Naturally, they could guess what was going on. Large meant that as long as they were careful, they would not encounter enemies from the other 9 galaxies. It was very suitable for cultivation. They might even be able to obtain some Dharma treasures, heavenly spiritual items, or inheritances without anyone noticing. With the danger reduced, who would be willing to follow a large team and be governed by others. Furthermore, it might not be evenly distributed. Only some officials who wanted to do big things and reap more rewards with the strength of a team were unhappy. For example, Chen Lin, hiss, master, Etoda, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. While Chun Hao was flying fast, directly appeared beside Chun Hao and shouted excitedly, "Go and train alone. Don't go too far. Go." "Yes, master," Itoda and the two ancient mythical beasts said excitedly. After that, they turned into 3 streams of light and left quickly. Chi. After the man and the 2 beasts left, a stream of light flashed, and Huaxia number 1 micro-aircraft appeared in front of Chun Hao. "Xiaoji, can you confirm their auras?" "Yes, master." "Good. You know which army they are in. You also know the order of the 50 entrances. As for the specific distance, you will have to rely on yourself. I will basically follow this route and come back to me after completing the mission." "Yes, master. I promise to complete the mission." Chi. The miniature aircraft directly turned into a stream of light, and then the aura shield disappeared. 5th update. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 677. Who? The Primal Mystic Realm. Bang! Chun Hao's aura surged outwards. His essence, energy, and soul shot into the skies. A heart-shaking pressure spread outwards. Heaven and earth, as me and I as heaven and earth state, is actually completely suppressed here. I can't do that at all. Chun Hao stared at the vast and boundless space of the primal mystic realm. He could clearly feel an invisible pressure pressing down on his body. It was this pressure that bound down Chun Hao's essence, energy, and mind, causing him to be unable to enter the state of, "I am the heavens and earth, I am the heavens and earth," that he had achieved back at Vast Universe Star. The reason was simple. The source heavenly Tao laws contained here had completely surpassed the limits of Chun Hao's comprehension of his own boundary. In truth, this sort of state could only be entered when one's own boundary was at the state of perfection. On Vast Universe Star, Chun Hao had indeed reached the state of perfection. But in this primal mystic realm, he had not reached the state of perfection. What did this mean? The heavenly Tao laws in the primal mystic realm were even stronger than on Vast Universe Star. Just cultivating here can benefit me greatly. Who forget it? How can I return empty-handed from a mountain of treasures? Hiss. Thinking of this, Chun Hao suppressed his impulse to stop and cultivate. He descended into the depths of the forest that was filled with an ancient aura. His powerful soul sense spread outwards, carefully sensing every blade of grass, every tree, every rock, and every grain of sand. He quickly walked towards the depths where the aura was thicker. "Master, there are no treasures within 10,000 miles. As for lucky chances and inheritances, I cannot sense them." At this time, the treasure-hunting sword's spirit suddenly said, "Oh, if that's the case, then let's go deeper." Chun Hao didn't doubt the treasure-hunting sword's words at all. If the treasure-hunting sword's spirit couldn't sense anything, then even if there were treasures, he wouldn't be able to sense them either. As for lucky chances and inheritances, they were completely dependent on destiny. They were things that could only be chanced upon and not sought. They weren't things that one could find just by looking carefully. So, Chun Hao decisively sped up. However, the aura around his body was released without the slightest restraint. His essence, energy, spirit, will, soul energy, and comprehension towards the laws of the Heaven Tao weren't held back in the slightest. This was because he knew that lucky chances and inheritances depended on destiny and one's own conditions. Only when one's conditions were met could they be opened. For hours later, "Treasure Hunter, is there anything wrong with your senses?" "There won't be any problems." "Don't worry, Master. That's strange. It's been a full 4 hours." Let alone, an ancient spiritual treasure. I haven't even seen a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. This doesn't make sense. According to the records, there are treasures everywhere. You can even step on a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. This, Master, I really didn't sense anything. Chi. At this moment, Chun Hao suddenly looked up at the void. To his surprise, a miniature aircraft was flying over at lightning speed. What happened? Chun Hao was shocked. It had only been 4 hours. He was clear about the speed of the miniature aircraft. No matter how fast it was, it couldn't be this fast, right? How could he have completed the mission and returned? Whoosh. Beep, beep, beep. Master, this is a star fragment. It's in the shape of a sheet, and it's about 90 million kilometers long. Other than the Master and the 2 mistresses, there are no other life forms in the fragment. What? Are you sure? Xiaoji number 1's words caused Chun Hao's eyes to widen in surprise. Master, I returned after a week. I'm sure. How could this be? Chun Hao frowned. Such a situation was not recorded in the records of the primitive secret realm. No matter what level the primitive secret realm was at, there was no such thing. He, Chen Shui, and Long Ting had entered hand in hand and appeared on a star fragment. Did this mean that as long as they entered alone, they would appear on an independent star fragment? There were 500 million cultivators in the human race alone. If the other 9 galaxies and some smaller galaxies were included, there would be a total of 6 billion cultivators. How many star fragments would that require? Old God, are you sure about this situation? I'm not sure. However, I'm sure that not only is the law of space out of the ordinary, but the law of time is also different. What do you mean? Such a huge space is at least billions of times larger than the size of the chaotic space. This situation definitely exceeds the limit of the law of time in the outside world. In other words, there needs to be a stronger law of time in order to stabilize this space. I estimate it's at least 100 times. 100 years here is at most a year in the outside world. Doesn't this mean we have to stay here for 500 to 600 years? Chun Hao was shocked. The opening time of the primitive secret realm, no matter what level it was usually 5 to 6 years. If it was 100, it would be 500 to 600 years. Master, I said at least. Based on 5 years, 500 years is at least 1,000 years is very likely, and even 2,000 years is not surprising. The law of space here is too strong. Based on the law of space, it shouldn't be just the primitive secret realm of the earth, celestial realm. I don't understand it either. Old God said, even though Old God had been through many generations of masters, and each of them was the strongest in their own universe, every space civilization had its own uniqueness and uniqueness. However, Master, this is just a fragment of a planet. Other than cultivation, there is not much to gain from it. I think we should leave immediately and head for the deeper regions where the energy is thicker. At least we need to go to the ruins of ancient planets, sects, and cities to reap the rewards. While most people are still confused about the situation, we should make the first move and buy ourselves some time. Old God sighed and said, however, Master, this is just a fragment of a planet. All right. Hiss. Chun Hao directly entered the miniature aircraft. There's no response within 50 million miles. Brother Moling also didn't send any message. Is the law of space here so terrifying? Gazing at the endless barren mountains and forests, Chun Lin and Pan Eastward Current had been flying for a full 6 hours. Moreover, they were flying at an extremely fast speed. Their purpose was to sense the cultivators through the master token. However, in these 6 hours, he had flown for more than 300 million miles. In addition to the 50 million sensing range of the master token, he did not detect any fluctuations. This made him feel truly horrified. Brother Chenlin, in this case, let's train alone. Pan Dong Lu did not feel much about this. Originally, she was just a captain. If she could lead the team, she might gain more and earn fame. However, if she could not lead the team and train alone, it was not necessarily bad. Moreover, it was not bad to be alone with Chenlin. The situation is a bit strange. The law of space here is a bit too terrifying. I remember that our temple hall master once said that when the law of space exceeds a certain range, there must be a matching law of time. It is precisely because of this that our storage magic treasures have always been greatly restricted. I'll apologize in advance. Today and tomorrow, I have to write 11 chapters to complete the promise of 100 chapters this month. But I'm in trouble. I woke up early in the morning. Until now, I've only written more than 2,000 words. Until now, I've already written 270,000 words, but I definitely can't complete the task. At the beginning of the month, I had a continuous outburst, but my results dropped. I was really hit. I couldn't get excited. I forced myself to work hard until now, 270,000 words. But in the end, I still lost my integrity. The promise is too tiring, and the effort is unrewarding. The pressure is so great that I want to vomit blood. Wushan will not make any more promises in the future. Occasionally, it will not stop. The readers who understand will understand Wushan. For those who don't understand, no matter how hard they work, they will only be scolded. I'm very sorry. I can do it. That's all. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 678. Chun Hao drove the aircraft and took Etoda, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise into his mind in a few minutes. He then took Qin Shui and Long Ting, who were only tens of thousands of miles away, into the aircraft. The two girls were shocked when they heard Chun Hao's explanation. Our aircraft speed is at least 20 times faster than an ordinary Earth immortal. If we're further away, we don't need to rest. Our advantage is even greater. I don't know if the others have miniature aircraft. Even if they do, there won't be many of them. This is our biggest advantage. Are we still going to pick them up? Long Ting asked. Let's do it. However, the space law here is too terrifying. It'll take a long time to pick them up. Xiaoji, connect to the aura outside. Yes, master. We'll cultivate in the aircraft. We can travel and cultivate at the same time. I think anyone who can make it out of the primitive mystic realm alive will have the ability to fight above their level. At least, it won't be a problem for them to fight above their level. Why? Long Ting and Chun Shui frowned when they heard Chun Hao's words. Obviously, they did not understand. That's because the laws of time and the laws of heaven here have higher requirements for cultivators of the same cultivation level. I've always been at the peak of my cultivation level, but it's no longer the case here. Moreover, I'm afraid we'll have to stay here for hundreds of years. You can sense it? Qin Shui stared at Chun Hao and asked, Huh? I've always been in the state of, I am heaven and earth, I am man and earth. Do you think I can sense it? Xiaoxi, let's go. Don't waste time. Go in this direction and find the nearest star fragment. Chun Hao ordered as he spoke. Qi, the miniature aircraft, turned into a ray of light and flew toward the void at an alarming speed. It was impossible to tear space apart and fly in the primitive mystic realm. This was because this was the space left behind by the collapse of the universe. The real universe no longer existed. This was an independent space left behind by the original universe. However, at this moment, the aircraft did not fly towards the center of the primitive secret realm where the aura was thicker. Instead, it flew to one side. According to Old God, they had to find the nearest star fragment and sense a cultivator. From there, they could analyze how terrifying the space order in the primitive secret realm was. 3 days later, what shocked Chun Hao and the other two was that even with the speed of the aircraft, it took them 3 whole days to encounter the first star fragment. However, there were no longer any cultivators on the star fragment. This star fragment is about the same size as the one we had. If a cultivator was teleported here in 3 days, they would have discovered this star fragment and gone deeper. When we entered the primal mystic realm, the closest flying device was only about 3,000 meters away. We actually took 3 days. Master, we've flown a distance of 2,714,538,792 billion kilometers. Outside the primitive secret realm, the ratio is 90,485,46264 billion. Little wisdom, one immediately gave the accurate data. It's about the same as what I guessed. The time order here is roughly between 101, 200. 100 times the law of time can barely withstand such a powerful law of space. 150 times is the most suitable. 200 times a bit higher is also possible. Master. Under such a law of time, our advantage is even more obvious. You can leisurely travel while cultivating. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to bear the loneliness. At this time, Old God spoke in Chun Hao's mind. Xiao Shui, Sister Ting, I can tell you with certainty that we'll be staying here for 500 to 600 years or even 1,000 years. Xiao Shui, which army are they in? Let's determine the general direction and start looking for them. Chun Hao asked. Chun Hao knew the order of the human army's arrival. He also knew that Venerable Immortal Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei were in the Ying Planet Army. However, only Chen Shui knew where Helian Wuzi, Xia Yuyu, Tantai Lian, and the Lung sisters were. After Chen Shui told him which army they were in, Chun Hao directly transmitted the location information to Little Wisdom number 1. Little Wisdom number 1 calculated the best route with the least time according to the expansion of space. However, due to the limitations of the known conditions, Little Wisdom number 1 could not calculate the exact time, mainly because it could not determine the specific distance between the armies. However, according to the order of their flying machines in the human army and the time they flew after sensing the aura of the primitive secret realm, it could roughly calculate a number. The vague conclusion was that it would take about 30 years, with no more than 5 years. 35 years. That's so long. Chun Hao frowned slightly and muttered, in that case, it's better to refine some flying machines. Refine flying machines. Yes, it doesn't take much time to refine a flying machine. The only thing missing is the materials. It shouldn't be difficult to find the materials in the primitive secret realm, but even if there are materials, they haven't been purified. The time it will take. Long Ting was puzzled. You don't have to worry about this. Purification and refining are very simple to me. It's settled then. All right, the two of you just have to cultivate. Leave the rest to me. Little Wisdom, let's go. Go straight in. Since we're going to refine it, find some decent materials. Yes, Master. Master, can we change Little Wisdom's materials? Chun Hao was slightly shocked. He did not expect Little Wisdom number 1 to have such thoughts. Furthermore, its mechanical voice made Chun Hao feel a sense of emotion. Little Wisdom wants to be Master's strongest assistant. Cough, cough. All right, let's go. Yes, master. Thank you, master. Outside the primitive secret realm, the largest flying machine of the human clan was shining with dazzling light at this moment. Mysterious runes were emitting invisible waves that seemed to penetrate the endless chaotic space, and even seeped into the primitive secret realm. The aura of this flying machine had exceeded the category of a divine weapon, especially the ancient aura that it contained. It was even more shocking. Even an old god would be shocked if he saw it. In the flying machine, there were almost 1,000 masters of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm maintaining the operation of the flying machine. To be exact, this was not a flying machine, but an ancient spiritual treasure. It was also one of the strongest treasures of the human race. This was the existence that forcefully connected the top 10 commanders of the human race in the primitive secret realm to the second world. It was also the key to the second world's live broadcast of the cultivators in the primitive secret realm. That's strange. It's already been 6 hours. Why is there no news at all? An elder who was watching the huge screen frowned and said, "It's indeed strange. 500 million cultivators entered the primitive secret realm filled with treasures. Under normal circumstances, they should have at least sent back some information. It's impossible for there to be no news after such a long time. Could it be that the primitive secret realm is too barren and the spiritual items they obtained are not enough for the token to collect information? That could be, it's here." Just as the few elders were feeling strange and confused, a name flashed with a resplendent light on the huge screen. There was an additional line in the Primal Mystic Realms information column. Obtained an ancient treasure sword, Supreme Grade Spirit Treasure Grade. After the message, the image of the sword was displayed. But it was just a basic picture. Wow! Bai Yunfei obtained a Supreme Soul Artifact. No wonder he's in the top 3 of the 10 commanders. He's the first to get it. Amazing. If he didn't come, then so be it. He got a Supreme Soul Artifact. This is an ancient spiritual treasure. It's definitely much stronger than the average Supreme Soul Artifact. That's for sure. Looks like the primitive secret realm isn't as bad as we thought. They probably didn't get anything good after entering. Almost at the same time, the various alliances in the second world received the news. The first person to eat the crab was the 3rd commander of the primitive secret realm, Bai Yunfei, and after he obtained the treasure, he immediately rose to first place. 10 contribution points for the human race. The leaderboard was no longer a leaderboard for combat strength. It was a leaderboard for contribution points. However, neither the senior members of the Divine Palace nor the cultivators in the second world knew that 420 hours had passed in the primitive mystic realm during the 6 hours they had been waiting. In other words, 35 days had passed in the primitive mystic realm. The time ratio was 140, with Bai Yunfei being the first to eat the crab. Everyone thought that there would be more and more people who would be able to eat the crab. In a short amount of time, the leaderboard would change drastically. But to everyone's surprise, it wasn't until an hour later that the other commander finally gained something. However, he only gained 1 human race contribution point and a spiritual medicine. Over the next 3 days, the intervals between them varied, but it was still the commander or deputy commander who obtained them. This situation made the top echelons of the human temple feel extremely strange, but there was another possibility. After 10 consecutive days of this situation, and after receiving the same information from the other 9 star systems, they confirmed the possibility that there was absolutely no division commander or deputy division commander around any of the corps commanders and deputy corps commanders. In other words, the laws of space in the primitive secret realm were beyond imagination. What did this mean? This meant that the laws of time had changed. This meant that the laws of space and the origin energy were stronger than the laws of space. This meant that any cultivator who entered the primitive secret realm would be able to benefit from it. This caused the entire world of cultivation to explode. The cultivators of the other 10 galaxies, including the Celestial Immortals and Daluo Jinxian, were all envious. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 679. Furthermore, it was certain that the army commanders and deputy commanders were not the only ones who had obtained treasures and elixirs. However, due to the unimaginable vastness of the space rules, the information of the cultivators who had obtained treasures was temporarily stored and could not be transmitted to the outside world. Once the army commanders, division commanders, regiment commanders, senior team leaders, small team leaders, and soldiers appeared in the area covered by the tokens, it would definitely be the time when the information would explode. Yes. Furthermore, the death rate of the cultivators who entered the primitive mystic realm this time would definitely be lower than before, because the space was huge. In reality, 1 month had passed in the real world, 10 months had passed in the second world, and almost 12 years had passed in the primitive mystic realm. The change in the ranking on the pagoda tablet directly exploded. Instantly, rays of light shone. At least 1,000 cultivators' names shone with golden light. It was obvious that an army commander had met a division commander, and the division commander had met a regiment commander, and the regiment commander had met many senior team leaders, and so on. This so-called meeting was not a meeting, but the information that was originally stored in the area covered by the tokens was transmitted to the outside world at the same time. After this explosion, it calmed down, but the frequency of changes had obviously increased. Furthermore, as time passed, the explosions continued. However, everyone who was paying attention to Chun, Hao, and Long Ting was puzzled, because their names had been dropping, and until now, they had not obtained any information. This was very illogical. The East Stream Division that the two of them belonged to, Division Master Chunlin, as well as many cultivators, had already spread the information through their division Commander Moling Takshu. With Chun Hao's strength, how could he not have received it? However, he did not obtain any information, and so did Long Ting. No matter what, they would never have thought that it was not that the two of them did not obtain any information, but the two of them had gone too far in than the other cultivators. The distance was too great, and the information could not be transmitted to the higher-ups at all. In the blink of an eye, 12 years had passed in the primitive mystic realm. Qi, in the endless void, a graceful figure wearing a loose Taoist robe was rapidly flying towards the depths where the aura was even thicker. On the left chest of the Taoist robe was the insignia of a disciple of the divine temple. Her cultivation level was only at the peak of the earth celestial stage. Her appearance was above average, but her cold eyes still exuded a charm that made one's heart pound. However, anyone who saw her would know that she had changed her appearance and aura slightly. This young girl was none other than Hellion Woozy. I've already been here for 12 years. I wonder how much time has passed in the outside world. According to the records, the primal mystic realm has at most 6 years, which means that the laws of time here have changed. How much has it changed? Hellion Woozy thought to herself as she flew quickly. Not long after entering the primitive mystic realm, she realized that the space here was so big that it was completely beyond her imagination. Until now, it had been a full 12 years. Even though she had sensed the presence of cultivators through the deputy leader's token, she did not stop walking. She, who had hidden her real body, was able to avoid leading the group. Naturally, she would not take the initiative to look for trouble. My strength has more than doubled, but I still can't reach the medium stage of the Earth celestial stage. This is a good thing. Even if Hellion Woozy relied on her own thinking, she knew that this was a good thing. Being able to increase her power, but not her realm, would undoubtedly increase her potential. Moreover, the few years of house arrest had more or less been a little excessive. Now, under such a space-time law, it was undoubtedly the time for her to rebuild her foundation. I wonder how he's doing now. Sister Shue should be with him. In these 12 years, as long as she was hurrying, Hellion Woozy would think of Chen Hao and Chen Shue, who might be training with Chen Hao. It was impossible to say that she was not envious and jealous. However, this was the arrangement of the Divine Temple. She could only say that Chen Shue was lucky. If the laws of space here were not so strong, maybe he would come to find me. But now, Hellion Woozy pouted. All of a sudden, what made Hellion Woozy surprised was that a profound fluctuation actually appeared soundlessly in front of her left. It was only 1,000 miles away and was approaching her at a fast speed. An aircraft? Hellion Woozy turned her head abruptly and widened her eyes in surprise. She was only stunned for a moment before her pretty face turned into surprise, excitement, and exhilaration. At the same time, there was a warm current that instantly filled her heart, because on the surface of the aircraft, there were a few golden words that were formed by mysterious runes. Xiao Wu, brother is here to pick you up. Chi. Beep, beep, beep. The aircraft arrived in front of Hellion Woozy in an instant. Beep, beep, beep sounded, and the door opened directly. Mistress Xiao Wu, we are here to pick you up under Master's orders. Hellion Woozy originally thought that she could see Chen Hao. After all, she heard that Chen Hao had a miniature aircraft. In addition, there was a heartwarming sentence on the aircraft. She was even more certain that it was Chen Hao. However, after opening the door, what appeared was a miniature version of the ancient mythical beast, Black Tortoise. Fortunately, Hellion Woozy knew that Chen Hao had the 5 mythical beasts. Where is he? Hellion Woozy asked. Master is training. Because the laws of space here are too strong. Master did not come to pick you up personally. Mistress Xiao Wu, come on up. We will set off immediately to meet Master. Mistress Yu Yu, Mistress Xiao, Lian, Mistress Huan Huan, Mistress Lele, and the 2 masters should have already received you. You are the furthest away. Oh, where are they? How long will it take us to get there? Hellion Woozy asked after entering the aircraft. Beep, beep, beep. Master, it is estimated that we will arrive in about 3 years and 2 months. My name is Moonlight. From now on, I will be Master's aircraft. Moonlight. Hellion Woozy heard the voice transmitted from the aircraft's AI and was slightly startled. Soon after, a blush appeared on her little face that was as cold as the moon. 3 years with your speed. Isn't that very far? Yes. It took us 9 years to find you, Master. When we return, we can be 3 times faster if the destination is more specific. However, Master need not worry. The laws of time here are about 140 times that of the outside world. We will have to spend about 700 to 1,040 years here. This is just the beginning. Hellion Woozy's eyes widened in surprise. Master, this is the introduction of my functions. If Master needs anything, just let me know. The aura of the outside world has been connected. Master's cultivation here will not be affected in the slightest. Okay. Hellion Woozy looked at the screen that appeared in front of her with a little excitement. Chi. It was also at this moment that the aircraft directly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the void. This chapter will be updated first. The number of words will be less. A large chapter will be updated before 12 p.m. to make up the number of words. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.